We will start off with the discussions. They will be right in.
Where I'm heading is done. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
I didn't hear a round of applause for that. Some energies early in the morning. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the 5th Annual KTA Annual Symposium, where we're going to be discussing quite a lot of what is present. I love to say the digital journey, the fourth industrial revolution is here, now more than we've ever expected it. And more especially during the COVID-19 period, where we always thought, oh, we can't have online meetings, they have to be physical, then you have to take tea together. COVID taught us a totally different thing. It taught us working from home. It taught us to learn to have online conversations. So you do not need to fly and move so many hours and keep in the traffic jam and waste a lot of time, but you can be able to use, to take advantage of the digital space to be able to do that. I will not be doing this alone. Very later on, I'll be introducing to you a very beautiful lady who I will be co-hosting this event with. My name is Mildred Tohaise. I work with NBS Television, which is a brand under Next Media Services, and I am glad to have you. I also welcome our online audience because this is going to be both physical and virtual. I do want to say a special thank you to all our sponsors who have made this come to pass. NBS Television, East Africa Law School, Uganda Law Society, we have Huawei, we have Young Africa Works, and the MasterCard Foundation, we have Equity Bank. So many of those, later on I'll be mentioning them one by one, lest I mention one and forget the other, and I don't want to be scolded. All protocol observed. We'll be taking on our very, very fast speeches in the shortest time, but allow me to introduce my co-host, who's going to be letting us know of some other information that we need to take advantage of. But in case you are tweeting and engaging online, please remember to use the hashtag KTA Symposium. Right there. And today, basically, day number one is going to focus on the policy issues. How do we get to have intellectual property at the forefront of policy? Because we know how much this can be able to drive where we need to be, especially under the NDP3, and when we do get to speak to commercialization. I love that currently we can be able to use intellectual property to get a loan, to access credit. And that is the bigger conversation we're going to be having for day one, basically looking at the policy issues. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for my co-host.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming. Really appreciate you guys coming over. I'm here to let you know that we have a QR code that you can scan. It's right at the tables. You can scan that, and it should be able to give you the event magazine, all the products that are being offered by the event, and any other information that you might need. You will also find the KTA poll, the Citizen Report poll, and also the paper that this entire event is based on, and that is by Kenneth Mohanji. So please do scan that and get the information. The program and everything will be found on the QR code. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, while we were about it, our chief guest, Dr. Ezras Roma, arrived, and I kindly request that we will all rise and take the anthems before we can officially get to have our addresses. We all rise, we'll take the Uganda Anthem and then the East African Anthem in that order. Thank you very much. You may get seated. Of course, our national anthem is a prayer in itself, and we've handed over this event into the hands of God. We know well that Uganda is a God-fearing nation. And if you doubt it, you need to look at our anthem. If you doubt it, you need to look at the national motto of the country that we do have. That clearly states who we are and what we believe in. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, looking at our annual symposium, like my co-host did say, you can scan the QR code and you will be able to get a lot of information about the event. You will also be able to get the magazine. We are in a digital age, so for many of us who expected that you will find so many printed copies of the magazine and also so many printed copies of the event and the program, we do apologize, that couldn't come through. We know well, that, like I said, Chapter 14 NDP3 talks particularly, addresses the innovation, technology development and technology transfers drivers to an inclusive and robust digital economy. And this is very key. I love that KTA pays attention to those particular matters, and later on we'll be getting to understand what exactly they do. And like I said, intellectual property is key, especially on aspects of commercialization of technology and innovation. And as I did mention earlier on, we've operationalized laws. For example, the Security in Movable Property Act of 2019, which allows that you can be able to commercialize your intellectual property, and also the National Payment System Act and regulations, which has fostered innovation when it comes to digital payments. I remember the first time that mobile money was introduced, it seemed like a hoax. Very many people did not believe in, like, how can I have money on my phone? How can I be able to withdraw it? But as the days passed by, we embraced this and we realized how it has made life much, much more easier. I've been at so many events where we've talked about what's unique about Uganda, and you can also push that. And so many people have talked about our very sweet bananas, very sweet pineapples. Then we have staple foods, malewa when you go to the east, eshabwe when you go to the western side. But do we have patents to this or copyrights, or do we have a unique identifier when it comes to, the geographic location that someone can be able to trace the mangoes directly from the farmer? Those are things we probably should be able to pay attention to and put intellectual property at the forefront of policy. And like I said today, day one is basically going to focus on policy issues. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite remarks from our conveners today, KTA, and I will invite Serd, the managing partner, KTA Advocates, to come and speak to us. A round of applause to her as she comes through.
Good morning. Our chief guest, our distinguished dignitaries, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Justices of the Court, High Commissions who are here, distinguished delegates, we are very honored to have you today. My name is Asmahani Sad. I am the managing partner at KTA Advocates. I would also like to welcome those who are joining us online. And we are very, very honored to host you for the next 2 days at the KTA 5th Annual Law Symposium. To start with, I'll just introduce what the KTA Annual Law Symposium is about. For the past 5 years, KTA Advocates has facilitated conversations surrounding innovation, intellectual property, and technology by ensuring that we bring together policymakers, regulators, and relevant stakeholders. We at KTA Advocates believe that the world is changing, and the integration of technology in our day-to-day business is inevitable. The inaugural KTA Symposium was in 2018, and at the beginning, we examined Digno Finance technology, the relevance of knowledge and innovation to the youth. What a journey it has been. Today, we are here because of this foundation that we set in 2018. As KTA Advocates, we have a vision to ensure that as lawyers, as a business, we involve and evolve around what is happening around us. Our mantra as KTA evolves around innovation, nurturing relationships, and impacting lives. As lawyers, we stand as custodians of the law, and we believe that we can only impact lives by being part of conversations that lead to enactment of laws, and specifically what we are here to discuss today, digital laws. We are also intentional about not just lawyering, but ensuring that we add value to our stakeholders, to our partners, to our staff, and the overall picture, which is the Ugandans at large. President J.F. Kennedy once made a very, very famous speech, and out of that he said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what can you do for your country?" It's not a mistake that we are consistently ensuring that we don't just sit at the end tail and wait for what is happening, but we are very intentional of being part of those conversations. Because at the end of the day, we are the people who are going to advise. We are the people who are going to move back and forth, ensuring that if there are mistakes around these laws, we are getting them undone. And it's such a tedious process. So that's why we're here today. We ensure that we have the right people in this room. We ensure that the regulators that are around this digital economy are here. We ensure that our partners are all here, private and public sector. So what should we expect for these next 2 days? For these next 2 days, we have a hybrid platform. For those who are here physically and online, we are going to witness discussions on digital trade, climate change, intellectual property, all stemming from our theme, which is achieving Uganda's NDP3 goals, how intellectual property, digital trade, and the fourth industrial revolution can facilitate an inclusive and robust digital economy. Our goal is to understand how far Uganda has gone with its digital transformation agenda, and to discuss how we can be able to work together to utilize intellectual property, digital trade, aspects of the fourth industrial revolution to facilitate an inclusive and robust digital trade. Over the years, we have seen transformation of Uganda's economy. The adoption of digital trade has highlighted the need for inclusion among all Ugandans. To achieve digital inclusion, we need to have the right policies, the right innovations, the right level of literacy, especially around the laws that govern this digital trade, and the right to infrastructure. So allow me now to talk about the pillars around this dream that we once birthed in 2018. In a very special way, I want to thank my partner, Kenneth Muhanji, who has for the last 5 years consistently challenged us as a partnership to take the forefront and steer these conversations that will indeed impact the lives of Ugandans. We have tirelessly worked as a team to tap into our knowledge, our expertise, our networks, our professionalism, our clients, government and private entities, to share our dream and vision, and we believe that is where we are today. Today, it is humbling to note that we are directly discussing Ugandans' journey towards Vision 2040 by unpacking conversations around the NDP3 goals. Again, I love speaking from famous people because the Bible teaches us that there's nothing new under the sun. A famous person called Rantan Tata once said, "If you want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, walk together. Indeed, we have today walked far, and we have done this with amazing partners and sponsors. It could have been a dream that started and stayed in our office, but we sought out for people who could see what we see, who could believe in us, and who could tap into this. So today it's very, very humbling. It is very, very amazing, for lack of a better word, to know that we can approach people and share our dream and share our vision, and they see what we see. I would like to, first of all, share our biggest gratitude to the United Nations Development Capital Fund. Thank you so much. It's been a journey. We came to you, and you did not even doubt. Having that first conversation was, as women would say, giving birth. You carry for 9 months, and then, oh, the thing pops out, unbelievable. Thank you so much. Would like to thank Uganda Law Society, our society, that even as lawyers, whenever we birth these things, whenever we conceive and share these dreams with Uganda Law Society, they're ready to nurture us, to midwife us, to support us. So thank you so much, Uganda Law Society. Would also like to thank East Africa Law Society, the bar association that nurtures the East African lawyers. Thank you so much, because this has been a journey, 5 years standing, and both the East Africa Law Society and Uganda Law Society have walked thus far with us. I would also like to extend our sincere gratitude to Next Media Services, NBS specifically, which is here today, to air these conversations live. I remember when we approached Next Media, the MD, King Karisa, it didn't even take us 5 minutes to sell this vision. There and then he stood up and said, "You are my kind of people." So thank you so much. I would also like to thank Huawei Technologies. Huawei has been amazing, and most importantly, what they are doing to change the digital space, the infrastructure around the facilitators for technology in Uganda. Thank you so much. Equity Bank has been amazing. I mean, as financiers who are part of the ecosystem, fintech is such a big, big deliverable in achieving digital trade. And they have intentionally chosen to be part of these conversations right at the forefront. So thank you so much. National Social Security Fund, and we see what NSSF is doing through their High Innovator Program. And we see the innovations, we see the drive to tap into this space and ensure that we nurture businesses right from the start. So it is so incredible to see that you are walking a journey and people are actually going before you. And it's easy when you tap and they walk 2 steps forward or backwards to just pick up your hand and walk this journey together. Thank you so much, NSSF. Rock Telecom, who are powering us today here. I would also like to thank Big Conversations, Ordinary People, Youth Startup Academy, E-Trade and Startup Association of Uganda, Safe Border, and Jumia. We also have our best friend, or what you call collaborative partner law firms that we work with around the region, who have also been part of these conversations and doing the same in their countries or around East Africa. We see East Africa as a space that is one. So whatever is happening here in Uganda, it matters that it's happening in all the other 6 countries of the East African region. I want to thank our partner firms, Gikera and Vadgama Advocates, that's in Kenya, Mawala Advocates, who have also stood with us financially to ensure that we bring this to fruition. We also want to thank the different law firms here in Uganda that have also supported us and worked with us and supported us not only financially, but also intellectually to keep challenging us as the law firm in the forefront to keep doing what we're doing. So thank you so much. Lastly, as a regional law firm, KTA Advocates, we believe that this symposium will facilitate policy making and implementation of digital trade in Uganda and the world at large. We keep saying that we are living in a borderless world. We are living in a borderless economy. But is this the case? And if so, if we haven't yet achieved that, what can we do to achieve that? I mean, today, as lawyers, you get instructions from all over the world. And 10, 20 years ago, you could not even comprehend someone in Mauritius or in the UAE sending you instructions and saying, we have a client coming through, can you guys do this and this? And actually, you facilitate that transaction and contribute something to the economy through the borderlessness that we're talking about. And that is empowered by technology. So thank you so much, our chief guest. I know you're a busy person. Thank you for taking time to be here with us, especially to represent His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. I know we have been knocking at every door, but I know he personally sent us a message that he could not be here physically, but he ensured that he's represented, and we are honored to have the right person in the room. Thank you so much. Asante sana. We wish you great conversations. Have a blessed KTA Symposium for God and my country. Thank you.
Good morning once again. I'm glad to be here and also to thank you so much for the introduction and the remarks. I also cannot say thank you enough to all those that are supporting this entire symposium and helping it achieve the goal that it intends to put across. I also picked a few things from our managing partner, Asmahani Saad, that KTA is just not lawyering, but it's giving back to the community, and in that way, you're allowing everybody be part of policy making, such that there's no pull and tug later when the policy comes out, and we have been part of it from the beginning. And we hope that the discussions we have today are leading us to be part of this, and then we shall be okay with the entire policy once it comes out. I want next to allow remarks from our very own Mike McCaffrey, who is the Digital Regional Leader East Africa and Southern Africa for United Nations Capital Development Fund. A round of applause as he comes on, please. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests, chief guest. Excuse me. It's an honor to be here representing the United Nations Capital Development Fund. It's a great pleasure to co-host the 5th Annual KTA Symposium. At UNCDF, we spend a lot of our time contemplating not only how we can build robust digital economies, but how we can do so in a way that include youth, women, and marginalized communities. Building inclusive digital economies is not only a worthy goal, it is a personal mission of mine. I grew up in San Francisco before the tech boom defined it as the epicenter of Silicon Valley. As a child, my neighbors were taxi cab drivers, teachers, independent filmmakers. San Francisco was a counterculture of artists, free thinkers that took pride in community, education, and equality. However, as Apple and Google and Facebook were established, developers, venture capitalists, and bankers came to support their growth. An incomprehensible amount of wealth was created. Mom and pop shops were replaced with wine stores. The cost of rent was higher than the annual salary of a teacher. My neighbors changed, as did the fabric of our community. Divisions between haves and have-nots became untenable. Those that spoke the language of finance, technology, and law flocked to our city and flourished. Those that taught them, that kept our streets safe, our bread warm, were pushed out of the city. Their children, my friends, could no longer afford to call the place to live in the place that they called home. Digital economies do not automatically lift all boats. They do not inherently make life better for all. That is work that we have to deliberately do together. In this sense, the future is here. It's just not evenly distributed. We can observe other economies that are farther along in their digital journeys and emphasize the elements that resonate with us. 4 lessons we might take and apply to our discussions in this conference are: 1, prepare people by giving them the digital skills they need to succeed in the new economy. UNCDF is working with IBM, Startup Uganda, the Swedish government, to provide digital skills to the next generation of local entrepreneurs. We should prepare ourselves to build our own future here. The digital economy must mean more jobs for Ugandans. Buy Uganda, build Uganda. 2, integrate solutions into all sectors of the real economy. There is an app for everything, but not everything is an app. Digital tools can help teachers convey concepts in classrooms, and ag tech platforms help farmers garner the inputs they need to sow their seeds. Health tech solutions limit stockouts and expired pharmaceuticals, and alternative credit scoring algorithms have unlocked finance for the myriad of small and medium enterprises that haven't had access to formal finance. 3, solve meaningful problems. While dating apps and fancy drones can be great for entertainment, they are also solutions designed for the haves. Meanwhile, 2/3 of rural households are still not connected to the grid. Climate change is making the rains harder to predict every year, and Uganda loses forests to firewood every day. We need solutions that make the daily lives of the poor better, that protect the lands that nurture us, that help people adapt to a climate they can no longer depend on. And 4, take care of the have-nots. Not everyone can work for a tech company. Not even everyone can understand the solutions that they're developing. We need strong consumer protection policies and digital literacy campaigns as fraudsters promise easy money and shortcuts to progress. We need to be prepared for the e-waste the new economy creates to ensure we are not creating more problems than we're solving. Uganda is no stranger to innovation. Folks in Kampala have migrated from the flip to the feature to the smartphone. Fiber is being extended across the country, and people here have been using mobile money since 2009. In fact, the latest World Bank statistics from 2001 show that 54% of adults in Uganda have a mobile money account, ranking it 8th globally. KTA, with their legal work around intellectual property, are an important component of the innovation ecosystem here in Uganda. The NDP 3 was written with the future in mind, particularly Chapter 14 on digital transformation. Uganda's story is still being written, and as this period promises to be one of great progress. At UNCDF, we commit to work tirelessly with the government, civil society, and the private sector to ensure the digital economy unlocks opportunity and progress that is shared by all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. I love the fact that you talk about how the digital economy cannot stand on its own, and indeed, it definitely cannot stand on its own. We need to also understand that we need to be able to have these skills taught not only in schools, but to also go out there to the communities and make sure that in as much as we want the country to go digital, but we also require that it's not just kept within the city, not among the elite, but it goes down to the rural areas and what we call the Muntu wa wansi. So it should be able to go down there. And I hope today we're able to understand how best we can roll it out if it does, you know, come to start, when we actually do start this entire digital phase and move forward, and see how best we can reach down to the person at the bottom, and also learn to use these digital things that we want to do. Because at the end of the day, we are not doing this in abstract. We need to be able to make it practical and work with it. Next, I would like to welcome the President, Uganda Law Society, and the East African Law Society, our own Bernard Owundo. Please, a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. Allow me, first of all, recognize Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, as represented by Dr. Ezra Suruma. I'll say something more about Dr. Ezra Suruma when I start my speech. I can see that we have a number of very high-profile people here in the room. And as I have learned as I move around East Africa, to observe protocol is to say I fear you all in your respective capacities. But allow me recognize my Lord, Justice of the High Court. Allow me recognize my Lord, Principal Judge Emeritus. Allow me recognize the partners at KTA Advocates who have organized this very wonderful conference. Allow me recognize the Director, Intellectual Property, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, the Chairperson, Kira Motors, the Chairperson, Uganda Investment Authority Board, the Honorable Minister, I think, who is represented for Information and Communications and Technology. So with that protocol, allow me go to my remarks. So several years ago, I worked at the Ministry of Finance, and Dr. Ezra Suruma was my boss. So I'll share a very short story. There were issues around the Umeme concession agreement. If you remember the debate about termination buyout clauses. And so my boss sent me to Dr. Ezra Suruma to try and explain the termination buyout clauses in the Umeme concession agreement. And when I reached Dr. Ezra Suruma, he said, what's your name? I said, I am Owundo Bernard. He said, where's the concession agreement? So I had carried the concession agreement, and then he said, you put it there, I'll read it, then I'll call you back. So I have that sort of memory because at that point, a minister, the concession agreement is fairly maybe about 100 pages. And then you have so many amendments that had been done. So I was impressed that he was going to take time to read it. So that struck in my mind. And so I'm grateful to see him today after such a while. The fourth industrial revolution, intellectual property and digital trade are irrevocably intertwined. I think last year, we were also here at this conference, and we also considered the fourth industrial revolution and intellectual property. I am happy this year we have widened the scope of our dialogue to consider the fulfillment of our National Development Plan 3 in light of the intellectual property, digital trade, and the fourth industrial revolution as drivers of an inclusive and robust digital economy. It goes without saying that the COVID-19 pandemic propelled the fourth industrial revolution forward at a much faster pace. We were forced to immediately confront the weaknesses in our systems, embrace remote learning and working, as well as digital money. We had to embrace change, which is the key hallmark of growth. The main goal of the National Development Plan 3 is really to increase household incomes and improve the quality of life of Ugandans. The question that we address today is therefore how to harness intellectual property, digital trade, and the fourth industrial revolution in order to achieve our NDP goals. I am happy that at the end of the day, KTA Advocates is taking leadership, thought leadership in this area. As president of the Uganda Law Society and as president of the East Africa Law Society, it gives me great pleasure when our members take thought leadership very seriously. It is the way we give back. It is the way we improve and look at the policies that are changing our nations. So I am very grateful, and I want to take this opportunity to thank KTA Advocates for taking thought leadership seriously. But as we do this, and as someone reminded me yesterday, that the attention span for presentations nowadays has gone to about 6 to 10 minutes. So if you speak for more than 6 minutes, be sure people will not remember what you said after the 6th minute. So I'm going to ensure that the remaining 4 minutes, I still remain within the 6 minutes. As someone reminded me, even as we do this, we also must take heed of the negative spectrum concerning intellectual property and the threats to innovation and intellectual property. The recently passed Computer Misuse Amendment Act is one of those that as Uganda Law Society and the East African Law Society have spoken about. So while we speak about innovation, we also must collectively think about the threats to innovation and intellectual property. I want also to mention and say we must thank the government for the policies and the legislative framework that has been done in this area. Please, let's applaud the government. You cannot be able to grow in this area without a sound legal framework and the policies. So that is noted, and we thank the government. Lastly, as both the East Africa Law Society and the Uganda Law Society, we are proud to be associated with the symposium. Engagements such as this will provide solid foundations for future discourse on the subject. And as I conclude, I quote the words of Sir Ken Robinson, who said, "You cannot predict the outcome of human development. All you can do is, like a farmer, create the conditions under which it will begin to flourish." My hope is that as stakeholders, we each take it upon ourselves to create and sustain conditions under which an inclusive and robust digital economy transforms from a dream to a reality. Thank you, and I wish you great deliberations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Panadoundo, who is the president of not only the East Africa Law Society, but also the Uganda Law Society. We're a little bit cold, so I am tempted at some point in time to have a stand-up and get some warmth, but that will be coming up in just a very short time. Bernard ends it off on a very key aspect when he speaks to inclusivity. Sometimes we're looking at policies and laws, but we ask ourselves, how do they include each and every person, at least taking into context what their dreams are, what we seek to achieve? Because like the saying is, if you want to go far, you go alone. I mean, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you move together, you move in a group. And that's the discussion that we are having today, why we're not only involving the policymakers today, but tomorrow we'll be bringing on the private sector as well, because we've always been reminded that Uganda is a private sector-led economy. That is said, but is it the reality? That's a question that we get to ask so many times. But ladies and gentlemen, before I invite our next speaker, allow me just get you back to the reason why we're here. Take a look at this. And just as you're seated there, listening to the speakers, tweeting away, remember that these are the discussions that we are having of a digital economy that is all-inclusive, like the president earlier on did get to tell us. And I love when McCaffrey also talked about the need to find solutions that make the lives of the less privileged or the underprivileged better, but he also spoke key to the aspect of protecting the environment, because our biggest conversation right now, we can talk about the digital economy and everything, but climate change is real, and that's the discussion that we are having. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite Kenneth Muhanji, who is a partner with KTA, to kindly invite our keynote speaker, who is also a chief guest, but also representing the President of the Republic of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, let's allow Kenneth Muhanji to speak to us. A round of applause for him. Give him some cheers.
MC, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Mine is a very short duty, just to say good morning, but also to invite our keynote speaker, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, as represented by Dr. Ezra Suruma. Before that, I would still like to welcome all the distinguished dignitaries present, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Justices of the High Court and the Courts of Judicature, the President, Uganda Law Society and East Africa Law Society, thank you for those remarks that you gave. Members of the different high commissions, His Excellency Ambassador Aziz Bonari, you're very welcome to this event. Our distinguished members and everyone here today. We'll keep reminding you that this is a hybrid function, so we have majority of our audience online. So as we're speaking, we need to remember our people, our fellow Ugandans who are viewing this online. So this morning, it is an honor to invite Dr. Ezra Suruma, who graciously allowed to speak this morning on behalf of His Excellency the President of Uganda. And Professor Ezra Suruma, really his CV needs no introduction. He has served in many capacities as former Minister for Finance, Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, and he's a distinguished economist, and we're really looking forward to listening to you speak this morning, Doctor. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhanji. It's a great honor for me to appear before you this morning to present a speech from the President of the Republic of Uganda. And I'll go straight to the speech. Honorable ministers, judges of the High Court, the President, Uganda Law Society, the East Africa Law Society Permanent Secretaries, regional head, and the country head for UNCDF, ambassadors present, the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Prior to Uganda's independence, science, technology, and innovation, in bracket ST&I, although I think I will just say STI because it appears very many times, and I will save time by leaving out the and. So STI was an integral part of the central government under the East African Common Services Organization, EASCO, with headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya. The three countries, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, I think at that time Tanganyika, first cooperated in matters of science, technology, and innovation through the EASCO since December 1961. EASCO later became the East African Community in June 1967. With this arrangement, STI appeared to be quite well organized. However, its efforts were focused more on research aimed at improving productivity of cash crops such as cotton and coffee, and tackling tropical diseases such as malaria and trypanosomiasis. After independence in 1962, Uganda embarked on nation building, with industrialization being at the center of the development agenda. STI was expected to play a key role in the industrialization process, but it did not feature vividly in the development plans of the time. There was lack of clarity on how to promote STI for national development. This led some scholars to believe that STI was often given low priority in the development planning process. However, there was a growing global effort to help developing countries use STI as a tool for development, as exemplified in the United Nations literature in 1987. Several African countries in the 1960s and 1970s established national research councils as coordination mechanisms for scientific research and development. In Uganda, a National Research Council was set up in 1970 to guide and coordinate research efforts. This predominant view at the time was rather linear, insisting that industrialization was preceded by research, then experimental development, and later production and commercialization of products. This linear view of STI is often criticized because it fails to recognize other factors necessary in the innovation process. A quote-unquote systems approach to STI seems to be the more favored view because it recognizes the contribution of several actors in an interactive learning relationship and the factors which influence such a relationship. Innovation is believed to be an outcome of these complex interactions between diverse actors. Most of all, the drive to integrate STI into national development planning was initiated by continental-wide efforts, notably by the UNESCO-supported conferences of ministers responsible for the application of science and technology in development in Africa 1 and 2, Cast Africa 1 and 2, in 1974 and 1987 respectively, and the Lagos Plan of Action in 1980. In UNESCO's view, rapid scientific and technological progress could only be achieved through the indigenous efforts of developing countries. This view became popular among developing countries because they found it consistent with their aspirations to liberate themselves from colonialism. The Kajubi Commission was empowered to overhaul Uganda's education system following the 2 decades of Uganda's decline of the 1970s and 1980s. 2 years later, in 1988-89, I spearheaded, I meaning the president, please remember, I spearheaded the establishment of Uganda's first University of Science and Technology in Mbarara, MUST, since Uganda's independence in 1962. Soon after establishing Mbarara University of Science and Technology, I also spearheaded value-added research and development and commercialization of Nile toothpaste from our local Mutete lemongrass. This was probably Africa's first herbal toothpaste. Notably, hardly any herbal toothpaste or health products were popular in Uganda in the 1990s. But herbal toothpaste brands, including multinational brands, proliferate in our supermarkets in Uganda today. From the foregoing discussion, you see that the integration of science, technology, and innovation in Uganda's National Development Plan could have started in the 1990s under the NRM with the establishment of the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology under the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology Act of 1990. The UNCST, Council of Science and Technology, replaced the National Research Council. During the 1970s and early 1980s, development planning was interrupted by political instability and civil unrest, and further by the structural adjustment programs of the 1980s and the early 1990s. Between 1990 and 1997, government implemented an economic recovery program aimed at stabilizing the economy and creating a conducive environment for rapid economic growth. These included, among others, interest rate reforms and fiscal measures to reduce Uganda's budget deficit, liberalization of trade policies, and revitalization of the private sector. From 1997 to 2008, development planning was guided by the Poverty Eradication Action Plan, PEAP. The PEAP was Uganda's comprehensive development framework from 1997 to 2009. It was government's three-yearly planning document. All the PEAPs, PEAP 1997, PEAP 2001, and PEAP 2004, had no specific actions to promote science, technology, and innovation. But they all recognized the need for STI in some of the actions, such as those aforementioned. It may have been possible to articulate STI within the context of the PEAP, but such a strategy would not be sufficient mechanism to promote science, technology, and innovation, primarily because results from science, technology, and innovation are usually realized in the long term, though there could also be some short-term outputs. PEAP neither provided a clear mechanism of how to use nor invest in science, technology, and innovation to bring about the desired outcomes of economic growth. As such, it appeared as if science, technology, and innovation had been given low priority and no status in the planning process, despite its potential central role in enhancing economic growth. The PEAP was replaced by the 5-year National Development Plan, NDP, starting 2010. The subsequent National Development Plans, NDP-2 and NDP-3, and the National Resistance Movement Manifesto 2021 to 2026, all peg onto a robust, scientifically based industrialization for the country to attain middle income and transform the population from subsistence to a modern society. Over the past decade, substantial effort has been invested in infusing science, technology, and innovation into the national economy. Uganda envisions becoming an upper middle income country by 2040. In order to achieve this, medium-term targets are set, guided by 5-year national development plans. As a strategy, as we advance into the aspiration of upper middle income status, the government set out to be intentional on leveraging the power of the middle class to drive the country into the higher middle income status. The theme of NDP3 is, quote, sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation, unquote. Chapter 14 of the plan particularly addresses innovation, technology development, and transfer as drivers to an inclusive and robust digital economy, resultant of which is improvement in the country's global innovation index, an increase in the gross expenditure on research and development through an increase in development, adoption, transfer, and commercialization of technologies and innovation STI ecosystem. The Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation was encumbered with persistent functional duplications and overlaps with its key agencies, glaring gaps in coordination and regulation of a fragmented ecosystem, cannibalistic competition, undermining effective performance on the backdrop of the absence of a prioritized national science, technology, and innovation agenda to guide strategic action. Due to the lack of clarity, delineated mandates and functions, critical areas in the management of the science, technology, and innovation were not accorded due attention by the Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation. It is against this background that in June 2021, I directed that the portfolio of science, technology, innovation be placed under the office of the President for direct and effective management. I accordingly appointed Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero Masanza, the Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation, Office of the President, serviced by the State House Controller as the accounting officer. This administrative change birthed the docket of science, technology, and innovations in the Office of the President. In view of the above structural adjustments, there is need for harnessing the creative and technology industry in the fourth industrial revolution, keeping in mind that intellectual property is an integral aspect of achieving the success of NDP3, especially aspects of commercialization of technology and innovation. NDP3 commitment to STEM, STEM. The third National Development Plan emphasizes that Uganda urgently needs to devise mechanisms to stop and then reverse the brain drain, especially in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, STEM. It points out that it is undesirable that the majority of the country's graduates either find no employment in the country, are underemployed, or are forced to supplement their incomes outside the public system. a comprehensive review of public sector remuneration and merit and competence-based recruitment structures are crucial in the public sector, specifically for highly trained professionals like medical doctors and specialized skills in the publicly owned enterprises in energy and oil. Technology and IP in medicine. NDP 3 also highlights the opportunities for leveraging advances in ICT for development, especially in the aspect of technology and intellectual property in medicine. Technology is now being used to form new communities and platforms to address problems and exploit opportunities without conventional physical management. It is now possible to deliver quality services using technology at a fraction of the cost of delivering those services using conventional means. Through the use of tele-education, telemedicine, and e-government, hard-to-reach communities can now be effectively reached and served in a cost-efficient manner. Uganda has been one of the pioneers of mobile payments on the continent, and much e-commerce transactions are actually m-commerce. Given the immense advantages of connecting the population to the internet and to mobile networks, both universal broadband access and complete mobile coverage nationally should become a national priority in terms of infrastructure. Organization of the hauling sector through companies, e-hailing. The NDPs are equally committed to the organization of the hauling sector through companies like Safe Border, Uber, among others. Ride-hailing startups like Safe Border and Uber are changing the semi-informal transport ecosystems. This has been facilitated by online applications that customers use to order for a ride at their fingertips. The application has a uniquely allocated number of the rider, their name, and other details to do with the make of the car, something that facilitates order, but most importantly, security. Such companies, through their applications, continue to give employment opportunities to many young people in Uganda, thus alleviating the unemployment problem. Digital payments. Digital trade is growing at a steady rate in Uganda, and introduction of payment systems through financial technologies like mobile money proved essential to the Ugandan economy during the pandemic and continues to do so to date. It therefore has the potential to drive economic growth, expand the economy, create employment, and increase the level of financial inclusion in the economy. Such financial technologies provide access previously unbanked populations and bring many shadow transactions into the formal economy, which catapults into increased tax revenue for the country. While as a country we have taken enormous leaps in technological innovation, intellectual property registrations, and general advancements as a digital economy, there are challenges. There are challenges that are clearly inhibiting our ability as a country to use intellectual property, digital trade, and the 4IR to facilitate an inclusive and robust economy. The fourth industrial revolution to facilitate an inclusive and robust economy. This is why we joined KTA Advocates today, along with their partners, for recognizing a gap and working with all of us to fill that gap. Looking at our progress as a country, the conversation is timely on the very much needed economic boost to haul us into the upper middle income status. The desirable outcome of initiatives like this one is to shape a vibrant and equitable digital future by fostering forward-looking insights and creative solutions to advance an inclusive technological future for Ugandans. This will be done by providing evidence-based foresight to help decision makers navigate the intersection of public policy, societal challenges, and digital trends to cultivate shared prosperity. This is with focus on creating an enabling environment through facilitating progressive regulation, promoting digital literacy and skills, working with other agencies to set up the necessary physical and digital infrastructure. I thank you all for listening to me.
A bigger round of applause for Dr. Ezra Roma, who is also not in his own capacity, but in the capacity of the President of the Republic of Uganda. And he spoke to the heart. The President has continuously talked about science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and there has always been a whole discussion of what about the arts. And we've had so many people ask if he himself is actually a scientist and why he is promoting science. But in the speech that was read out by Dr. Suruma, I think that came out clear, the reason as to why the President is promoting science and technology. And also a great honor and pleasure to know that while we talk about climate change and the drive to cleaner energy, we have organizations like Kira Motors, which have produced electric buses. You've had the Kira EV, the Kayola bus, beautiful innovations, and those need to start here. The dreams need to come to reality, but they all need to come to reality without leaving anyone behind. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking on our very first panel that is going to be moderated by a person I will be introducing in just a bit, but I'm kindly requesting, let's stand up for just a minute. Could we get to our feet? Kindly requesting that you get to your feet and stretch out a little bit. You can stretch to your left. Your neck needs to be stretched out. It's very important that while we're talking about these digital economies, we need to see them, not them coming when we are not alive because we didn't pay attention to our health. I didn't see you stretch enough. Is that really enough? Or do we need an instructor right in front of us? All right, you can get seated now, and we will be getting into our first panel. And our first panel is particularly going to be looking at intellectual property, science, technology, and innovation as drivers to sustainable industrialization. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Morrison Rakakamba, the chairperson, Uganda Investment Authority. A round of applause for him as he comes. Let's not forget that we have two audiences, we who are here at the Commonwealth Resort, but also an online audience. And you also have a QR code that you can be able to scan on your tables. Please scan that QR code. You will be able to get the magazine and a lot more information about the symposium. And for those who are tweeting and engaging, please remember to use the hashtag KTA Symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, Morrison will take it up and will introduce to us his panelists. Take it up.
Thank you very much, Mildred. I have quite a robust panel. So I will welcome Mr. Anthony Tubman, who is the Director of Intellectual Property of the World Trade Organization. I have been informed that he's going to be operating digitally online, so I hope he will be broadcast. Mr. Tubman is currently the Director of Intellectual Property Division of the World Trade Organization, and is responsible for WTO programs from 2002 to 2009. Very experienced fellow. Hands for him, even when he's not here. I will welcome to the panel Engineer Dr. Dorothy Okello. Is she already here? Oh, fantastic. Karibu. And she is the Dean of School of Engineering of our premier university, Makerere University. She's also the Director of Innovations at Resilient Africa Networks. Let me also welcome the Honorable Professor Sandy Stephen Tikodri. He is a scientist, an engineer, an academic, and a politician in Uganda. And from 2015 to 2016, he served as the State Minister for Higher Education and Technology in the Cabinet of the Republic of Uganda. And as we know, Professor Tikodri spearheaded the development of the curricula for the Bachelor's of Degree of Telecommunication Engineering and Computer Engineering at Makerere University. Karibu. Amidst us, we also have Madame Mase Kinobwisho, who, as you know, is the current Registrar General of Uganda Registration Services Bureau. And she has successfully served as the Director for Intellectual Property, a position she has held since 2017. We also have Ms. Kevin Kaija. Is she already here? She's a Chief Content Officer at Next Media Services, and she's a seasoned TV executive spanning a range of 9 years, playing various roles, creating, producing, and distributing content. I've also been informed that we need to be joined by Professor Honorable Suruma to answer also a few public policy questions in his capacity as a historical member of the NRM and a thought leader in the national resistance movement. Karibu. And as Honorable Suruma makes his way, let me take an opportunity to congratulate KTA Advocates for the intellectual leadership that is going to really help us move this economy into the knowledge economy. And like I said, intellectual property is central to number 5 of the 10-point program of the National Resistance Movement that talked about building an integrated and a self-sustaining economy. And without intellectual property, it's very difficult to move in that direction. So I will straight go into asking the panel to engage on some of the questions. And I will start with Honorable Professor Sande Stevens Tekodri. Professor, you are leading Chira Motors. And today I've been reading that Tesla is around $7 billion. It is projected to be 4 trillion United States dollars in 2030. How are you preparing Chira to take on that drive and help us transform Africa and be very competitive? Professor.
Thank you very much. Buona Ruakakamba? What's the other name, Ross?
Something like that.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I think that in asking that question, we have run a bit too fast as far as Africa is concerned. Right now, our endeavor is, one, to see how we can actually address the mobility issues of Africa. And secondly, in aid to industrialization, what can we do that would create an environment for the other industries all to come on board? Automotive, we see it as an industry of industries. And by engaging in that, you actually impact on very many other sectors. The parts that go into the production of the vehicle and so forth will come from very diverse sectors. And that way, you'll actually be employing the people, you'll be involving many more people. Now, the time we address what you have raised in connection with Tesla is when this country, together with others, will be heavily involved in the automotive or mobility industry. In that case, because our participation as Africa in the world automotive industry has been so minimal that in fact the opportunities for producing more of those things to participate is with us. Tesla and his group will probably be at the very end when they will be really looking to see whether they could not produce those products and send them to Africa. Why don't we then step in, actually get engaged like Kira is doing, that we prepare ourselves that 10 years down the road, the millions of cars that will be required in Africa will actually be produced from here. And this is what Kira is saying, that right now, we have taken the first steps. Okay? 10 years down the road, we would like to see some 10% of the vehicles consumed in Africa coming from Kira plant in Jinja, or maybe Nakasongola. To me, that I think the line we should be taking, because Tesla is a bit ahead right now, but we're going to run and see if we can catch up with it.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the optimism. You know, at Uganda Investment Authority, we are implementing a tax code that really promotes research and development, because we believe that if any company or if any investor deploys resources to train people, to promote innovation, while submitting tax returns, that money is fully deductible. So we are incentivizing the system. So to engineer Dr. Dorothy Okello, what do you believe is the role of universities, tertiary institutions, and institutes of higher education in sensitization and implementation of the intellectual property laws in Uganda?
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you, moderator, for that question. The short answer is that Kira Motors came from the College of Engineering, Design, Art, and Technology, Makerere University. So that is our role. And really, we don't take full credit because even that idea came from one of our secondary schools. Okay, I'll give them credit. It came from St. Mary's College, Kisubi. Okay? So why am I sharing that? Our role is to nurture ideas, to support creativity, to provide spaces where innovation can come through, can flow through, right? To be grounded in the sciences, right? I hear a lot of debate about the quality of our curricula, and I'm a big defender of that, because if you don't have the fundamentals, then creating products that we end up having like this could be a challenge. Co-creating with the communities, very important as well, because as the professor has said, and I am very honored to have him as one of my mentors, that we want 10% of the cars to come from Africa, okay? And that's important because those cars then will come designed for our environment, okay? Yeah, so this is why I say the co-creation. So we bring in all these ideas, science, indigenous knowledge, scientific knowledge, and everything, so that we can move forward. And we do work very closely, actually, with URSB, so I'm glad that they're here on the panel and you have other experts around IP, because then it's important that we harness, right, the IP rights that we can and channel them forward, so that even whether we can produce, we are fortunate here we're able to produce the cars, but whether we're able to produce the product itself or the technology behind the product, that is all important for us to be able to harness. So this is what I can share is really the role of the universities, to work with the community, spur ideas, provide an enabling environment for that, and have many more Kira EVs coming out from the universities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okello. I think it is Bill Gates who some time back said that intellectual property rights and patents mostly don't even have a shelf life of a banana because of many aspects. So I want to go to Madam Masek Inobisho. Why are there few patent filings in Uganda despite a young, innovative youth population?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maurice. Good morning to you all, and thank you, my fellow panelists. Yes, Maurice, you are right. We do not have as many patents, utility models, industrial designs, trademarks, copyright, geographical indications, to mention but a few, on our record, on our registers, because of many factors. Maybe if I may say that Uganda Registration Services Bureau is the National Intellectual Property Office, and its role is to register intellectual property. Its role is to promote registration and wait, after making the advocacy, for innovators, inventors, creators to file their registrations. And this we have done so well. The registry dates back in 1913. The first trademark to be registered in Uganda was registered in 1913. And our register has close to 70,000 registered trademarks. That is specifically for trademarks. When you look at the patents and utility models that come later in the 1960s, we have on our register, close to 300 of them. And because of the stringent requirements of patents, and there are other factors that cause those low numbers. And some of these factors are, whereas Uganda recognizes that science, technology, and innovation is the lifeblood of our society, and whereas Uganda has put a solid and clear legal infrastructure in terms of all laws that relate to intellectual property, whereas Uganda has put in place strong institutions that register, that promote, that protect intellectual property, whereas Uganda has improved the education sector through the universities. We have so many universities that are in place, I think close to 70 now. So many research and development institutions. The policies, the documentation that we have beyond the laws, we have the policies, the science, technology, innovation policy, the agriculture policy. We have policies, so many policies in Uganda. And the most recent, in as far as intellectual property is concerned, is the National Intellectual Property Policy of 2019. And because His Excellency holds, the President of the Republic of Uganda, values intellectual property, this policy was launched in State House by himself. So we have all these. We have the private sector coming on board. We have the key players in the league of fraternity, KTAs of this world, that are coming in to promote and advocacy in terms of protection, promotion of intellectual property. But where is the problem? Where is the problem? The whole infrastructure is in place. As an intellectual property office of Uganda, we have established that whereas we have all these platforms and the pillars of intellectual property in place, and whereas we have no excuse as a country, there are problems with the drivers and the key drivers and the trajectories. How many products and processes do we see coming from universities? How many products and processes that require protection do we see from the private sector? Many people are comfortable. They create, they innovate, they do research, and get excited and go into the marketplace. And the National Intellectual Property Policy comes in to wake us up. Hey, we've been doing a lot in terms of advocacy, in terms of putting the whole infrastructure for protecting intellectual property. But we need to integrate intellectual property in every sector of the economy without any excuse. If it's the education sector, where is the intellectual property? If it's the communication sector, where do we see? Where are the apps? They're not being registered. Law firms will tell you, and I recognize my president, the president of the Law Society, the law firms will tell you that not many patents, not many trademarks are being filed through them. Because many people are comfortable. After creation, they rush to the commercialization. And maybe lastly, the National Intellectual Property Policy sets up a value chain that emphasizes the role of each and every individual in this country in terms of intellectual property. Because the value chain is intellectual property creation or generation, which is a private arrangement by this private holder or the owner of this intellectual property, the prototyping, the laboratory, the testing, all this is done. But how many innovation hubs we have in this country that facilitate the innovativeness? If this young person from the university, even in secondary school, is developing an intellectual property, where is the space for them to prototype? Where are the resources for them to test and before they protect? So there's that phase, and we need more innovation hubs in as far as the districts are concerned. If we go to all universities and research and development institutions to put a component of an innovation hub for any person, especially the young people, to walk in, the students to walk in and develop their intellectual property, Uganda will be very, very far. The next stage is from intellectual property generation, there's protection. This is why we come in as URSB. We play only that role of protection through government giving a certificate That is conclusive evidence for ownership. And with a certificate, you can trade, you can transact, you can sell your rights, you can promote. After that stage, you go to the marketplace for commercialization, for utilization of your product. And then when your product is infringed or your process is infringed, you come to protection. This is where government again comes in to give you the protection through the enforcement arm. We have an intellectual property enforcement unit, but also Uganda Police, DPP, the courts of judicature come in to enforce your intellectual property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, Masek Kainovish is always very vehement about these issues. And yeah, very animated and very clear. Thank you very much. And you talked about KTA. Once KTA, I want to really, really thank you for lawyering in public interest. Some are lawyering in private interest, but I think for you are mixing both private and public. And I also want to congratulate the new president of the Law Society, who I think ran a very digitally compliant campaign. I was following closely as a citizen. Having said that, let me go to Professor Suruma, because Professor Suruma, you're a former Minister of Finance, and we see that resources that really go to research and development and backup innovations is really less than 2% of the GDP. But also to, I think the current president of the United States, when he was a senator, he said that, don't tell me where your priorities or values are. Show me the budget, and I will know where your priorities and values are. So, Professor Suruma, where are we in really putting resources behind our aspirations for digital transformation of the economy? Professor.
Thank you very much, sir. I have to say I've been ambushed. I came here as Excellency the President. Now I've been made a panelist. Prioritization is undoubtedly a very difficult problem in budgeting and policy making. I have been head of Prime Minister's Delivery Unit from 2016 to actually 2015 to 2021 to December last year, trying to improve service delivery in the country. And as part of my work, I had to go for training on how to improve service delivery. And part of my training emphasized the problem of prioritization. And unfortunately, we have a situation where perhaps for political reasons, everything is a priority. So, of course, what that means, when everything is a priority, it means there's no priority. And when there's no priority, it means that resources are scattered among all the various programs. And so it's difficult to achieve. In many areas, implementation becomes difficult, if not impossible, because resources are meager. So I don't know if I can answer your question. We believe that the priority of the president is the one, because he's mandated by the population to lead the country, so he is the one to determine the priorities. And of course, the priorities change over time. During the mid-80s, when I joined the government, I was in the central bank, The priority was simply restoring a normal economy, because our country was in such a state that roads were impassable, shops were empty. So normalization and stabilization was the #1 priority. Other things might have been talked about, but most of the resources went into restoring a normal economy. Now, clearly, in attempting to restore the economy, there is some extent of technology involved in the roads and so on. Indeed, we still have a problem of community, what we call community access roads, where the lowest form of technology of keeping a road navigable for more than 6 months is still not yet achieved. So while you are talking about intellectual property and big data and so on, please remember that even the ordinary data of maintaining the roads navigable during the rainy season, that technology seems to be lacking. So we have to be conscious of the full range of needs that the country faces. So when you are prioritizing, certainly the people in the village expect you to first make sure that they can move on the road, and then water. Power probably is not available, so we don't even need to talk about it. So, and so on, until you come to, is the internet available? Is there internet access at all? And so on and so forth. So I think that in a poor country like ours, it is clear that many of us, first of all, are trying to think about the basic needs of the population for which we have been voted into government. If you come and the village has no water and the road is not navigable, and you want to run for election and you say you brought internet, you are not likely to go through. So your prioritization, therefore, is that you do the basic things first. But of course, it is up to the government to look far ahead, and I'm glad to say that the development plan, NDP3 in particular, does look ahead into the future, and especially in the problem of employment, and recognize that we have to improve the quality of manpower in terms of being technologically competent, to use equipment and machinery, and to use new techniques in order for us to move ahead. In the PDM, Parish Development Model, data is absolutely critical. We have to have data of every household, and particulars about the household. And we have to have this in a real-time form. We don't want to know what the situation in the parish was 3 years ago, as has been the practice that UBOS, the Bureau of Statistics, goes every so many years to find out what's going on. No, we want data today about what's going on in the parish, in the schools, and so on. As I said, when I was in the Prime Minister's office, we found that literacy, children who have been in school for 6 years fail, half of them fail literacy test. We said, why? And this was over a period of about 10 years. And we found, for example, that absenteeism of teachers was a major problem. So we had to start a program of getting to know which teacher is in classroom every day. And that's real data. Being able to have biometrics and so on, and same thing in hospitals, so that we know what's going on a daily basis. And I think in many, many areas of our society, we need real-time data and big data. And so we can't help but come up to current technological developments. And because of that, I think that we're going to find ourselves putting more money in technology than ever before, because we don't have a choice if we are going to be able to improve service delivery. So the answer to your question is, yes, we have problems, but I think we are going to have to prioritize technology in order to manage better and to improve service delivery.
Thank you very much, Professor. What a great answer and a great conclusion. Now is the time to put money in technology, and we cannot avoid it anymore. Let me go to Anthony Tubman, and I hope he's technologically there. And the question is, how can Uganda attract foreign direct investment through the laws and policies on intellectual property?
So thank you very much. I hope I'm getting through okay.
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
I'm very privileged to be, as it were, digitally included in this panel, and I'm very grateful indeed for the opportunity. Already a great deal of really valuable wisdom has been shared by this panel, but I'm glad to make, I hope, a humble contribution. I think the first point I would make is that, and these points have been made quite clear about prioritization and clarity of matching the tools with the objective. I think often in broader discussions about development and the knowledge component of development, we tend to lump the whole IP system together as a monolithic entity, rather than a rather diverse set of tools that have to be developed, chosen, refined, and utilized in an expert manner. And this is a broader challenge, and that's been touched on very eloquently by the previous speakers. When it comes to foreign investment and the role of intellectual property there, I would say that while we talk a great deal about, in principle, intellectual property as a means of incentivation of investment in the original research, investment in the transfer of technology, it's also the currency of technology partnerships. And I think that's a critical point to appreciate here, that when we are looking to build, almost all technology development is done through partnerships. And indeed, the more horizontal the partnership, the better, because that engages a wider range of the economy. It means that the knowledge spillovers are more widely shared. And so rather than a tightly confined, vertically integrated approach, clearly it's beneficial to have an approach to investment that encourages partnership, that encourages those technology flows and engagement. So to the extent that the entity wishing to transfer, to share, to partner with technologies has confidence that their intellectual property will be protected, at least, to an adequate degree. And let's bear in mind, no intellectual property system can or should be absolute in its protection. Public interest considerations must form part of the package. So I'm certainly not advocating absolute or impregnable protection of IP, but at least an expectation that it'll be dealt with in a fair and reasonable manner. That then provides greater confidence that that technology can be shared in a partnership. That then leads to greater spillovers. Generally, that's something we've learnt from the development of global value chains. This is why this is increasingly part of the discussion about IP and development. it's the link in global value chains. And while you've had a fascinating discussion about the automotive industry, no country on its own can dominate an industry like that, but they can contribute in different ways. And we've learnt this in the public health area as well. The enormous debate about vaccines, where one of the big issues currently is how to facilitate investment in the diversification of vaccine production capacity, an enormous issue. So the way that the IP system is tailored and managed so as to provide a reasonable level of confidence that it's rational, that it's worthwhile sharing technology rather than keeping it locked up in a black box. That's when the knowledge benefits from foreign direct investment do flow. Obviously, I'm quite enthusiastic about this, and I can talk all day about it, but I would refer to a recent publication we've put together with the aim of answering or exploring a lot of these issues on trade in knowledge. It's a part of the process of rethinking how we see intellectual property in the contemporary economy, where it's not purely a matter of regulation or having certain domestic laws in place. It's a matter of seeing intellectual property as nuggets of knowledge, nuggets of creative content, and enabling the flow of these in a mutually beneficial way. And so the foreign direct investment issue is a very good example of that. But I'd love to follow up in greater detail offline for anyone with interest in this area. We have a new publication called Trade in Knowledge, which encapsulates that very idea.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Anthony is from the World Trade Organization. And his point really, at Uganda Investment Authority, we see investors telling us the reason they are choosing Uganda as a major destination is because we also have a young, agile, skilled, and trainable population. So that's also one of the key points. I have an announcement to make. There is breakfast outside. We are doing this panel while we need to be taking some coffee. So you feel free, you go out, pick some coffee, come back, and we continue this important discussion. Let me go to Ms. Kevin Kaija, who is the Chief Content Officer at Next Media Services. Kevin, what do you think is the role that the media can play in informing the public about intellectual property rights and the benefits of registering the intellectual property rights? Go ahead, Kevin.
Good morning. Thank you, Morrison. Coming from the space of media, and like my colleague here, Mercy, highlighted earlier about IP, which is broken down in 4 different categories, but I'll be specific to copyright, which tackles most of the products that we do as media, and a bit of trademark. I think there is really a gap in terms of information for the innovators and creators of these properties for us as a country. And we have seen this consistently and continuously through the violations that we suffer in form of piracy for our content as a group. There is need for the stockholders, such as URSB and other policymakers and KTA that is now spearheading these conversations, to continuously have conversations with the public, with the different stakeholders in making sure that information is disseminated to the lowest level on the ground. And this is why we have, in the recent past, taken on a battle to fight people that pirate our content as Next Media. And in a couple of instances, we've arrested some of these people that do uploads on platforms like YouTube and a couple of others. But it has come to our attention that significantly, a huge number of them are not even aware that they're doing something wrong. So we've been left between a rock and a hard place to have to understand them. Some of these are university students, 19 years old, 20 years old, and they have access to technologies that allow them to pick this content, and then they are able to upload it on the sites that they upload it, but they're not aware that they're doing something wrong. So there is a huge information gap that we need to close. But that is very possible if we work with the stakeholders like URSB and all of the other parties to be able to drive this agenda. In the same breath, because of the industry that I work in, media, we work with people like artists who are part of the IP conversation, and they have a governing body. But it's also very important for us to note that a lot of them still do not understand what IP is and what the laws and regulations and everything surrounding that partakes. So you realize that many of the creators or innovators of these products are the first violators of their own properties, unknowingly. And it is very prudent for us to keep driving the conversation. It is something that we cannot do in a year, in a month, in a week. It is a continuous conversation that we must have. But in as much as we have the conversations in ballrooms like this and in places like this with very eloquent speakers and well-informed parties on these topics, it is crucial that we have similar conversations with the people at the grassroots, with the artist in Mbale or Gulu that does not know what it entails under the IP law or regulation for them as a creator or innovator. And even in the spaces like mobile applications, we have a mobile application as a media house, and we have suffered continuously violations from other creators carrying our content without any form of authorization or legal binding documents, and they don't even know that they are violating some form of property. So the conversations around these laws and regulations and infrastructure put in place around IP are those that we need to continuously have, and media has a huge role to play in providing spaces and platforms for this to happen, but it is important that the other stakeholders playing in this space avail themselves to do the education for the masses.
Wow, thank you very much. And what she's saying is that really we have to push more in terms of creating the awareness and doing the mobilization for purposes of protecting our intellectual resources and promoting them. I want to come to you, Professor Kodri. You know, climate change is taking a toll on the world, and where you sit, you're really part of our national strategies through electrical vehicles in order to pursue a green economy. At Uganda Investment Authority, we have a triple bottom line, which is people, profit, and the planet. So in terms of saving the planet while pursuing sustainable development, how is Chira Motors positioned to deliver on this?
Thank you, Morrison. See, when Kira Motors came on board, the issue of climate change was not quite the prime thing. What we set out to do was to see how we could train these young people that Dorothy talked about, how we could train them differently so that when they come out of the universities, then they will be engaged in doing something useful for the country and so forth. So it was like a riot against established mode of doctrine. But once we did that, we then realized that the electric vehicle was actually the first vehicle that was invented. The internal combustion engines came later, and they took over because in order to move this electric vehicle, you need a whole huge weight to carry the energy in those batteries and so forth. But with the same weight, the internal combustion engine can move 4 times the distance. That is where exactly the diesels and the petrols came and took over. Now, when we came in with the electric vehicle, we came at a time when issues of climate change were important. And indeed, going forwards, Kira and his type should be in the prime, because in Uganda, we have the advantage of having 8 intense hours of the sun daily. And indeed, one of the first things we tried to do was to see if we could create a solar bus. And we did experiment. It's available in Tinder for those to see. But the issue at the time, and right now, is the efficiency with which you can convert the sun's energy, which is free available, into that electric form, which is more convenient for transportation, and then use that. No. So in the meantime, can we use the available mode of energy storage and move away with those other modes which have got other issues, the issues of pollution that we are talking about? Okay? So Kira indeed is moving forward, and I know that we have been told that we have oil, and when we go with our program of electrification, we are going to hurt the economy. We are going to hurt the, But let me assure you that oil per se provides only 35% of the usage. The rest of the 65% of oil is elsewhere, pharmaceuticals and so forth. So Uganda will be able to do that. So Kira is pursuing that with, of course, a bit of transfer of technology, so that 2030, we would like to see electric mobility vehicles in which 65% of the parts are coming from here. Localization. By 2030, we would like to see 65% of that. And why are we doing this? Because we have got in raw materials. Iron, I think in Kigezi, are you near Kigezi? I don't know.
In Rwanda, at a place called Muko.
Muko, okay? We have those. Now, you have bamboos growing all over this place, Mbale for that matter. And if you go into Kayola today, the floor you see there is bamboo. And that brings me to the question of comparative advantage and competitive advantage. Wherever I go, I am being either warned or told that I don't have the comparative advantage to push the Kira program, the Kira agenda. Now, I ask myself, really? Competitive advantages, I think, are of two types. One is created. The other is natural. The natural ones are the raw materials and all this we have. And I then remember that when I was in my primary school, a road demonstration, I used to wear clothes called stockpot, which were made in Manchester and made of cotton. But Britain did not have the comparative advantage or competitive advantage to produce those materials because they didn't have the cotton. Okay? What did they do? They invaded you. And having invaded you, they now started exporting this. So, whereas I may be asked whether I have the comparative advantage to produce Kira vehicles and so forth, I think what should be done is to see how that comparative advantage can actually be created so that I'm able to produce these buses. The issue that I don't have comparative advantage and therefore I should not participate in the production of, because I think that should not be any question anymore. But see, what is tricky is I even get these questions from Parliament. Why should they give me the money to produce this? But I hope some of these answers or responses I'm giving will address that concern of comparative advantage, competitive advantage. You don't need it. You can create those advantages. And I know that The first encounter was in a book called something Economics by Samuelson, Paulson. Probably Professor Suruma will know more about that one. I think that creative and comparative advantage can be created, and we're creating that.
Okay, thank you very much. Later I will ask you whether you are investing money in the battery technology and whether if we move from here to Kotido to Arua, we can be able to charge our electric vehicles.
Oh, can I just
Can
say
you make a quick comment on that?
Yes. Indeed, the program of the Kirization, Kira, if you like, involves providing the energy that will move these vehicles from one place to the other. As I speak now, the Minister of Energy has come on board to ensure that throughout the country, along the roads, that we should be having these batteries, battery charging plants. And more so, we have the raw materials, perhaps that will be our advantage, raw material to be able to produce these lithium iron batteries and so forth. Kilembe has got a lot of these materials. Just the other day, was informed that that district of ours in Karamoja and that part of the Acholi areas do have a lot of graphite. And I'm thinking of seeing whom can I set partnership. You ask foreigners to come and invest here in it. Can I have them? We set up these joint ventures, and they produce these batteries actually from here, and we're capable.
Thank you very much, Professor. And at least for information, data sets from Uganda Investment Authority show that we have mineral wealth or mineral value worth 600 billion United States dollars unexploited, from, all the minerals that you can think about. Having said that, now I'm going to be limiting to some few minutes. So let me ask Engineer Dr. Dorothy Ekero, because Makerere University just celebrated 100 years of existence in innovation, in research and doing a lot of things. But we know that the Silicon Valley, which one of the speakers talked about, was birthed by Stanford University by creating spaces and creating a platform for startups that became unicorns and are ruling the world in terms of the return on investment. We have Katanga Valley there near Makerere University. What are your thoughts, Madam Dorothy Okero?
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. And one thing I can take, before I answer your question, I think we have to have more engagements actually with the Uganda Investment Authority so that we understand what role as the university or which other directions we should be looking at to prepare the country better. But that said, and Professor Chikodri actually has spoken to this, we are really shifting in terms of what we believe the role of the university should be. If you look at our strategy right now as Makerere University, we are looking to become a research-led university. And that changes the whole dynamic about how we operate, because what we really want to be doing, in addition to nurturing and molding young minds, is also addressing problems head-on. And this is why we're saying becoming research-led. And what we also look at, and in fact, even our part of our promotion requirements, we are supposed to show what are you doing in the community. So we want to emphasize also those components of what we do as a faculty. Because if it is incentivized, we shall move from the old mottos of publish or perish, all right? So we shall have published there because we need to document what we are doing. We need to share knowledge. But what have you actually done? And this is why also our relationships with the URSB, and we're really very grateful for the support we have received from Mercy to come and educate us further all right, and walk our hands through the innovation journey and managing of intellectual property. So we believe with gearing ourselves in this direction, we shall be better able to show what is the role of the university in terms of addressing national challenges. If you speak about the college where I come from, or the school for engineering, if you look at the priorities in the National Development Authority, there's barely anyone you can touch where there's no role for engineering, okay? But how does our training, okay, at the School of Engineering enable our students to believe that they are actually part of the national development, plan, rather than to believe that what they have to do is come out with a first-class degree at the end of 4 years and then put themselves out there. It is true, MTN, all these big companies, sorry I mentioned their company name, they're always coming looking for our best, and we want that to continue happening. But we also want our students to come out, whether they're from engineering or the others, knowing that they can actually create, right, solutions. And in fact, at the moment, and I do want to give kudos here to UNDP, we are working very closely with them to put up a multidisciplinary innovation hub, because, and this will be in one of our new teaching facilities, so it's going to acquire quite a big space. And the reason we are doing that is that we want to bring students from different disciplines to actually come and innovate and co-create together. I was in a meeting shortly before this one, and one of the issues we're discussing is that, yes, if you look around town, some of the drainages that have been established are really huge. They should be able to channel all the water that we get from our God-blessed rain, okay? But what is the problem, okay? Where are we dumping our waste? In those same channels. So while they were originally designed wide and with the capacity, okay, if we don't manage the behavior around how we actually dispose of our waste, and it ends up clogging those systems. However much engineering I have designed in terms of, yes, so much rain will come and I can clear it away so quickly if I don't address behavioral aspects. So we need to have more interdisciplinary activities coming together, and we are putting in place the kind of structures to make that done. And I just want to go back, because there's a lot of focus on IP. Also really, and what Mercy really struggles with is when we get these ideas, when we get these innovations, okay, we mainly stop at the minimum viable stage and then get other partners to help us with commercialization. This way I think also UIA comes in. How do we first stop our level of excitement and mind about IP, okay? Before we publish it in a conference or the other, and then we go to Mercy, and then we are told, well, it is prior art, even if it is me talking about my own work. In fact, Mercy, we had a conference the other day, and my students were so happy talking about one of the products that I thought we had discussed, we were still pursuing IP, and now I'm not even sure if I can go back to your team, although they had already helped us with writing up the documents, because URSB is doing a lot of support in that. How do we write up these documents? How do we prepare and everything? But how do we manage our excitement so that we protect the IP before we go public, and then you can get a bigger number in terms of the record of patents? Because the work is there. It's just understanding how the IP systems work so that actually we can also harness the revenue that would come from that stream. Oh. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Okedo. Makerere is transforming into a research-based institution. That's very powerful. I would also research-led. I would also add, and whenever I meet Makerere friends, I tell them that most universities are now pursuing a case method kind of approach with the students, you know, where, you know, CEOs and other people come into these classrooms and tell them, you know, the real action. Mm-hmm. And when I came to Makerere to speak, one concern that I had was that our students and innovators, when they try to create innovations, they are not looking at selling them to the, you know, billions of people in the world. Mm-hmm. They are focused on the internal dynamics. Yeah, but I also know that when somebody is seated in Singapore, seated in London, or seated in New York, these young people, when they are creating a company, they are creating a company to serve the world. And I think that reconfiguration of the global view is very important to change the dynamics. So having said that, let me go to Marseille. How can intellectual property be used to curb the dissemination of counterfeited goods and pirating, including digital pirating in Uganda?
Thank you, Rakakamba. Yes, intellectual property can be used to minimize or mitigate the risks of counterfeiting or piracy in Uganda. And this can be achieved through protection and registration, like Dr. Dorothy mentioned, and I had mentioned the same. When we stop the excitement of publishing before protection, that will enable and strengthen our degree of ownership and protection of our intellectual property. And of course, also doing advocacy, more advocacy. We need as many players as possible. The media has issues to raise that not much communication is being done. But we want to say that we have and continue to partner with the media to be the champions of this information. And we have clustered even the approach: intellectual property for communicators, intellectual property for innovators, intellectual property for innovators. We have disseminated all this information, but I know that through partnerships with the different key players and stakeholders, we can voice this out. Making unauthorized copies from any protected works, especially copyrightable works, is piracy. If you're going to make copies out of a book, if you're going to play somebody's music without authorization, if you're going to make a music for commercial use, copies out of movies, you are pirating and you are liable under the law. And if you are going to make or produce products with wrong labels or with somebody's trademark holding out or passing out, that also is not permissible. And we know that many people are innocent, are doing some of these things innocently, especially the young people. But like they say, ignorance of the law is no defense. And this is why we need to come up and support one another. So we can fight piracy and counterfeit through the continuous advocacy, promotion of the protection mechanisms, as well as working with the different key players. The enforcement landscape in Uganda has different players. We have Uganda Registration Services Bureau for Protection. We have the DPP for purposes of prosecution of the offenders. We have the courts of judicature for taking decisions that bind and resolving disputes in terms of the fights, the parties involved. We have Uganda Police that has a role to play, protection of property and persons under the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, and intellectual property is part of that intangible property that is protected. So again, the infrastructure is in place at the national level. And at the other level of institutions and the private sector, we need a lot of support because we are aiding and abetting some of these infringements, and we need to create a generation that respects intellectual property. And this now brings us back to our education system. How are we training the students, even our children in our homes, to respect intellectual property? You and I, are we using original products? Are we listening to original music? Are we the ones running the video libraries and the music libraries with copies that are infringing? Are we respecting intellectual property? The players in this, in the telecommunication, when you get these young people, the youth that have good innovations, that have formulated products and processes, why do you take advantage of them? These young people have good innovations, but they've been taken advantage of. So we want to encourage as many innovators as possible. Before you get excited to go to the marketplace for commercialization, please first safeguard your interest in that property by protecting with Uganda Registration Services Bureau. And when you have that documentation and that certificate, you can play around and run around with all the transactions that come after your protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I remember my brother Edgar Tabar and Justice Karhang of KTA were trying to do some patent for Mpenkoni's song of the president of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni. I don't know how far that moved. You did it? Oh,
maybe well. I can give a brief on that. The Mpenkoni's song was, yes, an artistic work created by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, through his campaigns. And because it was protectable subject matter, the content, the rhythm was found to be a very good original derivative work. And it was protected through KTA Advocates. And of course, the President has copyright in that song. And whoever uses it should ordinarily pay. But I think he's not commercial in nature. He decided to give it out to the world to use it for free. So it's on our register. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to the President and KTA. So now, before I go for the parting shots from the panel, quick parting shots, let me hear from Kevin. How is the entertainment and television industry in Uganda leveraging the use of intellectual property?
Well, I'll start with the entertainment side of things, which for the larger part, as a media house, we have a lot of entertainment shows. And I believe that we have done everything possible within the regulatable scope of things here as a country to register most of our shows and you know, trademark part of our properties and also copyright many of those. But in terms of how they can leverage the existing laws, is they should be able to protect their properties, to be able to harness as much in terms of revenue and them being able to be paid for the work that's invested in these properties. But like I said earlier, a lot of these people, especially the artists that we've worked with and the creators of things like dramas and series, are not aware of the opportunities that exist within a streamlined system and a regulated system of the IP system. And this is why many of them end up distributing their properties without exactly being secured, like Mercy has spoken earlier. So you have challenges with people saying, that soundtrack belonged to me, but this person went ahead and released a song on the market without my authorization. But when you go to the courts of law, you know, for litigation and all of these issues, there is nothing to back you up. So many of those conversations end up as roundtable discussions in the media space that can never be resolved because, again, like the earlier speakers have highlighted, many of these people are excited upon creation of these things that they do not have the thought process to go and secure their property. So it is very important for them to understand through education that yes, you've created whatever you're creating, but can you make sure that it is registered, it is trademarked, it's copyrighted under you, that then even at the point of distribution, whether through a media house, television, radio, or other digital platforms that have now cropped up, you have the right to distribute and disseminate this content under conditions and terms that you stipulate as an individual or as a group. There are people that are doing that very well and that I can give, some sort of props to. I believe Swangs is playing very well in that space. They do so much in protecting their properties, but there is still so much that can be done, even for us as media. Next Media is taking a very good example in making sure that our properties are copyrighted and protected and, preserved under URSB. But we are over 40 TV stations and hundreds of radio stations. Many of these people violate properties themselves unknowingly, because they don't even have this information. So they need to be aware, in as much as you're providing content through all of these platforms and giving entertainment to whoever you're giving it to, are you protecting the first owner of the IP, the artist, the creator, the producer, the director of that movie that you're distributing and disseminating? However, Morrison, I wanted to highlight something that I think Mercy should help enlighten us on. Through a continuous battle with copyright of property, with piracy and violation of our properties, we have hit many dead ends with some of these platforms like YouTube and the Google Play Store when it comes to our mobile application. And from mobile, we have had instances where people duplicate and create properties with a similar name to ours. And upon us submitting our registered trademarks and copyrights from URSB, which is our governing body here locally, there is then need for us to submit other documents that belong to other bodies like WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, or IPO. So I don't know how we can harness partnerships and relations, which I know for sure that Uganda is a member of these bodies, but then we still face challenges with these other platforms in making sure that they protect our rights for the IPs that we own.
Well, thank you very much. Masa, you will respond to that in your parting shot. But let me go to Professor Suruma. In your parting shot, where do you see Uganda in the next 40 years, briefly?
So you say in which area? What's the question?
The question is, we are here now talking knowledge economy. So by 2040, where do you see Uganda?
Well, in terms of technology, I think that we have no choice but to really move forward to the front lines. We don't have any choice. And I think that if we do that, then we have hope of survival. If we don't, we are in trouble. As a society, our survival depends on our being able to jump forward, to get into the fourth industrial revolution, and becomes part and parcel of our society. We don't have any choice. And I think the president is aware of this, and I think that in his speech, he says he has created a Minister of Technology in his office as part of this effort to put science in the forefront of policy. So I hope and pray that 40 years from now, we shall be, our innovation index and so on, that we shall have moved to a much better place than we are now. We want to encourage our young people to be more innovative and to help them and protect them, because I think that our regulatory system, our laws, have probably not been conducive enough, effective enough in encouraging and protecting innovations that our people are making. Many of us are frankly not that aware of these importance of these innovations, technologies, and trademarks and intellectual property. We need to do much more to make ourselves aware, to make our society aware of their importance. In trade, I think I find that when you try to export something, for example, I tried to export something to China, and it was destroyed. Its sample was destroyed. And I tried to find out why, and they said China has not approved our system for approving. I had the approval from Ugandan government, the relevant sector, but China said they have not approved it. And so, of course, someone, a friend of mine, has said the trade is war, has written a book, that trade is war, and it is. But we have to, part of the war is knowing how to make sure that you meet the standards that are being expected in the world. So if we are to engage in trade outside of the coffee and oil, where, because they need them, the standards are not put very high when they need our products. But when we are competing, the standards are made very, very high, and we have to be able to fight and get our products in the international markets. So I believe that this conference is very important in increasing awareness of the need for us to be technologically competitive in the world of the future.
Thank you very much. And that's a very optimistic view. For those who haven't read some papers published by Professor Suruma at the Brookings Institute, I think I have read some. They are really very insightful. We should find out about them. Coming to Mase Kinogwisho for your parting words, the late Professor Callistus Juma spoke vehemently and wrote articulately about leapfrogging technology. And in some of the books that I have read, there are so many innovations happening around the world. And he says developing countries don't have to recreate everything, but we can leverage those existing innovations in order to push quickly ahead. And I think China has done that extremely very well. And what I'm hearing from the room is that even when we do our innovations, as we try to apply them, globally, there is a conflict between the international tendencies, the harmonization with the other countries' laws. So Mase, what are your thoughts on how we can leverage the already existing global innovations, and how do we apply ours beyond our borders? Mase.
Thank you very much. That is a very good question. How do we leverage on already existing technologies to grow our economies? We have technologies that have existed for more than 100 years. And we have databases internationally where we have this information. You find we have so many cases of people taking 5, 10 years researching, developing technologies that have been somewhere lying in another jurisdiction for 50 years, 60 years, and they have actually fallen out of the protection scope because protection, for example, of patents is for 20 years. After 20 years, it goes back to the public domain, and anyone can utilize that. But where there's already, where it is in the protection scope, you can always get a license from the owner. And what we have done as Uganda Registration Services Bureau, we have put in place technology innovation support centers. These are support centers where researchers, where innovators tap into the databases globally that are provided by the World Intellectual Property Organization to research on the area of interest. And if you want to develop in a certain space, a technology in a certain space, you will check that database and you see what has been done. Because innovation patents, utility models, mainly are about what has not been done. What is the new solution that we are offering to these challenges, the modern challenges? And so we have set up those TISCs, the Technology Innovation Support Centers, in different universities and research and development institutions. We have now 31 of them in the country, and they should be utilized. And should any institution, be it a university or research and development institution, want to start up this innovation space, we have all the infrastructure. It's just a matter of writing to us, and then we come and set it up. So we've put that. But there are also components of the models of technology transfer. Technology transfer through agreements, through partnerships with developing countries, because sometimes we want to reinvent what has already been done. We want to repeat what has already been done. Why can't we get the licenses, the necessary licenses, so that we utilize the technology that has already been developed? We can even modify it to our environment in terms of the technology, in terms of the accessibility of the infrastructure that we have. Maybe lastly, I wanted to emphasize the fact that whereas to academia it is publish or perish, I know now it's being modified. For us in the protection space, the registration space, we are saying you innovate, protect, or you perish. If you do not protect your rights, then you'll find yourself empty, because the world is so smart. Yeah. As you project your new idea on social media, it moves so fast, and before you know it, somebody has come to protect it. Yeah. Lastly, we have many institutions. We've talked about the good national framework that we have, but at the institutional level, institutions, the private sector and the public sector, you need to put in place intellectual property strategies or policies within your institution that regulate issues of ownership, issues of commercialization, even benefits sharing. You've had cases where you work with a company, you've innovated, you've developed a good, landmark innovation that is changing the landscape of the benefits of the entity. But where there's no documentation, it's not clear what your contribution is, or whether you're on contract, whether you're working for the institution. So issues of ownership are resolved within the intellectual property strategies and policies within your institution. Lastly, on protection. Protection of intellectual property can be done at a national level through intellectual property offices. In Uganda, it is Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Protection beyond the borders can be done through the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, which has 20 member states. Uganda is a member state. And you go through our office, still, URSB, and we'll guide you on how you can designate the protection in all those countries, or any of those countries in Africa. Then protection across Africa, beyond Africa, is globally done through the World Intellectual Property Organization, which has over 130 member states, of which Uganda is. And where you want protection, you can identify the countries where you want protection. Just by mere one form, you tick the countries where you want protection, you get a certificate, and these protections are done. So the infrastructure is all there. All we need is to bridge the information gap, find the experts near you, find the lawyers, find the financial advisors, find the economists. We are all there in this space, but many people look at the cost of consultation vis-a-vis the loss that they incur when the products are infringed. The National IP Office, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, is there to guide you and give you all these technologies. And maybe very lastly, our chairman, chair of this session, moderator of this session, you know that we have a one-stop shop, Uganda Investment Authority with URSB, with all these government agencies. We're in one space. So you need information, you'll get all the information on the registration, investment license, trademark license, copyright license in one space. Uganda has modified the service delivery infrastructure. Please approach, come to us, and we'll give you all the information, because that is why these offices are there. That is why all these experts in this room are there to give you all the necessary information. I thank you very much.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much, Mase. As you know, if you come to Uganda Business Facilitation Center, now in Kororo, Uganda Investment Authority runs a one-stop center that has all the agencies of government for quick service, and for an investment license, it should now take you 2 hours to get an investment license. So thank you for raising that, Mase Kainowisho. Your parting words, Professor Tikodri, when are you listing Kira Motors on the stock exchange? You can use two.
Yeah, I was asking whether I should answer that in one sentence, but I'll go beyond that. Thank you very much. We have a program. Like I said earlier, for example, the localization of the products, of the processes, 65% would like to achieve that by 2030. That's about 80 years from now, right? Now, 2040, by that time, we should be on the stock exchange. That's what we'll put out. And also, from around 2030, we would like the governance, the management, the possession, to go to the private sector for obvious reasons. Right now, we came from Makerere through the ministries as a government entity with 96% owned by government and the other 4% for historical reasons by Makerere University. We think that the best way of now managing the situation thereafter will go to the private sector, and then Kira Motors will continue with the advance of the next phases, next stages of what we set out to do. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, it is very clear that Kira Motors is going to be a great company. I thought that in a few months you would list on the stock exchange so that we can buy shares, you raise capital, and we take the company quickly. Because companies like Tesla that went quickly into the market and mobilized money, ran very fast. So, Professor, isn't that timeline quite so far?
Sorry?
Timeline for listing.
Yeah, within the next, we would like to do it in the next 5 years, okay? To have the private sector really come on board and then drive these processes, okay?
Okay, I will continue speaking with you. Such that we shorten this time frame, because your company is a very, very, the projections for profitability are really very high.
Thank you.
Is Anthony Tubman, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still with you.
I think we've lost Anthony Tubman, because I wanted how WTO can help us to apply our innovations globally through the WTO. Are you on?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Go ahead. How do we get our innovations to apply globally and quickly, such that we can sell our products to China, to Geneva, where you might be, and other places?
Well, you have one customer already. I want to put my name down for a Kira solar-powered electric vehicle. It sounds like a fantastic idea. So we can start with that basis.
Thank you.
More broadly, if I might say, so many of the issues that you've touched on today are direct practical challenges that we do know about and work with. Our approach, of course, is not to prescribe or promote a particular formula. It's a matter of working through the decision tree. And one advantage that we have now, if you like, the TRIPS agreement is our intellectual property agreement. That's now 27 years old. And we actually, initially, the approach to implementing that was quite formulaic. It was almost literally a matter of cutting and pasting legislation. It was not embedded in domestic policy making. It wasn't geared to domestic policy priorities. And we've heard a lot this morning about prioritization. I think what we can do now is learn from the experience of 130 plus countries who have worked with this framework in different ways, and to understand how to make use of the international rules as a platform, as a foundation, not as the ultimate answer, but as a surer foundation to work from, so that those individual domestic needs and priorities can be attended to. And it goes beyond the IP world, of course, and the question of standards and standards being used potentially as trade barriers, that's part of the picture as well. So we work very closely with WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization. Of course, they've got immense depth of expertise and resources on the full range of IP matters. And at the same time, we can work on with them or directly on a range of specific points. One part is building on that experience from around the world, how to fine-tune and apply the broad principles of the IP system in a way that makes sense in the light of domestic circumstances, domestic priorities. Certainly, human capital development is critical, and we know many examples of countries that have virtually the same IP legislation in place, but vastly different experiences in getting the impact from it. And the difference is not magical, it is about know-how and the full range of know-how that's been mentioned, so that the innovators, the engines of innovation and creativity, they know how to use the system, what the options are in a practical sense. And the case has been made very clearly this morning why that's essential. Also, the administrators of the system and even the legal fraternity, in particular patent practitioners. This is a recondite art. It's a difficult profession to work successfully in, and there's no shortcut to building up that expertise. A patent document is not simply filling out an application for a dog license or whatever. It is a very complex task, and there's no shortcut to making use of that. So we can work and would love to work with anyone with an interest on those various aspects, mapping out the policy framework within and beyond the IP system, working with international and regional partners, which we do a great deal of, and also really tailored practical capacity building, development of training and capacity building materials, really focused not again on a general textbook patents 101, but a very practical approach to making use of the IP system for social and economic development. And I think one advantage, if you like, we have now looking back over the last quarter century of implementation of our agreement, the TRIPS agreement, is that it's moved from being a very formulaic, a very simple, simplified, oversimplified, and ill-adapted approach to importing ideas and systems from elsewhere, to a much more grounded, much more empirically based, a much more nuanced and well-adapted approach that really does sit with the needs and priorities of individual countries. So that's the kind of approach we do take, and can take, and so I know from this morning's conversation that you're well on the way. This was a very impressive overview of the challenges, but also the responses to those challenges, and our job is really to support and provide input to what is already a very impressive and forward-looking national dialogue, and that's of course essential. One of the difficulties in the past is that IP has been the preserve of a if you like, a narrow kind of priesthood, community that's really locked away, working on their own systems. The critical part, and I think this has come through really every presentation this morning, is to see it embedded in the national conversation about achieving the National Development Program and making use of that fantastic, energetic, educated youth that you have, and how to translate it into worthwhile and stimulating employment that benefits society. Our role as an international organisation is simply to help support that process and to provide the resources that we have available, and of course, above all, in partnership with our international and regional counterparts. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and I'd love to keep in touch with those taking part today. That's absolutely our job, but it's also a pleasure. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anthony Tubman. He's speaking directly from the World Trade Organization. And he says that these conversations on intellectual property are embedded, and they are going to drive industrialization and job creation. So from policy to action. Thank you very much. I will end with the parting words from Dr. Dorothy. And Dorothy, as you know, 6 years ago, government of Uganda, through the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, launched an Innovators Fund. And they have been funding the best ideas to mature and get into the market. Are students and incubation hubs in Makerere University and other institutions benefiting from that fund?
Yes, they are greatly benefiting, and actually I would say that maybe just stepping before my yes answer, I think in the education sector we have a great responsibility because we have the opportunity to help facilitate and nurture our young ones, and Uganda is not known as the entrepreneurial country for nothing. So we know that that talent is there. We know that that creativity is there. And so that is our first responsibility. The support from government, from initiatives through for example, the Ministry of ICT and also the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation all come in to complement, and we greatly appreciate that. From the universities, at least starting off with the public universities, we're also really grateful to government for the Research Innovation Fund that we all receive now. All of these are really supporting us in terms of nurturing and supporting the innovation and creativity that we have. And indeed, I'd say that we pride ourselves as the home of innovation, at least that's our tagline. I think what I would like to add to what has been shared here already, because Makerere, indeed, we do have the IP policy in place. We have an IP office. They do run very active IP sessions in addition to the partnerships that we have with URSB. So that is very important in place. But I would like to use this platform also to call for more partnership and collaboration, because all the players, I believe, participating in this symposium over the 2 days are people that are interested in knowledge management. So I really put out a call to everyone here. There are 3 areas we are looking at. One is knowledge creation. So come join us. Let us address the problems of this country. We have the raw talent, okay? We can work with you. We are flexible. We can work around that. Second to that is knowledge protection, because we've learned, don't get excited first, okay? First, protect. So that is very key. Marcia and her team do a good job. Our own team at the university do a good job of it. But I think what has come out very clear is that we need more awareness right down to the level of our students and all in terms of why is this important for us to do. And mindful that with social media, things can move very fast, and we're dealing with young people who even technology can make you a slay king or slay queen. You know, you have to learn their language if you're going to engage with them. So how do we with that speed of deployment of information, matched up with a speed of deployment in protecting. And the last area that we need to work on in terms of the knowledge economy is the deployment of these innovations so that we actually solve our problems. And maybe if I can squeeze in one more thing. You mentioned that when you're in Singapore and these other places, they're thinking the world. And actually what we tell our students, and this for engineering, is that if you solve one of the problems around, for example, safe water, okay? How many billions in the world need safe water? So you can even start by looking at your simple village in northern Uganda, southern Uganda, and whatever. But because of how big a scale that problem is, you will go global. So we actually train them to first work on that. And I give a lot the example of Facebook. Because Facebook started by seeing how can they keep in touch as college friends. It's just that it grew from that because all of us want to keep in touch. But the original problem started by how do they as college friends, and I think when you start at that level and really zoom in to what are the pain points, that's how we come up with sustainable innovations. Thank you.
Wow, sustainable innovations. And I hope KTA has already taken on COVIDX because it also caused some reverberations when it was deployed. So I hope KTA, you have also sorted COVIDX. I want to thank very much my panel for the insightful and robust discussions on this topic. I also want to thank the physical audience. Oh, Professor, you want to have another last one?
I'm sorry, I'm being disorderly, but I hope you'll permit it. Just
yes,
by way
in 1 minute.
By way of announcement, I guess. You have seen buses on our Kampala roads, okay? Two types, basically. There's the white one, that's the pure electric vehicle. Then there's this one run by Thorndike, again on the roads. And I'm being asked, why am I not producing the sleek ones, which is Kira EV Smart that she talked about? Just to let you know that we're being focused on the kind of program we had set up, that one, we add value to what we do. And we add more value actually by producing the buses. And secondly, there's the import substitution. We are going that what we were caught in during the COVID, we don't want that to be repeated. So those are some of the things that are driving our processes. By June next year, we hope that the plant in Ginger on his land, the Ginger Business Industrial Park, will be commissioned. And then at that point, we can even then produce your specialized Kira EV Sleek, the other small ones. But as of now, when you see more buses on the road, it's basically because we are being driven by that agenda. Thank you very much.
Very, very important. And certainly I hope KTA will not charge for the Kalango because Chira Motors is our own import substitution technology, and we're going to export buses to Africa and the world. And as Uganda Investment Authority, of course, we are happy to be associated with you. We allocated you a lot of land resources and hope to continue working with you as you expand. Having said that, once again to the panel, thank you very much. To the physical audience, thank you very much. To those following us online, thank you so much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Yeah, bigger round of applause for that. I don't think that your hand claps are registered, so we can still use them as much. Thank you very much to Morrison. Thank you very much to the panel. You can choose to use either this side or that side to get down. And Morrison, I kindly request that you will lead your panel just outside for a group picture so we can keep the memories of this, and probably we can be able to trademark this picture, particularly here. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be, all right, okay, actually we can have the picture here. We don't need to take you outside. So just get below and we will have the picture right here. I will also invite the partners, KTA, to please join this picture. Morrison, down? Do you want it down or up? Down, okay. The KTA partners kindly come and join this particular picture here. And yeah, we can trademark it later on, since Mpenkoni is also trademarked already. Okay, we'll be taking that particular one, and in just a bit, our next panel will be coming on. But I just want to remind you, please, to scan that QR code that is on your desks, and you will be able to get the magazine. You will be able to as well get more information. We'll also have a poll running. My co-MC will be letting you in on that poll, and we want you to as well continue with these conversations by joining our emailing groups or the WhatsApp groups, so the conversations can actually be able to continue, and we just don't stop at this and wait for the 6th symposium for us to be able to. Lack of information has come out clearly, the rush to commercialize, and the prioritization of everything ending up not having any sort of priority has also come out, Kim. So just before I invite my I would like us to just do something small. So when I say IP, you say yes, right? Are we together? When I say IP, you say yes. And when I say register, you say creation. Are we together? Let's just try it. IP, register. Okay, I want us to create a tune. So when I say IP, you say IP. When I say register, you say register. KTA, I'm coming to register my tune, so no one registers it. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite my co-host who will be introducing our next panel, as well as some more information she has to pass on.
Good afternoon. So we have been encouraging everybody to scan the QR codes that are on your tables. When you scan it, you will be able to access the KTA poll. The KTA poll is encouraging everybody to join discussions post-symposium and to have a forum of key stakeholders in Uganda's policy and regulatory sectors. So if you join in, you can always ask the questions. You might not have maybe time to ask all the questions and have them answered, but you can join those groups, and we continue the discussion there. We also want to pass on the communication that we have exhibitions that are happening outside, exhibitions that have our different participants and partners in this symposium. These will include WAPE, Huawei, NSSF, URSP, Rock Telecom, Yeko Creative, Uzazi, and PDPO, Personal Data Protection Office. So what WAPE does, it's a tech startup operating at the intersection of digital skills with products connecting talent and access to opportunity. So it's an online event platform. It gives a talent marketplace, and it is the host of this event currently. Secondly, we have URSP, which is an intellectual property office, which is supporting KTA in its initiative to build awareness on the benefits of intellectual property in addressing an economic development, addressing the economic development gap. So we also need to note that URSP has currently moved. It's no longer at Georgian House. It has moved to Plot 1, Baskerville, Kololo, and they're open to offering all the intellectual property rights registrations, including trademarks, patents, copyright, industrial designs, GIs, and many more. We have Rock Telecom, which is also readily available for technological infrastructure. You should visit the Rock Telecom's booth for more information on network clouds and data center related services. So we also have Uzazi. Uzazi is a bit different. So it's, as I asked them earlier, and they told me Uzazi is like the Facebook for moms. So new moms especially. You have tech-related information there for mothers. I think it's a community for moms to discuss and know how best to take on the role of a mom for the first time, and it's done there. So it has all motherhood content on there, and you can also find their booth for more information. You have Yeko Creative, which is offering print commissions on book covers, wall art, fabrics, and any other print. There's Equity Bank that's offering account opening, loans, especially now that we need to find funding for these technological developments. And we also have them offering trade finance. We also have ChargeCore. ChargeCore is a portable, it's offering portable power solutions, which is solar backpacks, power banks, just so that we don't have to always carry the wire and connect it into walls all over the place. We have this that allows you to carry your portable power bank, and it's charged by the sun. They also have electric bikes, and yeah, basically those are the ones that we are having right now. Oh, and also the PDPO that allows data controllers, protectors, and processors to make registration for the management of their data. And so we just, they're all outside. Please do take time off to visit them, ask any questions if you have any, and have fruitful discussions with them. I'm now introducing and welcoming our second panel on leveraging big data analytics and artificial intelligence in the formation of policy and provision of public services. So this panel will be chaired by Mr. Emmanuel Mugabe, the Manager Governance and Risk at NITA. And in the next hour, we hope to have a fruitful discussion on how AIs and big data analytics can help in the formation of policies and laws in this sector. So let's give a warm welcome to the chair, Emmanuel Mugabe. Thank you.
Hello, once again, welcome. Allow me to invite straight away our panelists. I'm going to start with Justine Ayebare. She's the Principal Economist at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Our second panelist is Ivan Muchibi. He's a data scientist at GIZ Uganda. Bernard Mukasa, partner Otis Advocates. And Dr. Cosmas Mwichirize, who's the Superintendent, Industrial Value Chain, Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, Office of the President. As the panel comes on to us to give a round of applause to KTA for making sure the panels are balanced. We don't have manos happening today. So there's been a meme going around, someone speaking about things that you have to sound intelligent. The words big data, AI, blockchain keep coming out to sound trendy and cool. And today here we are bringing light to that. I quickly want to start off with Ivan Muchibi, who is someone who has done this and led the actual usage of big data AI here in Uganda through the GIZ Uganda office. So Ivan, to start us off, if you could, in as brief way as possible, in as clear words for both our audience online and also here, let us know how you define big data, and also what kind of data do you think would be useful for government in order to inform policy and provision of public services.
Thank you. So basically what big data means is large volumes of data, which includes structured, which is tabular data, and unstructured. And here we have things like images, tweets on Twitter, Facebook, etc. Now, maybe one thing that we need to emphasize is when we are talking about big data, now it's no longer about volume because data is already available. but the focus is more on what are you doing with this data? If you're an organization, if it's government, how are you using this data? Then on the second question, which was which data?
Yes, which kind of data would be useful for governments? As governments first move to adopt digital transformation, what data sets, what kind of data would be relevant to inform policy design, but also the actual provision of public services?
Now, to answer which data would be relevant, it depends on two factors. So one is, what goal are you trying to achieve? What initiatives have you set? So if I'm trying to solve a problem, maybe in the next 12 months, 5 years, 10 years, I need to set a goal. Then second is, this goal that I've set, which use cases can I derive that can drive towards achieving these goals? And then third is the data sources. So I'll give an example. Rural electrification. So the government has a goal of ensuring that rural areas have abundant electricity. So now, that is one goal that we have. Now, if I look at that, then I further look at smaller goals, which would be, how can I increase electricity in a pilot district, like, let's say, I'll pick an example of Lamo. I want to increase electricity by 5%. So that is a use case. Now, which data sources can help me drive this use case? So now I'll start identifying what are the data sources. I have the building data set, which comes from Google. We have district boundaries, which comes from UBOS. I'll also use Facebook Nightlights dataset, and so many other datasets. So essentially, we can't really, from this podium, can't identify all the datasets that the government could use, because datasets are goal-driven. You first have to identify a goal, and then identify use cases that can drive this goal. Maybe another example that I could give is, if you're looking at the education sector, I think among the previous panelists, there was a mention of school dropouts. So that is something that you want to look out. Now the next thing would be, if I'm looking at dropouts in schools, what would be a use case? Could be reduction of dropouts. Now, usually when you are identifying use cases, they should be quantifiable and measurable. Now, if you don't identify use cases that are quantifiable and measurable, you'll probably use the wrong data. And that's why when I'm answering this question, I didn't begin with mentioning the data sets, but rather, what goal are you looking at? What use cases can you identify? And the use cases, I've said, they need to be quantifiable and measurable. Now, many times when you're working on AI projects, most of them end up failing. So that's why you can't really start identifying data sets, but rather it's very important to start from goals. What are you trying to achieve? Then, what use cases can you use to achieve that goal? Are they measurable? Are they quantifiable? Now, in most cases, if they are not, then they don't qualify to be AI projects. In this case, you'd not waste a lot of time trying to get the big data that we are talking about in this case. So maybe I'll leave it at 2 examples because there are many. But the key that I wanted to bring out here is goals, use cases that are measurable, and with that, we can get the data sources. Because data is available. So many ministries have data. And most cases, they have things that they want to achieve. But if we take that approach, then I think that will help us deliver services to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivan. It's quite loud and clear. Goals, use cases is how you derive a lot of value from big data. Justin, from Ministry of Finance, from what Ivan is saying, is this something that the Ministry of Finance has considered doing yet?
Thank you. The ministry, partnering with other institutions, especially the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, is actually thinking through this. As one of the members mentioned in the earlier panel, from the NDP3, we know that data and technology are at the forefront for government. And this is mainly because data informs the kind of policies that we make. One of the challenges we've had with traditional data is that it comes with a lag. And so sometimes by the time you make a decision, the characteristics of the problems have changed, and so the policy may not actually be relevant. So Uganda Bureau of Statistics, in their third plan for national development statistics, is actually looking at widening the scope of data from just traditional to non-traditional. And this is mainly to improve the policy that we are making, so that we as government can be able to have timely response to the issues that keep arising. So this is something that government is interested in. However, big data has some complexities, and so what we are actually doing is we are trying to see how best do we implement this. As we know, there are challenges with privacy concerns, and government is concerned about that. We have a concern on security of this data, because not all the data is supposed to be accessed by everyone. So as much as we are appreciating the aspect that this big data is bringing on board, we have to balance it out with some of the challenges that it might come with. But also it's an opportunity to increase our skill set. Big data comes with additional skill sets that are needed, things like data scientists, he's one of them. So this is an area where we can actually improve the skill set, because it's not just the data that is available. You need to be able to sort that data, to mine that data, to make the data speak to the people that need to use it. So this is something that government is interested in, and is actually working on that with the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. NITAU is actually providing support in terms of the tools for which the data will be mined and used by different users, but also other general ministries, agencies, and departments that are users of this data or providers of this data.
Thank you so much for that. Clearly, we're moving in the right direction. So hearing it from our counterparts, Dr. Cosmas Mwikirize, earlier on from the opening, the speech that was read from His Excellency, there was a huge focus on the reason why the Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation was created, and why it was placed under the Office of the President, to be able to create that central driving factor for science in Uganda. So if you can, please let us know, how can big data be used to add value to the industrial value chain in Uganda from where you sit?
Thank you. Now, I'll start from where I stopped. So His Excellency the President has given us 8 priority areas, and every aspect of science, technology, and innovation in this country can fit within those areas. For example, I mentioned just a few. Professor has been talking about mobility. Can we make design, sell mobility solutions here, including e-buses and electronic motorbikes? We have renewed focus on what we call the pathogen economy. We're looking at developing vaccine therapeutics and diagnostics here in Uganda. And again, we have renewed focus on development of natural therapeutics, deriving medicines from local herbs, standardizing them so that they can trickle into the market in a standardized manner. We also have aeronautics and space. We have Industry 4.0. where big data is really a core component. We also have productivity acceleration, where we're looking at all innovations that can improve the way how people do whatever they do, be it business processes, agricultural processes, value addition, industrial processes, industrial automation, and so on and so forth. Now, to cut the story short, each of the industrial value chains needs big data in some form at every stage in the value chain, be it research and development, be it market validation, or be it the commercialization stage when we're ready for the market and we're looking at scaling. Now, when we look at big data, we're looking at essentially 4 V's, right? And big data analytics is essentially garbage in, garbage out. So you must get the data right in the first place. So you're looking at 4 V's. You're looking at volume. I think several panelists have hinted on it. You're looking at velocity. How fast, how soon can you get this data? And then you're also looking at variety. You don't want your data to be biased towards a particular category because that's going to mess up your analysis. And then you're also looking at veracity. How truthful is this data? And at the Science, Technology, and Innovation Secretariat, we're the fulcrum of the entire science, technology, and innovation system of the country. So we use big data analytics to guide every step in our processes, be it planning, where should we put the money, where are the pain points in the ecosystem. And of course, when we're giving out funding for like research grants, we again look at the entire process. We don't just look at the end stage, which is the analytics component, but we look at the acquisition, the curation, the preparation, the storage, and then later on we can churn it out to various applications where this data can be useful. And then lastly, we want big data analytics to be espoused at every stage of our work when we're looking at what research laboratories we want to support, when we're looking at what advanced manufacturing and testing capabilities we want to instill, to develop in this country. We want every decision to be empirically determined by data, driven by data. Over.
Thank you so much. Just a quick one, something that came to mind. These big data sets that you have, are they in any way available for the public to use, or is it for now locked to the Ministry of Science and Technology?
Now, I think that's a question that cuts across all government MDAs, not just Ministry of Science and Technology. But as my colleague has mentioned, not every data set can be availed to the public. But there's a lot of data that's resident out there that can be availed to the public with the appropriate safeguards that address privacy concerns. For example, if you're looking at healthcare data sets, we have a lot of that sitting in our hospitals. And we shouldn't only look at data that's collected by government, but we're looking at private sector players also, like in the healthcare delivery chain. So lots of data in there. If it's properly anonymized, for example, it should be availed so that our innovators can make use of it. But yes, as government, we can also do a better job to sift through all the data that we have, and we see what we can avail to the public, both for their sensitization, for their consumption, but also for innovation.
Thank you so much for that. I ought to briefly invite my host today to give us an announcement, then we'll come back to Bernard on some of the aspects of protection that come to rise when sharing of data.
I think yes, it's back on. Apologies for the interruption. We shall have another panel that's going to go on concurrently with the current one. It's going to be downstairs in breakout session 1. That is in Majestic Hall. That panel will be discussing the road to digital transformation and whether Uganda is ready for this transformation. So that panel will discuss the steps that have been taken so far in the effort to digitalize Uganda. It will look at the challenges and gaps in implementing such initiatives and policies, the low levels of digital literacy, the limited internet coverage, and the low levels of digital inclusion. They will also see how these issues can be rectified. So if possible, I will have Dr. Amina Zawede, Chris Lukolio, Bart Cornell, and Christine Mujimba. They will move out, and those that wish to join that discussion can also move out and join them in the hall downstairs. And those that are joining us online can also do the same. There will be a link for you to join the other meeting as this one also goes on. So we can have the both of them go on concurrently. Sorry for that. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Coming where I left to Bernard, Dr. Cosmas has let us know how big data is being used across so many areas: mobility, vaccine, natural therapeutics. We've also heard from Justin also telling us about how Ministry of Finance and other government agencies are using data. Just before we went for a short break, there was discussion around how this data can be used to inform policy, public delivery, but also allow this data to be shared for any other interested party to use it. So coming from the legal perspective, how can such data be collected, stored, analyzed, and used by government in a manner that respects the right to privacy and also abides by the data protection and privacy laws here in the country?
Thank you. Actually, I was just hearing what the panel that's going on concurrently is doing, and I thought it's really related to this. We're discussing the upward part, and they're discussing the practical parts in achieving some of these. But I'll go to how the data, collection of data comes with a lot of responsibility, because this is a lot of data. It affects so many people, and it's an ecosystem. There's someone who's collecting it as it's identified. There's the way it's collected, the way it's stored, and the way it's used, and eventually after the use. So it's a whole ecosystem, and it's very important that we understand that people are at the core of this ecosystem. So we have to use this data, we have to analyze this data. Government has to use this data in tandem with the rights of the individual person, the everyday Ugandan, the right to privacy and other antecedent rights. In that respect, legally on the policy and legal side, we've done very well. We've enacted our Data Protection Act. It's already in place. Kenya has one. I think Tanzania is playing catch up. That's the first and basic net of protection. Have the law, you know, because there's a lot of data being collected, have a law to protect it. So of course the Act sets out the bare minimums, the principles of data collection, how you must go around this collection, how you must go around the storage, how you must go around the possible breaches, and how you must go around using it and eventually disposing of it. So the law really prescribes the principles of data collection, and some of them, not to go into all of them, are that one, the subjects must of course consent. You can't just collect data ad hoc. Two, it must be as specific as possible to the purpose. So if you want two aspects of the information on my national ID, for example, you shouldn't be taking a picture of the whole ID, because there's a lot of other information there, like my address. You may just want my name and my ID number. So you need to be as specific as possible. I mean, there's the aspect of consent, especially for children. We have to protect their data. There's the aspect of privacy, which again ties in with the right to privacy, which is guaranteed by the Constitution. There's the purpose for which you're collecting. There's the timeline for which you need the data. I mean, we had an example in COVID, I'll borrow from China, where they were linking devices to the average citizen, and these devices were linked to so many services, banking, your work, your health, and everything. But they're collecting this data for purposes of COVID. Now COVID has gone, what are you going to do with this data? It's already somewhere there. So the law needs to protect how that data is, after the purpose is passed, how it's either stored or disseminated and that sort of thing. The rights of data subjects, even as they consent and you collect, there are certain basic rights that they need to that need to be respected. So emphasis of the law is really on consent, on sensitization, on penalties against breaches, especially by government being the theme of the NDP3's government and ICT. So, for example, in government breaches, it needs to regulate itself. We had an incident recently, I don't know how it played out, maybe the people from the Personal Data Protection Office can tell us, when the immigration, government has many arms, so it's interesting to see how these arms work hand in hand. So the immigration guys released passport details online, and then people complained. I think the Data Protection Office got involved. They were retrieved, they were eventually deleted. But that's a lot of information. You've released someone's, the information the immigration guys have is a lot. So, for example, if one arm of government has had such a data breach, it would be interesting to see how government self-regulates in terms of putting in order that arm of government. And this is what inspires confidence in our data protection system, because the entire AI is based on transparency and accountability. Once we don't trust what the data is being collected for, where it's being kept, how it will be kept, then the system already has loopholes. So it will be very interesting to see if there are any other such breaches of of citizen information, how government has dealt with them, and to set an example in itself anyway. Due process, of course, is also very important. You want to collect data from students, you want to collect data from a select group, you want to collect data from tenants, URA, have you got court orders, have they been procured the right way, have you got search warrants to collect this, to get all these laptops with all this data. And again, another important aspect the law needs to provide for is collaboration with both private collectors. For example, private owners of CCTV, they have some footage which government may use, which probably they don't have. And also with other developers, we've heard about the universities and innovation hubs, and also when the data crosses our borders, are there ancillary protections put in place for it, for example, when it's out of the border, or are the protections only in Uganda? So it's just regulate, monitor, be accountable, be transparent, and that's the theme in the law. So it's there in the law, we've enacted the act, and the Data Protection Office is now there, semi-autonomous. We have a duty to report any data breaches, and then we see how it plays out, because we are very good at sometimes legislating, having all these very good policies and laws, but when it comes to implementation, that's where we may face a challenge. So I'd like to see government be strong on protecting the rights of citizens, on implementing the already very good law we have. Our Data Protection Act is very good, but I would like to see strong implementation of the same. So I would like to see immigration, the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control, being held accountable for that breach, and so many other breaches. You see traffic police sometimes releases the CCTV footage. It has so many other things going on. You can even see your own number plate by mistake, when you're just passing in the background of what they're releasing it for. This all needs to be, because if I don't trust the system, then I won't subscribe to it, and then it endangers the whole ecosystem of AI.
Thank you so much, Bernard. That was quite insightful, and basically saying government can, but should do this within the confines of the law, and also hold itself check at the same level as it does during enforcement. Yes, we do have the Data Protection and Privacy Office present here today. They have a booth outside where we can pick up this conversation much further. From Ivan Muchibi, from the global perspective that you have, there are other countries currently using big data as a basis for policy and provision of public services. Are there any quick examples that come to mind for countries that are similar to Uganda on how they are winning at using big data for effective, efficiency, and also easy to use public services, and providing them where they matter the most and in time?
Maybe before I go to other countries, I would like to start from home. So in Uganda, Ministry of GIZ is supporting Ministry of Energy. They are working on rural electrification in northern Uganda and the West Nile. Now, the ministry is supposed to deploy or set up mini grids for generating solar power. Now, one of the things that you need to do before you set up mini grids is to identify which sites are most suitable for setting up these mini grids. Now, if you use traditional methods, it's probably going to take you maybe 1 year as you traverse through all these areas. Now, what we are doing is using satellite images as one of the data sets. We are identifying which sites are most suitable for the ministry to set up these mini grids. And at the moment, the ministry has set up so far 25 mini grids in Lamo districts, and this is with the help of artificial intelligence. So that is home. Now, going beyond Uganda, one of the things that maybe I'll not mention countries, but these are use cases that are readily available. There's data that comes from Twitter. Now, if you look at that data, it's geolocated, and it can tell you where people are tweeting from. Now, one of the discussions we're having today is digitalization. What if I want to know what is the digital footprint of a country? The data that comes from tweets is one of the most useful data that can tell you which areas are digital centers, which areas are digital average, and which areas are digital deserts. Now, based on that data, you can have infrastructure improved if that's the issue why some areas are digital deserts, and this especially applies to urban poor areas. I think in every country there are poor urban areas. And in most of these areas, you'll find that their engagement on Twitter is limited, and one of the factors is they don't have infrastructure. This is proven even in the first world countries. Now, such a use case can also be applied in Uganda. Then we have solar panel detection. Using computer vision, many countries are now looking at the number of solar panels that have been deployed. And with that, you can gauge, say, one of the use cases can be, because now there's a lot of panels that are of poor quality. One of the things that they look at is, are there areas where solar panels are of low quality? So if I'm doing clustering, for example, I can identify maybe clusters of areas that have panels that are defective. I can gauge the amount of energy that these panels are contributing to the national grid or electrification. Then also looking at urbanization. If I'm looking at, if I use satellite images, I can look at urbanization maybe in the last 10 years. How are urban centers growing? And based on that, I can plan how to deliver services to these areas based on the pace of growth, number of inhabitants, structure of houses, and many other factors. So yes, there are already use cases that are being applied in terms of using big data.
Thank you so much. I want to come back to Dr. Cosmas. During the opening, Dr. Ezra Roma mentioned that one of the things they're using in the parish development model is getting data from the parish direct, using technology because they want the data now, real time, in order to influence how decisions are taken. So from the perspective of Ministry of Science and Technology, what strategies are you putting in place so that you have this data coming in real time, continuously, and not relying on data which is taken at different periods in time, but rather having a pipe that can give you data real time that you can continue to use as you design the work that you do?
Right. That's a very good question. Now, I guess we start from planning. As you may be aware, when we're budgeting, when we're planning now, we no longer work as sectors. I think Justin can talk more about this. So we work in a program-based approach. So at the Ministry of Science and Technology, we lead the Innovation, Technology Development and Transfer Program. And what the program working paradigm ensures is that you're not just looking at the confines of your sector. So whatever you do, you're involving other ministries that are relevant to what you're doing. So, for example, we find that in most of our focus areas, we're working with Minister of ICT, Minister of Defense, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, and Minister of Trade, and many others. So, and then again, you find that in addition to those MDAs, we're working also with private sector players. We're working with players in the academia. We're funding a lot of projects, most of which are data-centric. For example, in healthcare, disease monitoring and surveillance. We're talking about all these pandemics that are breaking out every day. And so we rely on this entire ecosystem. So we have resources everywhere, be it in collaborating MDAs or academia or the private sector, that end up feeding us all the data that we need. So we do not have our own infrastructure per se, but we rely on our partners to get the data that we need to make these decisions. Now, if I may, one thing I've noted as a limitation in what we do and what many people in government do is, even when we have the data, we rely on rudimentary methods to analyze it. So we're not making optimal use of the potential of big data analytics. You find all this data lumped up in Excel sheets. We're using plus and minus to analyze it. We're not leveraging, machine learning. And you find these government MDAs maybe don't have intrinsic capability to develop some of these solutions. So I think the clarion call I would make is that once we have sorted out the access issues and we can, avail some of this data to the innovation system, let us give our local innovators a chance to develop some of these solutions that can feed back into our government processes. Because even when we take that step of leveraging modern technology, we end up importing most of the solutions. We get off-the-shelf solutions, which most of the time lack a local context. And of course, we end up giving away jobs and resources that would have stayed here. Over.
Thanks a lot. One of the things I've come to learn is that for you to drive digital transformation or even make advantage of big data, AI, you need a mindset change within the institution, right from the technology layer, as has been hinted on by Dr. Cosmas, but also within the leadership layer, comes from the minister, permanent secretary, up also need the same kind of mindset. So for Justin, how have you gone about it at the Ministry of Finance, given you're at the Center for Planning, Development, Economic Development for Uganda? How have you gone about this mindset change that can allow use of such technology when it comes to decision making?
Thank you. Maybe for some of the audience, the AI is artificial intelligence. So I know there's a lot of acronyms going around, but we shouldn't lose the other audience that's out there. I think the issue of mindset change is a big issue, and as my colleague mentioned, the National Planning Authority saw that as a foundation for a lot of change to happen, that stakeholders have to be involved in the change process, otherwise things are put in place and they don't work. And that's why we actually have a program that is called Community Mobilization and Mindset Change to support all these other programs that go around. So I think the issue of mindset change is one that can't be underestimated. One of the things that planning is rethinking is using evidence-based methods to be able to plan. And I think one of my colleagues mentioned it a bit earlier on. A lot of policies that come up, one of the questions that we are asked is, what's the evidence? When you say you want to provide a parish development model, which is going to move most of the non-subsistence population into the market economy, what's the evidence? What has shown that we have a high percentage of people that are in subsistence that need to move? What is the evidence that the market economy is actually going to take these people in? So one of the things that government is doing is starting from the planning stage, making sure that planning is not just the normal that you do every year. An institution knows that they have to prepare a plan, but now we are questioning the plans and saying, what's the evidence of some of the things that you need to do? And for an institution to be able to defend these plans, they need data. One of the key things that the PS has mentioned is he's not going to allow any policies that don't have empirical evidence for them. And so that's where we are starting from. We are starting from plans that have empirical evidence that supports those plans, but then that trickles into the budgeting. And a lot of discussion is happening around that. There are talks of, do we go back to the drawing board and start from there instead of just taking the budgets as they are and make them incremental? So those are the discussions, and I can say that that's a mindset change, because some of these things have happened for such a long time that adjusting how you budget or how you plan is something that people have to actually be told the benefits, because if they don't get the benefits, they're not willing to do the changes. So we see that through the planning, we see that through the budgeting, but emphasis has also come out on evaluation, and not just post-evaluation, because when you do post-evaluation, the problem has already happened. There's nothing much that you can do. But mid-term evaluation, as a program is running, can you be able to say, is the program still on track? Is it achieving the objectives for which it has been set? So that you don't wait to just do post-mortem. So I think those are some of the things that government is looking at in the whole policy process, to be able to go back to the drawing board and say, are we actually doing things the way that we need to do them, in a way that is efficient, in a way that is effective, using the resources that we have available?
Thank you a lot, Justin. I want to loop in again, Bernard. We've heard a lot from Justin, also from Dr. Cosmas, around the use of big data. Also, artificial intelligence also came in along the way. Also, mainly from Ivan's discussion, and I was saying, we need the data sets. Dr. Cosmas says we need this data in large quantities. The larger the quantity of data, the better it is to analyze and take decisions. And he talked about different use cases from Ivan's perspective. Now, when it comes to artificial intelligence, riding on top of that data, automated decision-making, which can easily impact society in different ways. How can government employ use of AI, that's artificial intelligence, the formulation of policy, in the use of this big data we are talking about, and how we are making strides in this. AI introduces a very different aspect in how decisions are made. So how can government employ the use of AI from a legal perspective to make sure that we are still ethical, and that the decisions that come out there are not hurtful to society or to communities?
Thank you very much. I feel like part of the question is Justin's, but I'll just delve into it, because I think AI and the use of data is at the bedrock of any policy making, decision making, service delivery, because you need the data, you need the numbers. What are you planning for? And they've already said it's very well. You know, you need to go back to what do you need, what's the goal, as my friend here said, what's the use case, and all this comes from the data you're collecting and analyzing it. Because with all this data at the disposal of government should be able to formulate better policies, improve service delivery, make better decisions, make better projections, you know, in critical sectors such as health, oil and gas, infrastructure. And government has a central role in AI because it's one, it's the financer. It's going to finance most of the infrastructure, even for the one the private developers will eventually depend on. Two, it's a co-developer together with other partners in terms of putting together this infrastructure. It's a regulator, as we've seen, and that's where the law comes in. It's a standard setter because that's the minimum standard we expect. It's a data steward, and that through the Data Protection Act, they put mechanisms in place to make sure the data is secure. It's a user in itself in terms of planning, and it's a service provider. So it has this data, and it's able to leverage it for other private users or other government agencies to use. So you look at automated decision-making, anticipatory services, cross-government collaboration. All these are benefits that arise out of government using AI. So it's very critical in the use of AI. AI is very critical in the formulation of policy, in the delivery of services in that way. For the practical examples, I think my speakers have spoken so elaborately on them. But I mean, you just look at all these things. We're in Ebola now, patient tracing, same as it was in COVID. You know, we have some examples actually. I think ARVs were delivered to Kalangala sometime. ARVs were delivered to Kalangala. There was the EpiTent for treatment of Ebola where data was picked in real time. I mean, we have some successes, but again, it comes from analyzing this data, planning better, because you want a system that works, a system that is transparent, that is tested, and is accountable.
Thank you so much, Bernard. When you said you want a system that works, I saw Justine nodding because I think it made reconcile with the boss who says economics that works. So that was striking that. So as we get to learn the plan here, I just want to give every panelist here, just in their own ways, shading off the organizations they're presenting in their own ways, quickly tell us how do they see the future of big data AI in Uganda across both public and private sector. So we'll start with Ivan.
I think there are a couple of projects that are ongoing in Uganda. I think some, if you're not in the AI space, you might not know what is happening, but the future looks bright for those who are in this space and for those who are beneficiaries. For example, I think next year there will be a program to train 50 data scientists. So, and most of them will help government in actually having data-driven decisions, like my colleague said. And the thing is, data is available. Maybe the only thing that needs to be done is, one, ensure that that data is in a format that can be used for analysis. And then when it comes to government agencies, I think there needs to be a deliberate effort for them to communicate and share data. I think most of them are not sharing data. There is some effort, but I think more needs to be done. But beyond that, the government also needs to identify data that can be shared with citizens. For innovation to take place, there's data that needs to come from the government. So for example, UBOS has quite a lot of data. And some of this data can be shared for innovation in the AI space to happen. So that is another thing that needs to take place. Then maybe in conclusion, as we talk about big data and AI, the most important thing is not the size of the data. It's how granular you can get with this data. If you have data covering a space of 10 years, you will not get much from that data despite the fact that you have data that covers 10 years. It is how granular you can get with that data. For example, if you are in private sector, you have 10 million customers and you have data covering a period of 10 years. Can you identify propensities of your customers? Can you look at relationships and so many other factors at a profile level for each customer? If you can do that, then big data can be helpful. If you look at service providers like Umeme, you have a lot of data covering so many years. That data cannot be useful if you cannot look at mean time to failure. If I can look at mean time to failure, then I can have preventive measures, and then the data becomes useful, obviously using AI. Thanks.
Thank you, Ivan. On to Bernard. Yes.
Again, I will stick to, I'll read this. I read it somewhere I think it was at the last year's symposium. I quoted it from there. A well-coordinated science, technology, and innovation ecosystem is embedded in the need to develop a trustworthy, fair, transparent, and accountable approach to using AI, focus on affected individuals, the role of humans in AI, and develop an open accountability structure. Again, for me, we've done half the work. We've put good laws. We've put good policies and good laws. I've read chapter 14 of the NDP3 and all the other vision, ESC Vision 50, UG Vision 2040. Everything is there, the policy and the law. Now the baby needs to walk. So the baby needs to walk, and we must take it to that stage of walking. You know, you will fall, but when you've walked. So there, of course, the legal concerns. We've covered most of them with our Data Protection Act, and of course it keeps changing because with new developments there are new challenges, so you must be abreast and the law must not play catch up but must be proactive. There are, of course, ethical concerns, of course the human rights concerns around right to privacy, and again the law comes in to plug that gap. But there are other concerns, of course, and I'm glad they've come out here. The sensitization bit, I mean, you're developing all these programs before the population is sensitized about the programs and what they need from them and buying into what you're trying to achieve as government. The economic and social impact assessments, I mean, aspects of data protection, as we've said, aspects of cyber security and general security in itself, actually. Pre and post cleanup checks whenever you're running these programs. Accounting for the human interfaces, because in as much as we are depending on this data, the AIs always have a point where there is human interface. Even when everything is automated, there will be someone switch on the switch at the very least, you know, or release the data or input some coordinates. So we need to account for that area where possible errors could occur and protect against it. So I think for me, that is all embedded in government's positive outlook, and the positive outlook starts from making this baby walk. We have the laws, we have the policies, now put the money in the practical things, you know? We can't say the bedrock of getting to middle income status is in ICT, when ICT is the 6th, 7th funded sector in terms of budget. The low budgets really are self-defeating in terms of what we want to achieve. We need intentional budget allocations. We need coordination between government agencies. You're calling it ICT, STI, you know, science and technology is one ministry, ICT is another ministry. There are all these agencies, but this is all data that's going around. UIA has data that URSB will need, that URA will need, that Ministry of Finance will need for planning, you know? So how does that data move? How are the government agencies coordinating? And ultimately, it seeps into our actions, the actions. So Justin, please take that message back. We want to see the money put where the words are. We want to see, and even in events like this, for me, we've made some strides. So I would be very happy to see some of these innovators here and some of these guys. I wish Professor had brought some of his team to give us live examples, because we have success stories, but we just, maybe the information has not come out. We have success stories. If I was, and I'm not criticizing anybody, if I was going to, if URSB dedicates their exhibition cube to some of their clients who have some good patents, that will be the fastest promoter of patent development. Because when in Uganda, I say take a cent a whole. It's put the money in what you see. If I come here and I see they're exhibiting patents and these are registered by URSB, then I'll take the brochures about patent registration. But if it's just the brochures without action, then as soon as I hit the first bottleneck, I'll abandon the whole system. So it's that intentionality. Let's see young people, innovators, not all of them are young, come to these spaces and give us the experiences and share their challenges, and we can then brainstorm on how to move forward. That's the practicality of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bennett. Let the baby walk, basically. I just want to encourage our audience online to send in their comments, their thoughts, as we keep track of them. I'll pass on to the panelists here. So I just want to quickly to also dive straight to Dr. Cosmas, for his thoughts on the future. What does the future look like?
Right. So speaking of intentionality, we need to be deliberate. So let us view all our challenges from a big data centric lens. So whatever you're doing, whatever you're planning, and this cuts across. We're not just looking at government, we're looking at the private sector as well. We've seen companies that assume that their innovations, their products are going to gain market traction only to hit the market, and because they didn't invest in market intelligence, they didn't invest in collecting those insights. So whatever we do, let us use data to figure out, what decisions we need to make at every step of the way. The second point I would make is that of course, as you're figuring that out, you tend to find out, is the data you need available? If it's not available, then how do I put in place mechanisms to obtain it? But where the data is available, I think let us support initiatives that ensure that this data is put in a form in which it can be used by all and sundry. So be it, cleaning it, I think my colleague talked about it, quality trumps quantity any day. The data may be there, but it may be noisy. So can we invest in cleaning these data sets, curating them, and then availing them in forms in which they can be optimally used? And then lastly, the aspect of human capital development. I think Anthony talked about this earlier. No country can really be better than the quality of its human resource. I know the government has invested a lot in science-based programs, in infrastructure, but we also need a mindset change in our academia. We need to ensure that the training, the education, the skilling we're giving our students is in sync with the future aspirations. So let not our education system lag behind, because ultimately these are the people that you'll be looking at to drive the big data analytics revolution for the benefit of everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cosmas. Over to you, Justin.
Thank you. Maybe I'll just say three things. One, on the issue of government collaborating, I think we have come a long way. And I think we need to celebrate the small steps. One of the ways that government is collaborating is through NITAU. NITAU has an integrated platform that provides a standard way for which information can be shared. And currently it has, I think, 37 public institutions and 48 private institutions. So that's a place to start. There's data there that's available for people to use. So the small steps, there's also an open database, and I think Uganda joined other member states to provide open data for researchers, for policymakers, and these platforms are available. Maybe what we need to say more is to let the public know how they can be able to use these platforms that are available. I think the chair will also talk a lot. Nita is doing quite a lot in trying to bring data in one place that can be used by both suppliers of data, but also the users of data. Lastly, I think for us to benefit from this fruit or this low-hanging fruit of big data, I think 5 things come to mind that we need to think about. We need to think about the strategy. What strategy are we going to use to be able to develop and get the best out of big data? The other thing that comes to mind is the people and the skills to be able to use this data and provide it to the users in a way that they can be able to use it. If we don't have the skill set or the people that can do that, then we won't be able to get the benefit out of big data. The other are the processes. I think my colleague talked about some of the legal processes. The other processes, institutional processes, these also need to be harmonized so that we can be able to benefit. And lastly, the data itself. What kind of data are we collecting? Someone mentioned garbage in, garbage out. We need to be able to see what kind of data are we collecting and then be able to use it for the right purposes. And lastly, the technologies. Technology, how to be able to take all this kind of data and be able to mine it in a way that people can use it. I think that's one of the things that will be able to help us get the most out of this big data. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. Looking at some of the feedback that's coming through online, which I'm going to come to, I just wanted to give a little bit of more information on what Justin mentioned. NITA Uganda is the National Information Technology Authority of Uganda, and NITA has put in place what we call UG Hub, which is a technology layer that basically allows different government agencies to share data without encumbering any further delays or challenges in technology. So what this means for you is that you're going to experience more and more efficient government services, since they have now the technology layer to exchange information. This should allow government to deal with it in a much more seamless way, and also less questions of asking you for the same piece of data for different government agencies. So if you're going for a driving permit, an e-passport, applying for water, any connection, whatever information government already has about you, they should be able to share that to get you a service at very, 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 very faster convenience for you as a user. So that's the service that's allowing this to happen. There's a question here which I want to point to Ivan, where he spoke about the upcoming capacity building in data science for young people. So if someone is asking if you can provide more light on that, on how this happens, how often, how can they participate, and what does success look like for you? For Ivan, someone is asking online, you earlier talked about training that's happening when you said a lot of things are happening, but they're not out in the limelight yet. So for the training you're doing in data science that you're supporting, they're asking for you to give a little bit more of information on how people can participate, and also to let the audience know more about that.
Yeah, so when I said there's a lot happening, basically I meant projects that are AI related, but coming back to the point of training, the training is going to happen next year. It has not been happening, and I think once we've begun, it will be advertised in papers for people to apply. So it will be a scholarship for 50 people, obviously competitive, based on certain factors, which will be advertised in papers.
Thank you so much. Then to Bernard, someone is pointing me to a story for innovators that are doing what we call micro-lending apps, where someone can easily get a loan just in time for whatever their problem they're solving. But in the form of applying for the loan, there's an exchange of data. So your phone book is handed over, and different trails that you do. Now what's happening this story is being been pointed to as happening in Kenya for these micro-lending services, where if someone defaults, then from the data that they have got from you, they're able to know this is your mom, this is your sister, so they're able to call and say, hello, your son is defaulting on a loan. Can you please trace him for us? His phone is off. We are failing to find him. So this is going on because you download the app and you proceed, but you don't know what's happening, what kind of data is being collected around that. And from the legal perspective, earlier on, Mercy mentioned that ignorance of the law is no defense. So in this case, we know there are issues around privacy, but this is innovation working. These are innovators, they're young, creative, on the go, solving a problem that people are facing. So how can these requirements of the law be passed on to such innovators who are driving use of big data, AI, and their innovations in a way that they could easily understand without it being a lot of legal language and jargon?
That's putting me out of business, I'm kidding. But anyway, I think the most important thing, especially, for example, for the financial institution, it still goes back to government and what the laws are providing as the minimum standards. For example, if you're applying for the loan in that particular instance, there are consumer protection guidelines by BOU as a regulator, and it specifies the kind of information they should get from you. You know, and again, it goes to the data collection principles. It's not a carte blanche to collect whatever you want. Give me your mother, father, sister, wife's number. No, it's not a carte blanche. When you're data collecting, you must be as specific as possible in terms of the relevance of the data and in terms of the actual data you collect. It's not a carte blanche to just get anything. So as we fill in some of these forms and give out some of this data, we need to be have at the back of our mind the relevance of the data, for example, to the purpose, and challenge it. And where you don't understand, there is always a mechanism to seek interpretation. And the problem is sometimes we are also tied down. You know, some of these bank forms, then you just sign, you fill in everything, because of course you need the loan. But again, it's a double-edged sword. So whilst they have obligations in the law, minimum standards, the implication is a bit double-edged. But I think it's the proactiveness of citizens, and once we get into this mechanism of always understanding why they're asking for our data, how much data we have to give, what is the relevance, you know, and purpose, and then we can question these institutions which are collecting data and hold them accountable. And hold them accountable in the sense of if they misuse our data, you know, in the Act, there are reporting mechanisms to the Data Protection Office, but we can even report that these guys are misusing my data. I filled the form in Bank X, and now I bought a Rolex somewhere in Moobs, and my information is there. Yeah, I've ever seen report cards where you can read the person's name. So this is the thing. Then you hold them accountable and go and report and say, these guys have misused my data, and then when that accountability becomes a thing of every day, a common practice, we gain confidence in the system, and it also pushes them to be as specific as possible in terms of meeting their core obligations and not just doing it as fill this form, fill this form.
Thanks a lot for answering that question. The next question I'm seeing online, I think this goes to Ivan, where someone is saying, you earlier mentioned something about digital deserts, and this is something they're hearing about for the first time. They want a little bit more of information on the digital deserts and what type of metrics qualifies a digital desert.
Yeah, so if you look at tweets, if I have data that is looking at where people are tweeting from, usually tweets will have geolocations, points of a given location. Now, you'll notice that there are certain areas, especially where we have urban poor, or maybe what we call ghettos. Now, the reason why you'll probably not see a lot of tweets from these areas is because maybe there is no infrastructure, or maybe they don't have smartphones, things like that. So that's why we call it a digital desert. there is no infrastructure to support digitalization. Then in areas where we are saying it's a digital center, you have a lot of tweets coming from this area, maybe because there's infrastructure. If you look at, for example, hotspots, where are most of the hotspots located? Do we have hotspots in areas where we have urban poor? You'll notice that there are no hotspots there. I don't know if you've taken note of that. So that's just an example of a digital desert.
Thank you so much. So where we are today is not a digital desert, definitely. But I think that question has been answered well for the person that was speaking, asking that online. I've just been reminded of one scenario, one use case where I think Pulse Lab managed to use data with consents from borders that move across the city. So the design was to see how borders move, at what speed are they moving, the points that they are congesting a lot, and then that can design the routes that can get traffic into the city and traffic out, but also be able to tell whether there are potholes, because if a bike is moving, all of a sudden it slows down, maybe there were potholes around that, and maybe that can also be used to inform the roads, the status of the roads, to be able to improve that. For such data that is running, such data sets that are being used in such pilots, I wanted to ask Dr. Cosmas, how can, once such pilots are done, how can such data be availed for other people? Because I'm sure there would be other people interested, like the Chira people would be interested in that type of data. But how can government actually put in place measures to make sure that there's participation within these projects, but even the results, even access to the raw data, how can it actually be provided for other people to draw value from?
Thank you. So I think Bernard hinted on this earlier. It starts from the manner in which the data is collected. So the person who's giving you the data has to consent, and they also must be told about how their data is likely to be used. Now, if it's an institution that then has collected this repository and it wants to share it with other users, then you can also look at data sharing agreements that stipulate the terms and conditions under which this data can be shared and used. And even in instances when this data is availed open source, open is actually not really open. There's always also a licensing agreement that you consent to when you access open data. So you don't, for example, if it's clinical data, if it's already anonymized, you must commit that you will not make any effort to try and de-anonymize the data that you have accessed, among other things, of course. So there are all those, legal, ethical, privacy considerations along the chain, and I think that the Data Protection Act takes care of most of them. But when there are lacunas, I think there are also redresses in the law. But most times, there should be a way in which data that has been used by one institution for a given application can be availed to other innovators, other users for development of other applications.
Thank you so much. Just to add on, I'm aware that government has in place an open data policy, I think which is being spurred by the Ministry of ICT. And that policy is going to help answer what Dr. Cosmas has mentioned around allowing governments to share data in a responsible way, and also in an open format that allows innovators, that allows researchers, academia, business, private sector to further make use of that data to drive the value that they do seek. I want to thank my panelists for an excellent panel, a lot of insights, a lot of new knowledge learned. And I want to check with Mildred, unless there's any other information online, we seem to have exhausted that. I want to thank the audience, both here in-house and also online, for their engagement and also for following through. I do wish you a successful rest of the day, but keep tracking the conversation. It's still happening on the KTA hashtags. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mildred.
A bigger round of applause to Emmanuel, that much bigger, not only for moderating the session, but also for being very, very time conscious, especially that we have a lot that is going on. So Emmanuel, I will also request that we take a group photo with a panel here. A special thank you to the panelists. They broke down the information in the simplest way. You know, dealing with learned friends and people who have big CVs sometimes can be hard when they bring in acronyms and a lot of big English words. But we didn't have to ask Google with some of the words that you used. So thank you so much for breaking it down and simplifying it for Omuntu wa wansi, as it said. So ladies and gentlemen, as this picture is being taken, please do not forget to continuously scan the code on your table and be able to get a lot more information, as well as the KTA Symposium magazine right here. We will also be in a bit having lunch. And please, we will use exactly 45 minutes. So we will have lunch at the pool side, and there will be a lady at the entrance or at the exit as you get out who will give you a lunch coupon. So please make sure that you have your lunch coupon as you do get out. I love the discussion earlier on of the data, of the protection right there, and the right to privacy, especially if government is releasing this information. Can it be able to rein in on its own self? Is the data specific? Do the people the data is being collected from know the advantage of that data? Those are key aspects to pay attention to. So the afternoon is going to be a little bit different. We are going to start off different. And in the afternoon, when we do return, we're going to start off with breakaway sessions. So I just want to give you a quick peek into how the breakout sessions are going to be. So right here, as we do return, we will have, in Victoria Hall here, we will have breakout session 2, which is going to be talking about e-governance as a path to digital transformation in Uganda. Once again, here we will be having the breakout session 2, which will be talking about e-government and how that will lead to transformation in Uganda. So breakout session 1, which is talking about closing the digital divide, the expectation versus the reality, that session is going to be in Majestic Hall. You will have to look for Majestic Hall. It's right below as you go down. So you will be able to attend that if you want to pay attention to the discussion about closing the digital divide, especially looking at those people who are not on the internet, and yet we're talking about this digital economy coming through. And the third and last session, we'll be talking about commercial diplomacy and how Uganda's achievements and lessons have been learned from this, the aspect of commercial diplomacy, and that will be in a room called Rigo. Rigo room still is downstairs, so as you leave your lunch, please make sure that you can be able to catch up with either of the breakout sessions and which one you feel much interested in. So we'll be very, very grateful to have you join some of those sessions, but also feel free, if you feel like you want to listen to both sessions and you can't split yourself into half, we will be having a wrap-up of what would have been discussed. We'll have rapporteurs, so we'll have a wrap-up of what would have been discussed in those particular breakout sessions as we get back here for a master class, as we get to close off day 2. So there is not a lot for the afternoon. We'll have the breakout sessions and then come back and have our master class. We continue with that conversation online as you're having lunch. Hashtag is KTA Symposium. But ladies and gentlemen, allow me let you go for lunch, which is at the poolside. There is a very beautiful fair lady at the exit as you get out. Her name is Lagrima. So make sure that she gives you a coupon as you go to take your lunch. But otherwise, thank you so much for engaging, and please come back in the afternoon. We are not yet ended. We have just started. In Uganda, we say katandika utandisi. The discussions are pretty interesting, and let's get back on time. By 2:15, we will be setting off because we will also be going live on air. But a special thank you to all our conveners, UNCDF, thank you so much, East Africa Law Society, NBS Television, thank you so much for ensuring that you came through. Young Africa Works under the MasterCard Foundation, Uganda Law Society, NSSF, the National Social Security Fund, Safe Border, Huawei, I can mention them the entire day. Thank you so much for ensuring that this comes. Ladies and gentlemen, unless you're fasting, I will expect that you're standing up to go get your lunch coupons as we head towards the poolside. Have lunch for about 45 minutes, and then we will be back at 2:15 to start off our afternoon session. Thank you.
Reverend, when you're ready. Oh, we have Honorable Justice Triawid. I'm so sorry, sir. They did not tell me you were here. I'm the most senior person on this panel, but you're very welcome. We've also been joined by the representative of the Executive Director of KCCA, Mr. Ezra Sebofu, the Deputy Director of Revenue Collection. Please come up.
Okay. It's okay. Standing is better for me.
So we'll start with the representative of Ministry of Education, Commissioner Reverend Zimugumya, who will give a short presentation on the steps the Ministry of Education is taking to equip students with basic skills and digital skills to enable them to effectively participate in a digitally enabled Uganda. And thereafter, he'll participate in this panel. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry I have just come. I don't know protocol that is around, but I'm very respectful of the protocol. And I thank God for being here. I'm Reverend Canon Duncan Zimugumya. I'm Commissioner of Physical Education and Sports in the Ministry of Education and Sports. And I'm here on behalf of the whole ministry, representing the First Lady, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, representing all his ministers, state ministers, and the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education and Sports, who is the head of technical in the ministry. I bring you greetings from Mama, who would have loved to be here, but because of other serious engagements, she could not make it. And from her, as the senior minister, you would maybe expect a state minister, but also usually when there is a very serious activity in the home, usually serious parents invite their elder sons and daughters to work with them to plan very well. And therefore, Mama invited the sons and daughters she would have sent here, the elder ones. I'm not also a son, but not the elder one. So Honorable Gwang, whom originally she had delegated, also later was called upon to join her, such that we may achieve some major objectives. And then from Honorable Gwang and peers who were to be in the same activity with her, so it landed on me. And I'm very happy that for the first time, I am representing the First Lady, but without a dress. Now I'm a First Lady with a coat and trousers. And then I'm also State Minister, but now the First Lady takes precedence. And therefore, I bring you greetings. And you know she loves development and loves education. And so it was very necessary that she makes sure that she doesn't send regrets. Instead, she sends representatives. When we talk of e-government as a path to digital transformation, and when we talk of promoting digital inclusion through education sector, transformation, to me, I would look at it as if we completely want to make a complete about turn. And to me, I would think that if you are to be transformed, you need to be transformed not only in the words, but also in action. I'm a scientist, but I know all of you who passed through O level, you looked at this insect that does complete metamorphosis. complete metamorphosis, it means this insect cannot even go back. I imagine now when we are using emails and WhatsApp and Facebook, if somebody came to you to start preaching to you that you go PO box. So you write a letter and it needs a bus to carry it from Guru from Guru to Kisoro. Who of you would really say, we want to go back there? And when you really say, I have come to the best and I want to keep the best, then you are transformed. And for me, if you are not at all interested to go back, I would say you have been completely transformed. Therefore, at the Ministry of Education and Sports, we embrace digitalization. We embrace e-government, and we want to thank KTA for organizing such. What has the ministry done? If I can just have a snapshot of the background, education systems and institutions have been experiencing major changes under the influence of structural shifts in the global economic, social, and political foundations, underscored by rapid changes in digital technologies. In response to these, I believe, members, someone is working on the document, but I won't wait. The United Nations UN Sustainable Development Goals adopted in 2015 committed the global development community to 17 interrelated goals and 169 indicators focused on improving the quality of life for all. And when we talk of life for all, then we are talking of inclusiveness. Goal number 4 is to ensure equitable and inclusive quality education and sports and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, and focuses on education. And goal number 9 focuses on the importance of growing an ICT infrastructure. There are a range of global declarations on open education resources, education and learning for people with disabilities, gender equity, and the empowerment of girls and women, and the use of ICT, which are also valuable to reference as part of our global context. These global frameworks have been developed in response to challenges of continued worldwide poverty, inequality, and turmoil, as well as rapid technological changes. Over the past few decades, the rapid diffusion of digital technologies have catalyzed changes in platforms to learn, teach, grow skills, collaborate, and conduct research. Imagine, especially on the point of research, if there was no digitalization, how many people, how many learners would be able to go to libraries and pick a lot of academic work that is published in journals, published differently, such that they may access knowledge. And therefore, who would say we want to go back to non-digitalization in education? Increasing access to connected digital devices have enabled greater flexibility in how, when, what, where people learn. Members, if I can take you back to a bad experience I experienced during COVID-19 lockdown, where we were not allowed to go to other families and were saying, keep in your home. But people remained connected because of digitalization. And it was so wonderful when it came to education system, where learners were learning from their homes, on TVs, on phones, having Zoom meetings with their teachers. My son is at Intare, and we were having classes, and it gave me an opportunity as a teacher to move with my son while the teacher was somewhere teaching. That's a wonder, and that's how marvelous it can be in education when you integrate in digital ICT experience. However, interventions on integrating ICT in education system assume optimal conditions for digital access, as well as learning, teaching, creative equity, and research. ICT have the potential to enable universal access to quality learning and teaching. And when we talk of quality learning and teaching, we mean holistic development of a child during learning. This means learning that involves the intellect, the head, the cognitive domain. Learning that involves the heart, the you in you. There are people who are what they are not, because of what they do and what comes of their heart. Maybe through speech and actions, you really see they are not. Like when you look at me, you see me as a reverend. I'm Reverend Canon. You see a collar and you'll say, this is a priest. But I may come here and immediately speaking now, after speaking, you say, no, this is a lawyer. I'm not saying I'm one. But since we are dealing with KTA, we should talk of that language. And also to make sure that this involves quality learning and teaching should involve the psychomotor domain, the affective domain, the heart, and the psychomotor domain. And all this can be done using ICT. It can significantly improve the efficiencies in the administration and management of education institutions and education systems at local, regional, and national levels. ICT can catalyze new ways of learning that can improve the proficiencies of learners and teachers, and they can enable redress the equity in education in the face of wide disparities. This last holiday, we have a new curriculum in the Ministry of Education and Sports. My son requested me to give him a phone, smartphone. He's at Intare. And I told him, smartphone will disturb you. He asked me, Daddy, you need to style up. Because I want to make research. And my teacher gave me work about our clan. I am a Mchimbiri by clan. And I looked at how I could solve that, and I later told him to share a phone with an elder brother such that I take control of what he was going to see. But when I looked at what he did through research on phone, I was so amazed. However, this potential can only be reached under the right conditions. These conditions require strong leadership to engage with the complexities that accompany whole system transformation that ICT tend to catalyze. Digital agenda in the Ministry of Education and Sports. In our agenda, we look at the learner, we look at the teacher, we look at the administration, because all those will bring what we call effective teaching and learning in our institutions of learning. And therefore, it would be very unfair if we wanted to talk about teaching, learning, environment, and you just consider a student. So what is our digital agenda? The Education Digital Agenda Strategy 2021-2025 provides a rationale and action plan for integrating ICT into teaching, learning, assessment, sports, and administration. This strategy builds on the other existing strategies and plans developed by other complementary sectors that include aspirations of ICT integration in education and sports. The proposed interventions are designed to embed ICT more deeply across the system to enhance the overall quality of Uganda education and sports. The Education Digital Agenda Strategy 2021-25 is aligned to the National Development Plan NDP-2 and NDP-3, which advocate for human capital development in the sector, leveraging on the ICT use and penetration, resulting into improved quality learning outcomes. In developing a sector-wide strategy, an evidence-based and participatory approach was used to ensure all aspirations and needs of key stakeholders in the education and sports sector, all those were catered for. What were these key objectives? We aimed at achieving the following, and we made sure that they are smart objectives: to increase coverage and access to the ICT infrastructure and connectivity in the education sector. Members, in one of the interventions we are doing as education, now even in our seed schools, these are government schools that are being built, we make sure that there is a computer lab added. So we are no longer saying we build classrooms and libraries and toilets and we move away. We also include computer labs. Another objective is to develop an integrated direction in which ICT shall facilitate teaching, learning, and management of service delivery in education sector, streamline, review, rationalize, and harmonize the fragmented ICT initiatives. To promote ICT in research and innovation and commercialization of indigenous products, to increase the ICT human resource capacity, numbers, orientation, speciality, and quality in the education sector. Now, when we are even employing, we make sure now we employ ICT teachers, and we are getting advantage of the many universities because of good leadership in the government of Uganda. Many universities have come up. We used it to hear of Makere. Now we have many more government universities and private universities. And they are producing for us trained personnel, teachers who can go to our schools and do work. And we usually make sure that we recruit more and more when funds allow. To effectively use and encourage adoption of mature and emerging technologies. To leverage utilization of ICT for continuous education in case of disruption, emergency, disaster in the education sector. We have also had management information systems, TIMIS, teacher management. When you manage a teacher, you are actually helping a child. The teacher management information system is a system aimed at streamlining the delivery of government services to members of the teaching profession in Uganda. The TIMIS is a simple user-friendly approach to supporting a harmonized and timely access to teacher information at all administrative levels of Ministry of Education and Sports and associated agencies at national, district, and education and sports institution levels. TIMIS provides accurate information regarding demand for teachers at primary and secondary level. Therefore, ministry is able to make accurate predictions and plans for training and recruitment of needed teaching resources. This ensures that pre-service and in-service training needs the evidence-based by removing the guesswork and reliance on outdated census and data. Members, even TIMIS has removed the Bichupuli teachers because the registration has a requirement. You cannot register if you don't meet some requirements. The teacher instructor education and department of the Ministry of Education uses information from the teacher to perform in-service training and planning, hence improving the quality of the teachers in Ugandan schools by ensuring that there are sufficient opportunities for upgrading pedagogical skills. And the main objective of TIMIS was to solve the problem of disjointed teacher records across various sections of government and the Education and the Sports Ministry. Yes, is it time? I can summarize. Okay. We have also developed integrated inspection system. The inspection system helps us to make sure that the teachers, the administrators go in school. And this system, you know the advantages of going digital, we use less time but do more work. And that's how as education we are utilizing that. And we were also to have specific objectives like reducing the burden of paperwork and have easy retrieval of reports and standardizing inspection processes, to mention but a few. The Ministry of Education and Sports has also developed what we call TELA, Teacher Effectiveness and Learner Achievement. Teacher absenteeism by research was found to be a major distractor of teaching and learning in schools. And such innovations like TELA are going to help the Ministry of Education and Sports to be addressed. And we are aiming at improving learning outcomes through regular head teacher, and learner attendance. TELA is going to help us make sure that administrators are in schools, teachers are in schools, and they are doing the right work. As we continue, because we know you may be in school but not teaching, this system, the syndrome of presentism, I am there at the right time, but what is your outcome? What is the outcome? We will be looking at that. Ladies and gentlemen, when you see the chair of the session coming to you, you know what, I know even if she doesn't talk, you know what it means. So allow me to do the final part, and these are challenges. What are we facing? High cost of equipment. Covering the whole nation, it is not easy. Computers, tablets, mobile phones, projectors, stabilizers, etc. High cost of internet connectivity. I was looking at what these people outside there, they are showing us, but I was putting on the cost. How many schools, for example, would easily say we can have Wi-Fi which is on all the time in school? High cost of construction and rehabilitation of computer laboratories. Training of teachers, high cost of power sources, high cost of software, high cost of subscription for data services, high cost of repair and maintenance of equipment, retooling of teachers. As the ministry in charge of education and sports, we are not saying there is a problem. We have suggested solutions and that we plan to put in place. Procurement of ICT equipments in bulk and getting a reduction in cost. Government negotiating with the internet service providers for education rates. Government negotiating with software providers for an education rate. Government put structures for computer laboratories in schools. Government procure firms to undertake repair and maintenance of ICT equipment in schools. Government to train and retool teachers in regional centers. Government provide alternative power sources to our different education institutions. What are the best practices? Innovations. Members, the ministry has not stopped learners to be innovative even in ICT. And with this new curriculum, we are seeing wonders. We have been, when I was getting trained in Hiroshima University, I found what we were doing here was to throw knowledge to the learners. But this lower secondary school curriculum brought me back to my lessons with Hiroshima in Hiroshima University, where a learner is given an opportunity to innovate, to find out, and learners are coming out in lower secondary curriculum with bigger things you cannot imagine. I wish we were asked to present a paper on that. And it can be bigger and bigger if they are given opportunity to access ICT. Creativity, collaboration, create the right mindset and shared understanding, put the right leaders in place, establish educational digital centers for excellency, formulate digital strategy to respond to opportunities and threats, find, develop, and acquire digital business skills and roles, create new digital educational capabilities, but most importantly, making sure that we have policies and laws in place that are going to help us move into right direction in as far as digital transformation in our education system is concerned. Finally, the ministry is educating people on digital transformation, teaching them the skills needed in easily digestible chunks and helping them understand the benefits of them and their students by completing this transformation remains the key to earning their buy-in. Schools are being encouraged to find ways to incorporate key learning opportunities into their digital transformation plan, including workshops, seminars that will empower educators and administrators to take advantage of the full potential of education. The ministry has created an environment where continuous learning is expected and appreciated within the institution. We also encourage educators to continue modernizing and building technological skills. Schools are asked to find that the best path towards upgrading or otherwise adopt their current systems to enhance their compatibility and make it possible for the systems to work together. Members, systems theory is clear. It says we are a system, and as government, we are one system. Now ministries are subsystems, and the ministries have sub-systems. The only way we can get victory and success and thank God for creating us and giving us wisdom is only and only if those sub-systems can come up together, and then the subsystems build up together to make this single big system work properly. Because when a single subsystem gets a problem, if Ministry of Education gets a problem, the whole system will get a problem. Call it Ministry of Finance, call it Ministry of Constitutional Affairs, call it, mention it. And therefore, it's time for us to work together and make sure we create a big system that will bring development in our country. Thank you for listening to me, for God and my country.
Another round of applause, please. I think he has done a good job for a commissioner of PE and sports. Same thing. Our next panelist is Dr. Hatwib Mugasa, the Executive Director of NITA-U, which is the National Information Technology and Technology Authority, Uganda. He doesn't have a presentation, but we have a few questions for you, sir. And I can imagine you have answered these in different places where I've been, so this should be a breeze for you. And the first, which is related to many others, is a brief about the e-government infrastructure project.
Thank you, Marcella. Am I audible? Yep. Thank you, Marcella, and I'm happy to brief you on the e-government infrastructure project. We call it the National Backbone Infrastructure and E-Government. It's both a backbone infrastructure and an e-government project. It's two-in-one because we are looking at hardware and software, or hardware and all the other support functions that enable e-government to exist. We are currently at 4,172 kilometers of fiber in terms of highway backbone infrastructure. This is a fiber that has been rolled out to 60 districts all over the country. We are rolling out also to last mile users. These are the offices. We bring fiber to the district, then we distribute it through a last mile connectivity. We have so far connected close to 1,000, well, I would say 1,700, but if you include even the other agencies like CCTV that already had a bit of fiber, we also brought them on board. That brings us to close to 2,000 government units that have been connected to the national backbone. Then the E part, or that was a description of the infrastructure. But if you look at the services, e-services, we have hosted 190 government critical systems at our national data center. Part of the infrastructure also was building a data center. We have a national data center and a disaster recovery center. So we provide high availability services for government. This is one of the prayers that the previous speaker had said, that government should provide data services. I'm happy to announce that we actually provide data services at no cost. So the issue of cost should not be a factor in providing or in hosting your services for government. NITA Uganda provides these services at no cost. We then develop systems. First of all, we host those services, maintain them, and lower the cost of maintaining and managing these services. A typical service would cost government entity close to $500,000 per year in terms of licenses, hosting services of like if you're co-locating, there's space, there's rent you have to pay, power, cooling services. All that is a cost to government or to that entity that's hosting that system. NITA has taken that cost down to only $14,000 per year. So we consolidate all those different government systems, and through economies of scale, we're able to reduce that cost on government to maintain a system. So we are with our 190 systems, we're saving government more than $90 million per year in just maintenance of a system or maintenance of services. We also provide security. These systems are, if not maintained well or looked critically well, they could be prone to attacks. So we provide that security. We have a national computer emergency response team that works 24/7, and we work in collaboration with both the public and the private sector. Development of systems, we're also developing systems for government of Uganda. One of the most popular system was during lockdown. We had to distribute money to vulnerable people. We had to distribute money to more than 500,000 people all over Uganda, across the country, and it was locked down. We had no way to give them money physically. So we developed a system, and we gave it to the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Development to distribute this money. And within, I believe, 2 weeks, the money was already being issued to the recipients. So that's the capacity that we have built at the National IT Authority for the government of Uganda. I hope I've answered your question sufficiently, and I'm happy to receive questions on that.
Okay, let me ask you a couple of more questions. Explain to us the national data transmission backbone infrastructure. What we hear, I think in layman's terms, is the connectivity around the country, connecting major towns, and then in the government offices, and so on and so forth. But what is involved in that, and how big is it, and how far are you?
Yes, the national backbone infrastructure, that's a part of what I had tried to consolidate as the e-government, national backbone infrastructure / e-government infrastructure. By the backbone itself, imagine you are building a road. Or imagine you want to access a location. You need to build a road to access it. And we have built a road to send information from point A to point B across the different districts. This backbone was meant to connect major cities across Uganda, and also from the cities we are going to connect information or the sharing of information all the way to the administrative units. Now, that backbone has to operate with internet. So that's a service. So if we take that analogy of the backbone of the road, we have built a road, but we need cars. And the cars are the ones transporting the information or the people. So we have built a very high speed, actually, in terms of capacity. If I relate to the current environment, we have capacity on some parts of the backbone to almost 100 gigabytes. If we relate that to internet, or through the roads and internet, we have a road of 100 lanes, but we're only using 10 lanes of that road. So we have very high capacity internally, but the internet that we are receiving from the undersea cable is not that sufficient, or is not utilizing all that capacity. So we have one of the highest capacity fiber in Africa. We just need to increase on the internet purchase from the undersea cable. That is the explanation that I can give.
Is that in plan?
That is in plan, yes. We currently were approved to purchase about 30 gigabytes. So we have 10 lanes used. Now we are purchasing 30, so there to be about 40 lanes. Depending on the available resources, we would have wished to purchase for the whole 100 lanes, but we can't.
Will that, does that have any bearing on the cost of internet?
It does, yes. The more capacity we have, the more people we get on board. But the primary factor on cost of internet is usage. So even if we have the capacity and no one is using it, the cost will still be high. But if we get people using it, even currently when there is low capacity, but we get people using it, and also we build internal capacity in terms of data services. We are using international traffic, internet, because most of the systems are hosted internationally. But just imagine if Twitter was in Uganda, Facebook, Google, Netflix, all those systems were in Uganda. We would be having internal capacity locally, and we don't need to purchase even. They would be paying us, actually. We'd be receiving money for internet, not paying for internet. Yes.
So that should be part of the digital government strategy?
Yes, the digital government or governance strategy for Uganda, here we are looking at majorly the government's initiatives. I've described the whole income, the overarching, the overarching desire. But now let's just focus on digital governance for Uganda and government of Uganda. Our strategy is that we would wish to, or we plan to digitize 80% of government services and have them accessed by, or have 60% of them accessed by citizens. So just imagine any government service that is that you use as a citizen, paying for your tax, or registering for your TIN number, registering for your NIN. I'm happy to be here with NIRA, That is one of the key government service that needs to be digitized, and I'm happy to know that we're actually on the right track on digitizing the national ID. NSSF, URSB, in all government agencies need to be digitized. Education, you have heard that they are going digital. Now we need to digitize 80% of them, and to be realistic, 60% must be accessible at all times by the citizen. That's our digital governance strategy as NITA Uganda.
Okay, you are running a national data center.
Correct.
I know there are plans to expand it or to increase capacity.
Yes.
Will this enable what you are now building as the UG Hub system?
Yes.
To connect all government services? Or store our data and so on and so forth?
Yes and no. I don't want to say we want to store your data. We want to enable you
Enable us
to store our data in the right and most efficient way as government. We have a data center, a national data center at the National IT Authority. It's backed up, it's 24/7 operational, and it's more or less coming to its full operational levels. So we intend to even build more, but what we are saying is, instead of building a third data center, why don't we look at a 20-year plan? After 20 years, the technology will not be the same as we are using now. We're saying we will we plan to have two high availability and high performance, including high computing power in our data center. So we are setting up 2 national data centers that are going to be active. So if you're aware of how data centers work, either you have an active data center that's operating 24/7, or a passive data center that just only collects the information and keeps it for future use. We're saying we want 2 that are going to be operational and 1 that will be passive in case of, let's say, the worst case scenario. We have no these passive active data centers have been destroyed fully. We have a location where we can securely recover from. But also we are cognizant that government agencies already have their data centers. So that's why we built up the UG Hub. UG Hub is a channel that enables the already existing data centers to connect and share information. What we say is use once. We have a policy within NITA that we develop a system and we want the citizens to use it once. An example, you are going to get a government service, and they will ask you for your name, your NIN, your mother's name, father's name. Sometimes they will even ask you for your mother's email address. I've been asked that before. I wonder why. But you go to another office and they will ask you the same question, and yet this information already exists with governments. Why don't we remove that stress from citizens and ask them only once for information? So UG Hub enables that. Once you give your NIN, and with consent, we must be in the boundaries of the data protection, privacy regulations and laws. Once you provide information that can rightfully identify you as a citizen, and there's more information that is required but is already existing in government, other data sets, why doesn't government just ask you for only 1 parameter and then collect all that information from these other data sets? So UG Hub was set up to connect those data sets that are running in silos. This is going to provide more information, make government service delivery more efficiently, and reduce the time wasted in running from one office to another office, collecting data that we already have. So that's a UG Hub, and with the data center that we have, and data centers that are out there in government, we're saying don't close down your data center if you need to operate it. Probably it would be more efficient for you to operate it. If you don't have, come to our national data center. But if you already have information there, share amongst different government agencies and make life easy for citizens. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, as NITA, can you reassure us about the security of the information that you have, or our information that you store on our behalf?
Yes. I was one time asked question about our security in a security forum, and I asked them, what is your appetite? What's your appetite on security? And they all were perplexed. What do I mean? Well, we have the tools. We have the policies. We were ranked #1 in 2018, I believe, as one of the most read securities, or most read or most secure country in Africa. We were #1 next to South Africa. I think the second was either Egypt or Morocco. We have the right tools. We have the right environment. It's now upon us to put that that strategy, the security strategy that we have put in place, into action. We need to train people. I think most of the issues that come up are due to the lack of awareness. If you are accessing a Wi-Fi hotspot and it has no password, is that secure? We need to make our citizens aware on what or how to access information securely, even if we have all the tools, but if the person is not secure or is not that secure-centric, there will be a lot of breach. So we have a national, as I said, we have a national computer emergency response team that is operated at NITA. We operate it in collaboration with other SATs, like the Uganda Communication SAT, there's a financial SAT, and other private SATs, and also police has a SAT. We are at the governance level of the National Security Information Group. We also drafted a framework. These are guidelines for not just only IT authorities or IT companies, but even the private companies, most or non-IT centric. There's some bit of IT that is needed. You had the previous presenter saying that his son asked for a phone, and the school was demanding them to do research. But he had to now do that part of NITA by monitoring and ensuring that his son does not access information other than research. But if you read the framework, it will guide you on how to securely access information and provide the right procedures to have that secure environment. So the matter of security is mainly on the appetite and awareness. Technology-wise, I believe we have sufficient technology to provide the security, but we need to train and make our citizens aware on how to use these devices and this technology in a very secure manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, what have been the benefits so far of this e-integration and e-governance, the steps you've taken so far, and the challenges, of course?
Allow me to start with challenges. We went in, I would give my experience. I've been with the National IT Authority for now 2 years, and the time I was appointed is the time when we went into lockdown. Now, when we went into lockdown, we had to think differently, or think different in terms of the way we work. But also the demand shot exponentially for digital services. We had to now respond to many requests for digitizing or transforming their operations, their processes to a digital environment. And the major achievement, or that was a challenge. Yes, we had a challenge, but it was twofold. It presented also opportunities. And in a way, we're able to achieve a lot. I'll give an example of the previous connections that we had. In 2020, we had about 60 government agencies, 600 government agencies connected. As I speak now, we have 2,000 in a span of 2 years, because our work was, first of all, it became more like it's no longer a luxury, it's a necessity. So our work became very high priority, but the way we deploy also changed. We had more efficiency in the way we deploy our technology. We had more collaborations or adoption with our stakeholders. the people whom we used to have challenges in communicating with or trying to get them digitize the system. This time they were coming to us, telling us we need to digitize, otherwise we go underground. So it was a learning curve. We were happy that government of Uganda supported us, and His Excellency also put us the fourth priority for development. We have agriculture, services, industrialization, and ICT. So with ICT, if you look at all nations that have exponentially developed, ICT was their major factor of development. Uganda, we are not any different from those. So I think we should use this opportunity that we have to now utilize the IT technology to develop Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Mugasa. Straight to Ms. Chisaka's representative, the Executive Director, Mr. Sebufu. Your questions are around your ECT, I think, which is a system to facilitate revenue collections, and the challenges and in implementing so far.
Thank you so much, and most so for this invitation to participate in this symposium. We want to appreciate every stakeholder who is here, and most of all, we want to appreciate the residents of Kampala and those that work in Kampala for partnering with us in this great work that we are having to transform Kampala into an attractive, vibrant, and sustainable city. Our journey in developing ECT started in the year 2014. Around 2013 and then getting into 2014, at a time when KCC had just taken over from the KCC, Kampala City Council. At the time, there was no system of revenue administration. A lot of money transactions were being done. We had cash transactions. Whoever had to pay by cash. And then when it came to the banks, of course, at the time, there were over 90 banks, bank accounts that were receiving cash. And so, of course, that made it very costly, even in reconciliation, but also being able to adequately account for these revenues. And so that is when the journey to build the ECT system started. And of course, like any system, you have to get into re-engineering of the processes. First of all, appreciate what processes they are, and then get into re-engineering them. And then after doing the re-engineering, then you get into the actual development of that system. It has served us well because we were even able to recover the cost that we injected into this in less than 4 months of its development. It has paid us off greatly. At the time when we started, we were collecting 40 billion Uganda shillings. And today, through ECT, we have grown our collections to over 93.46 billion Uganda shillings, which is a great milestone, but coming through that. Of course, we've been able to reduce greatly in the cost of doing our business. As an institution, I'll give you a very simple example. At a time KCCA came in, just a mere trade license paper that was being used for licensing. It used to be pre-printed, it was procured, and then it would cost in a year up to 1 billion Uganda shillings. Over the time, we've been able to improve that you no longer need to buy any specialized paper. We've actually moved away to clients themselves being able to print for themselves their own licenses. And so you don't need any specialized paper. Once you've paid, you're able to get your business license into your login at a time when you need it and be able to print it yourself. I was happy when I came here, I didn't find paper giving us the program for the day. You only needed a smartphone to scan the QR code and be able to know what is taking place. Now, that is the journey that we are talking about when we are talking about transformation. The cost of paper, like I've told you, 1 billion shillings every year was saved, and so we are able now to transfer that money into other activities that are beneficial to, that are in line with direct service delivery. Of course, many other things get solved once you do automation, like corruption tendencies. You're not going to have people paying what they should not pay. Sometimes that's a very big problem with manual transactions. You'll get people asking you to pay money that you ordinarily would not be paying. But because it is already on the system, everybody is able to know what they are supposed to pay, and they're able to pay it. But also, when you look at the methods of payment that were being used at the time, you had to walk to the bank, and then the bank had to, there used to be 4 forms at the time. You feel there is a book copy, there is a copy for the bank, then a copy for the client, and all that is stationary. I didn't talk about that when I was talking about the trade license paper. All that is stationary. That was costing quite a lot of money. And then after you've gone to the bank, you'll have to wait until the bank carries physically the form that is supposed to go to the office, for the office now to be able to again reconcile whether the money actually reached the bank, and thereafter be able to print for you a license, and then you queue up for whoever will be able to sign it for you. So when you count in terms of time, somebody is doing business and is you count the cost that this person is taking to walk to the bank and wait until the bank will take the slips for reconciliation, then maybe the reconciling officer is not around on that particular day. Over a month or 2, you're just queuing up for a business license. And so having been able now to utilize the payway systems, the mobile payment systems, mobile money, Airtel money, EFTs and RTGSs, you find that that has really solved and reduced greatly the cost of doing business, even for the clients themselves. And we are very grateful for that. Of course, there are other things include related, for example, data sharing. My colleague from NITAU has been talking about the sharing of data, and this is again what ECT has been able to do. We are currently working with NITAU to relate with the national NIRA, to relate with NIRA, so that we also reduce on the amount of paperwork that somebody has to come with to be able to be validated as either Ugandan or as that very person who is applying for the service. We've been asking for a number of IDs, your voter's ID, your passport, or your mother's maiden name. The issue is you're trying to confirm whether you're dealing with the right person. But once you're able now to interface with these other systems of government, then it means that you're going to simplify even the amount of time it is taking you to offer services to the people. URSB, we've been able to connect directly with them, and then it is working well with us, that when you come to KCCA and you want, say, to register for any service, the moment we get your business registration number in URSB, it is enough for us to complete our own registration with you. So you find that time alone in that regard is also saved, and that you do not necessarily have to come to our office, even if you went to URSB, you would be able to complete a registration for KCCA. And the same thing happening with URA. Now we are working on other elements of integration, payment integration, so that we also do not have to ask you to pay all these bodies separately. You should be able to come and we give you one bill, and once you pay it, then the system should divide the monies and deposit and push the monies where they belong. And we believe that that way it is something that will be able to improve further. Some of the challenges that, of course, we've had under that, I should say one challenge was development while using, because you don't want to wait for so long and in the kitchen cooking. At the same time, you want to serve the people. And so being able to use a system while at the same time you're developing it sometimes causes a few issues of downtime. Others have been capacity of the teams who are supposed to develop the systems, but also to use them. You know, when you're bringing about a new thing, many times you have to invest a lot into capacity building. One of the other issue is about change management. You get into sensitizing the public, you can use this, but there are those who are still going to tell you that for them, they want actually to walk there. And you don't want to close them away or to close them off and say, no, you go back. So you also have to find a bearing in order to serve them. But it's a challenge. When you're talking about people giving you email addresses, some of them will tell you we don't have them. And so the question is, what do you do in such situations? Because you want them to access the services on their email, but they will tell you they don't have them. And so you have to figure out how to either work with them to create email addresses, work with them to appreciate how they use their city identification numbers that you've given them so that they're able to access the services. And of course, sensitization is an expensive thing. It's not very, very cheap, but we again appreciate if the partners. An activity like this for us is an opportunity to push this information fund beyond for people to be able to appreciate how to be able to move on.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there other initiatives that KCC is pursuing in terms of e-services for the services you provide?
Yes, we do. One of the things that we started with was deployment of a client contact center. Our clients have a number of questions that they want to be answered. And so we had to deploy a contact center where clients can call. But of course, we've also got into these other social media platforms in order to quickly relay information to the public. There is deployment of a pilot traffic control center. When we were studying in school in those days, we used to be asked how many junctions have traffic lights. And I think at the time, there used to be about 3 or 4 in the whole of the country. Today, if they ask you that question, or ask anyone in this room that question, I'm very sure we are not going to get a distinction. People will fail that question because there are now many, and every other day we are adding on a number of signalized junctions. So while you do that, it means that you also have to invest into how you manage it. How are you able to synchronize the different junctions so that traffic flow, if you've released the vehicles at this point, you release the next one so that there is a smooth flow and avoid that jam. The other initiative was what we call the Weyonje. It's a sanitation mobile app where people are now able to request for services, for example, cesspool emptiers, and then also connect with garbage collectors to be able to clean up our city. We've also done, partnered with the police in putting up the CCTVs in the city. And there are many other ongoing initiatives, like we have what we call the city addressing model. If you walk through Kampala, you're going to find a number of signages pointing, showing this is, say this is Kampala Road, this is Bombo Road, and on there are numbers. You'll find numbers, say 1 to 19. So numbers, those are house numbers that are on that particular stretch. After we have done that mapping, which we call street addressing, then we have gone ahead to now build an app that clients will be able to simply put in a house number, and then you put in your GPS in the car, and it will be able to take you to where you want to go. This is an initiative that we believe is going to help us. Those of you who have lived longer in Kampala, you used to know the certain features which were being used for direction. There is one that used to annoy me. It used to be around Kamwocha. They will tell you at around Kasasiro stage. So today, if you came looking for Kasasiro stage in Kamwocha, I'm very sure you will get lost because it's no longer there. But what we are now doing is now what we are doing is be able to integrate all these addresses into an app that clients are able to get services. There are many other things that have also come up. We are now able to shop online, the food, if you talk about examples of Jumia and what have you, these are services that are helping us once we have fully given the addresses. There are other initiatives that we are doing, like the property management. With property management, again, what I've just talked about, Kasasiro stage is the same like we used to have when we were serving demand notices for clients to pay. You'd end up finding an address like Haji opposite a mango tree. So how many mango trees are you going to be able to find in Kampala and be able to tell that this is the one that is being talked about, because they are not colored, that either they are yellow or blue or the other. So we are working on the property management. We are also working on construction of a centralized traffic control center, which will now, after the pilot has worked well, we are now embarking on that. We're also embarking on the Kampala Emergency Digital Transport platform, where our citizens are able to order for ambulances and all such, get support in case of emergencies. I earlier talked about the signalization of junctions, so that we are able to support. There are very many others that we have. The list is long. We are working on inclusion through, support social inclusion through digital technology. And also we are working at supporting the open data exchange. I earlier talked about the one we are working with the other institutions, URA, URSB, and but we also want to be in position to avail our data to the public, be able to know which kind of data the public should be able to utilize, so that they are able to build apps that are going to help in growth of the city. There are other things like smart lighting initiatives. Again, those who have lived in Kampala longer, you would have seen people riding on motorcycles, going on every pole to switch off the lights in the morning, but also go back in the morning to switch them on. So what we are working on now is a smart way of doing that. I'll end with a smart permit, which has been also a big challenge for developers in the city. We are working on them being able to submit their plans online and then having their approvals thereon.
The next question was about smart city, but I see that you have covered it. I don't know how on track we are.
Yes.
As KCCA, are we going to see a smart city soon?
Yes, like I've been explaining, to get a smart city, I think the Reverend Canon from Education talked about a system and subsystems and sub-subsystems. So what I've been explaining are the subsystems that are supposed to make up one major system that is going to deliver what we are talking about as the smart city.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. He has done a good job. Our next panelist is Honorable Justice Geoffrey Chiriabwire, who has been part of e-justice initiatives like electronic evidence, virtual courts, the use of video conferencing, e-filing, e-payment, and case management or case reporting systems, court case administration systems, to facilitate registration, maintenance, retrieval, and dissemination of cause lists for judicial officers. He has a presentation. Okay, it's up there.
May I switch there?
Absolutely.
We sit a lot. Thank you, Marcella, and good afternoon to everybody, panelists and guests. It's a pleasure to make this presentation to you, give you some insight of what is happening in the Ugandan judiciary. I hope it will soon be projected so that you are able to see it. As that is coming up, I'll just introduce myself briefly. My name is Justice Geoffrey Chiriabwire. I am a justice of the Court of Appeals of Uganda, but I also chair the ICT and Law Reporting Committee of the Chief Justice. So basically, I chair the policy organ that helps drive the transformation that is taking place in the judiciary as we speak. I have a presentation. I thought I would do it this way so that you actually see what we're trying to do and have a feel like Thomas did, that actually Jesus was alive. Not many good things are always said about the judiciary, so perhaps let us show you that there is some move towards change. That is my outline. I will not take time in it. Now, reforming judiciaries using ICT is not new. It is taking place all over the world. One of the lead documents that drive this transformation that is taking place all over the world, especially those countries that were part of the English Commonwealth, was the Access to Justice report by Lord Wolf, who was the Chief Justice of the United Kingdom. That really underlined the point that ICT or IT is an important component of improving access to justice. And as you may also be aware, that it's not only in the justice sector that is taking place. If you look at documents coming out of the World Bank, there is also a demand coming out of the public that there is this move towards utilization of IT. I mean, listen to this. Today, we go to shopping online. We get our visas online. We call in our food online. Is it not only logical that now we go to court online? And therefore, this is an important driver in improving our access to justice.
Do you have access to the internet?
There's a lot that can be said. I'll try and keep it short and sweet. Our journey started around the mid-1990s. And that was trying to move the judiciary into using IT hardware. And that in itself was a very, very big challenge. Moving from, as many of you may be familiar with, a court system that is paper-based. Apart from typewriters, there was nothing else that could identify the use of IT within our systems. But around the 1990s, the move started to get hardware, computer hardware, desktops, printers, servers, into the system. But even its utilization was fairly limited. In the early 2000s, there was then a move to get on board what was called a case administration system. This would help us to identify what is coming into the judiciary, what is being handled by the judiciary, what is being disposed of by the judiciary, and what is not being handled by the judiciary. So we had a system called Court Case Administration System, which we call CAS. Now, many of you may not actually believe that around 2000 we already had a case administration system, but we actually did. And the only problem was that it was internal. It only provided information for us who are within the system. It was not, we were not able to interrogate the system from outside. However, even that one was having its own problems in the sense that the court case administration system was separate for each particular court. In other words, there was not a harmonized system, and we're not able to do that until about just before COVID, when we established a web-based that was able to talk to all the various court administration systems. So if you're in the criminal court, they had their own. If you're in the civil court, if you're in the family court, all of those had their own. But now what we did was to make sure that the systems were able to talk to each other. So we created a web-based, and I'm very happy to say that this was an initiative done by our own IT people. We did not get people from outside to do this. Now, we're talking about transformation using e-government. And I think the director, Nita Yu, has given you the big picture. I want to bring it down to the judiciary. And our transformation started with a strategic plan. So our strategic plan was basically run from about 2015 to 2019. And this was supposed to inform the direction of transformation that was going to take place. So we have a master plan. And I want to make this clear because sometimes there's a feeling that we don't have a master plan in the judiciary. Actually, we do. And it is actually based on 9 pillars. And those 9 pillars are the ones which are going to drive the transformation into e-judiciary. And it actually involves all the way from dealing with regulation, looking at laws, looking at regulations, looking at human resource, looking at computer security, hardware, analytical tools. All of those things are part of our IT strategy. Now, the transformation, what is the basic let us keep it as simple as it is. We're trying to move from a paper-based system to a digital-based. Now, many of our upcountry courts would probably have registries that look like that. But if you are then to come and say that you're looking for your file, you may get this response that your file is missing. But actually, the file is simply not missing. It is either misplaced or disorganized. That is simply the reality of the matter. There's a lot of myth around this, but really when you have a system that is laborious in order to get out information, then you have a long lag in retrieving information that you want. Now, if we have a transformation into a digital system, then you just go to your laptop or to your desktop and retrieve the information that you want. This is actually happening as we speak. We're also doing this migration. You must have heard about it. We're moving from CAS to ICMIS. You must have heard of the term ICMIS by now. ICMIS is Electronic Court Case Management and Information System. Now, the difference between ICMIS and CAS is this. Whereas CAS was internally based, ICMIS allows you to interrogate from outside. So we have now given you a key into the Ugandan judiciary. So you don't have to come to our courts. We have given you this key via ICMIS to be able to follow what is happening with your case within the judiciary. We're trying to enable the courts. The court system, which many of you must be familiar with, is the one to the left. And it is fairly manual in its operation. But we're now transiting to what you see on the left. And it is very important because, as you can see on the left, very few people know what is happening in the court. Very few people are actually involved with what is happening in the court. Now, with our screens that we are putting in, everybody knows what is it that the judge is saying, what is it that the parties are giving to the court. So it actually improves transparency. Now, this is the broad picture that we want to achieve. We want to achieve from the very left the ability for you to get into our system from wherever you are based, have it processed in the e-court in the middle, and then come down to the actual users, whether it be a judge or whether it be one of our staff. But also most important towards the right is the ability also to do payments into our system. One of the things that caused delay, if you have ever been in the court system, just like any other system really, I mean our friends from KCCA were talking about it, you need to get a permit, but then you also have to go to the bank, and then you pay for the permit, then you have to pay a bank fee. All of that we're going to collapse into our system. So, what are we talking about? When we talk about the transformation, we're talking about, as I have said, moving from manual to electronic, being able to file from anywhere. Now, this is the point that I really like to share, that today, many people, if you want to get your thing into the court, you have to get it before court closes. Close at around probably 4:30 to 5. So if you come 1 minute past 5, look, you have failed to what? To file your document. Now, if it is the last day where you have to file your document, that means you have been caught offside, right? You are not able to say that you filed your document within time. And that is very important in our processes because court processes are time-bound. Now, with our new system, we have enlarged it to 1 minute before midnight on the day you are supposed to file. So as long as you file 1 minute before midnight, you are still within time. I think this is a great service that we have now expanded as part of our e-justice, which is part of the greater picture with e-government. We have talked about filing e-notification. Now, one of the things that causes people distress in our court systems is having to find out what is happening. Now, with our new system, you will come into it, you will register on it, it will pick up your details, and it will be able to talk back to you, to be able to talk to you what is your status of your case. One of the other things that we're going to be talking about is integration, and we shall talk a little bit more about that, that it will also help as part of the global e-government system to be able to have the judiciary talk to whatever other government service that we may be interested in, to be able to be accessed via our own system without having to physically write a letter or something like that. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. That is the entire ecosystem that will be operating under our ICMIS system. It is quite big. We have talked about filing, we have talked about analytics, intelligent case allocation. This one we're going to onboard it. E-notification, e-payment is now already happening, and the Ministry of Finance is very happy with the judiciary because non-tax revenue has shot through the roof now, simply because we are using the system that we have on board. We are able to create a case docket that will never get lost. The case will no longer be available to the person who has the file. This has been a very important problem and very big complaint against the judiciary. They say, where is the file? Oh, the file is with X, and therefore nothing can happen. Look, under our system now, we shall be able to allow anybody who has the rights to access our system to access that file at the same time as anybody else. So the judge can access it at the same time as the lawyer, at the same time as the client. So this will get rid of this complaint of missing files. We hope that in a very few years to come, as we roll out the system countrywide, this problem will disappear. And also, if you need to get any document, anything, your judgment or anything certified, all of that will be available on the system. So for example, letters of administration. You know, people line up for months waiting for letters of administration to be issued. Now, this system will allow the letters of administration to be prepared, certified, and then delivered to you online. So we have started installing e-courts around the country. That is an image of our e-court at Uganda Road. We also have another at the High Court. And as at the end of last week, we had revamped all of the court, at least 2 to 3 courtrooms in the commercial court. We have also done that at the Court of Appeal, at the Supreme Court, and we're rolling out to more. So the benefits, I think, are self-explanatory. We are looking at simplifying the processes into the judiciary and out of the judiciary. Basically, it goes around quick retrieval, managing costs and time. Efficiency, that is another thing that we are trying to onboard using our system. Security, people have been talking about data security, and I'm pleased to say that our system is now being hosted at NITAU. So this is part of the strategy that I think e-government is pushing, that you build once and use always. So we have an infrastructure within the NITAU. Instead of building our own infrastructure, we share. So that is also taking place. Integration. We want to be able to integrate with other government services. So for example, we want to be able to integrate with the office of the DPP. We want to be able to integrate with the police force. We want to be able to integrate with the land. Land is a very big problem. I think the biggest challenge in the courts arise out of land disputes. But then we want to be able to authentically confirm that for example, the land document or the land title actually has come from the land office. Now we can be able to do it through integrating our systems. So we will not be able to have to just rely on what the parties bring. We can cross-check it through our own system. It's amazing how many people show up as witnesses in our courts and are actually not those people. They stand as zombies or shadows of people who actually should be the people who are showing up in court. And this is what causes trouble. But now we can cross-check. You say, you bring your national ID and we cross-check it with the NIRA. We are going to have all these discussions, hopefully moderated by NITA-U, where we can have MOUs to be able to share information and share data. Strange as it may sound, many people are worried about ICMIS. You may have read in some of the newspapers that, oh, ICMIS is causing waves. But we're also trying to demystify. It is not complex. It is actually very easy. And everyone in this room can actually get an ICMIS account. All you have to go is go online and register. So when we register, we will never forget you. Whenever you want to use our services, you just call up your credentials, and you'll be able to enter. And we're now going around trying to get stakeholders onboarded, change management, sensitization, all of that is taking place as we speak. So a lot of that I have already spoken to. I've also spoken to public feedback. But the most important thing which I want to re-emphasize is to use this process of e-justice to improve our procedures, make them more transparent, understandable, to reduce the perception and actual corruption, and also to enhance court user confidence. What else is in existence? We have a website. I would really ask all of you to get an opportunity to go and visit our website. There is a lot of information that is there. You don't have to come to the courts. Go to our website. If you don't get it there, then you can come to the courts. We have a free law reporting system. If you want to read about any case that has been decided, whether it be at the High Court, the Court of Appeal, or the Supreme Court, you can actually go to our website, www.uli.org, get into the search engine, and pull up that case. You do not have to wait upon rumors. You don't have to wait upon misinformation. We provide that information free of charge. It's a very user-friendly system, which I commend to you to use. We're moving from the soft boards, which we pin our information. If you go to most of our modern courts now, you find e-notice boards. The e-notice boards not only tell you what is going to happen in the court today, but it also provides other information about our system. So even as you're waiting for your case, you can actually pick up a lot of information by just looking at our e-notice boards. In the future, we're going to go and move into interactive voice recognition. So you'll be able to access our system by just calling wherever you are, follow the prompts, and get the information that you want. This is also being designed and will be added onto the system that we have. So we're looking into the future. We have started building our kiosks. So if you come to the courts and you find the line is very long at the registry, we will populate our courts with kiosks, which will be touch screen. All you need to do is to be able to navigate by touching, and it will be able to give you the information which a registrar or a person in the registry would have given you. We want to decongest our registries. Actually, we'll be very happy if you don't come to our registries at all, because there's a lot of things that happen there. So we want to see in future, just like you see many of the banks are starting to close their branches, we want to start closing our physical registries and move them onto electronic registries. In the very, very, very far future, perhaps we'll even bring about artificial intelligence and have robot judges. I have seen some of them in design in Silicon Valley. This is not a joke, this is a reality. Look, we are moving towards 5G in terms of the Internet of Things. We are only one step below 6G. And the experts tell us that the human brain starts to work at 6G. So we are not very far from a robot which can think at the speed of a human brain. Of course, this is all very expensive, but we are trying to deal with it. We are trying to prioritize. We are trying to get our timing correct. We have problems with our buildings. We have an old stock of buildings which were not designed to pick up this kind of equipment, but we're trying to change them. We're trying to bring on board the bar, because some of these areas have been a bit of a challenge for the bar, because old is good, but new is better. But what are we saying? We're actually saying that the transformation is taking place now. It is simply at the next exit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Justice. I've never seen a judge so ably present on ICT. I am confident that we're heading in the right direction. We have overshot our time, but I think you appreciate that this panel is a very good panel and worthy of stretching your time a bit. I'll call the ED of NIRA, Ms. Rosemary Chisembo. She has a presentation, please. NIRA.
Hi everybody.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
I'm so sorry I'm the last presenter and you're tired. So I'll ask you to stand up and stretch. Just stand up, just say hi to your neighbor in a health protocol manner and tell them I'm looking forward to when she finishes and it will be soon. Thank you. Thank you. You can take your seats. I am so delighted to be here because not only do we have something to say, but it has been a learning experience. And I will ask each of you, what is the first question you ask someone when you meet them?
How are you?
What's up? What's your name? How are you? You probably turn to your neighbor if they, who is that? Now, NIRA answers the question of who is that? Who is that? I will start from there. The Honorable Justice just told us that sometimes witnesses present as other witnesses. Those are problems that we solve because behind a name, we have a biometric profile. My name is Rosemary Sembo. I'm from the National Identification and Registration Authority. Who are we from a legal and national context? The UN is looking forward to having everybody properly identified by 2030. It is goal 16.9. For us, we tied it to September 16th, September 9th, September 16th. The UN Sustainable Goal 16.9. They want to answer the question around the world of who is everybody. Within the Ugandan government, we are a statutory body established by the Registration of Persons Act. Two other acts that are important to us are the Data Protection Act and the Children's Act. Under the NDP3, we directly support 3 programs, but our main program is governance and security. These are details that people don't like to hear, but what is the National Development Program? It's the program through which we are financed. It's the program through which we have activities and plans. The legal framework gives us process, standard, and procedures. What are statutory roles? There are 9, just one less than your 10 fingers. We are supposed to create a national register. Think about it as this big book, a very big book that has everybody's name. That register has 4 parts. The first part is for citizen registration, or sometimes what we would call adult registration. The second part is for aliens or persons who are not nationals living lawfully within the country. The third part is for birth, and the 4th part is for death. Now, all the other roles are registered, are related. We create that register. We register citizens, non-citizens, and birth. We assign them names. We give them IDs. We collect information. We share it, and we preserve it. So we are around information. Create this book, issue names, give an ID, share, and preserve and protect that information. Summary of that register, it has 25.95 million persons with national IDs. That is about 62% of our population. To those, we've issued about 19 million cards. We have 67 government institutions connected to us, and we receive 70 million searches a month. Why the new ID, which is the digital ID, which is discussion, part of the main thrust of this discussion? These IDs we have are expiring. 15.8 million of them are expiring between 2023 and 2024. They must be renewed 2 months before expiry. The election calendar begins April 2024. More importantly, there are 17.2 million Ugandans that are unidentified. That means if you are from URA, there are 17.2 million potential taxpayers. And that means if you are in court, there might be someone who presents themselves as a perpetual offender, but today he is Rosemary Sembo, tomorrow she's Jacinta Nakatude, the other day he's Stephen Igani. So that is what it means to have an unidentified person. And what that also means is that if that person robbed you, apprehending them might be a problem. What that also means that if they are a teacher of your child and disappeared with your child, Interpol may not trace them because we don't have their biometric profile. So That's one of the other critical reasons that we must get on board a new ID to take into account all those missing parts. But more importantly, it's a discussion that everyone has had. It's critical for service delivery, both in the private and the public sector. We are present in 112 districts of 146, but at 117 locations. In Kampala, we are present in 5. So why should we enhance an existing system that already costs government so much money? One, the current system is vendor locked. I'm not going to focus there. I'm going to go to local content. I have seen posters in this room. One says, dreamers become change makers. Another one says, a new age of national innovators or something like that. Another one talks about proficiency. The ability to digitize information is an immense opportunity to innovators. Because the Honorable Justice told us you can go online and create an account. Imagine creating an account that is sustainable and non-repudiable. Meaning today, even if you change your email 1,000 times, this account can be traced to you. That is the power of what digital IDs will do. And that is the power of what innovators can turn this digital ID to the agriculture sector, to the insurance sector, to the health sector, there is no better time as an IT professional to be in the IT sector as when government is digitizing. I've mentioned the 17.2 million unregistered, but one other thing we are doing, we are adding an iris as a biometric identifier. What makes NIRA's register unique? Behind the name, behind everything, is a biometric profile that is unique to an individual. That is to say, your fingerprint is unique to you. Your face is unique to you. The combination of your fingerprint and your face further strengthen your biometric profile. To that, we add the iris. I will discuss in a bit more detail the digital ID shortly, and we seek to improve service delivery by answering the who, not just in NIRA, not just in Uganda, but to enable global transactions. With shopping online, it is one thing to interact with an email, but you can imagine what will happen to e-commerce and the cost of credit when someone in Shanghai, when someone in Ottawa can be sure that who has logged in with this digital ID, I can find if they frisk me. This is a pic at the enhanced card. Everything in yellow is new. We will have a tougher polycarbonate material. We are going to have a photograph overlapping a photograph. That where you see NID, if you look at your current ID, it's not there. There will also be a ghost image there. We will also have another ghost image there, or if you look at the Uganda map. The tactile background is for those who can't read. They'll be able to feel some of these features. The QR code, you've noticed the addition of names. We realized Ugandans have very many names. There has been another row added to cater for the other names that people would like on their IDs. I'll go to the back side of the card. Within the QR code, which is a new addition, there will be a face securely embedded. And if someone wants to verify if this card is authentic, there will be a secure link to NIRA. So with consent, you will be able to verify that this card is not superimposed or forged or whatever. The 2D barcode will also contain a fingerprint, important aspects of our background, and information that will also be digitally signed. In a moment, I will explain for those who may not understand what digital signing is. So everything in yellow, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, is a new feature in the enhanced ID with intent to secure transactions online and to enable a proliferation of online transactions. What are the differences? The Baganda say that but there are profound differences. So online verification, we can't currently do it, but in the new card, we shall be able to do it. Offline, we can do it, but we will also be able to do it in the new card. Digital signature is not present in the current card, but it will be present in the new card. Secure credentials, access, and support is not currently supported. It will be supported in the new one. And enhancement for e-government services across the sectors is taken care of there. Physical authentication can continue. Supporting all leading mobile platforms is supported. And then what is called a mobile ID. Allow me to enhance my Kalango at this point. What that means, you will download an app from NIRA. When you download an app for NIRA, when someone presents their ID to you, you can securely check if we actually issued that ID or it's a chichupuri from somewhere. Meaning that even if someone goes through so much trouble to attempt to mimic the card, our app will tell you, no, we didn't issue that card, or yes. Depending on the level of consent that person will give, you can say, they'll send them a message. Do you wish to see their fingerprint? Yes. Do you wish to see their face? Do you wish to verify their background? All that will be available in the mobile ID. So the digital ID and its benefits. So anyway, what the digital ID will do is, against your name, we will issue and sign with a digital certificate. A digital certificate is issued by a trusted third party. So in essence, we will sign every NIN with a certificate from a trusted third party around the world. So that information can be verified globally. If somebody in Bank of America wants to be sure that whoever is presenting as Rosemary Xembo is Rosemary Xembo, that information, a third party who signed that card, a trusted third party, like there are several around the world, will be able to verify so. Underneath you, we will have the National Certification Authority. That certification authority it's a tree. If you think about it, there's a parent of that certification authority and who is recognized around the world and will use a certificate signed under the national NITAU to create individual certificates for each and every one of the names that are present on the National Identification Register. Number 2, a digital ID is unique, portable, and can be verified anywhere using mobile and online services with high level of assurance. In essence, it's just what really I've been talking about. Because it is portable and easily verifiable, the power of the digital IDs lies in the use cases that you innovators are going to build around it. If you've been wondering, which farmer are we giving inputs? Is it one farmer? Did one farmer of only 2 acres receive 50 tons of fertilizers? Those are the questions that are getting a digital or digitally verifiable identity backed by a biometric profile will solve. If you're able in the health sector to determine, I'm sick, I went to Mengo, I went to Mulago, I went to XYZ, because you have registered as one person and somebody wants to bring together all your information, that is something that innovators can begin to think about. From an insurance perspective, how many insurance policies do you have? How many bank accounts do you run? The ability for your verifying with your online presence, and you're singularly able to see the biometric profile behind this with consent, will will enhance business and also create assurance in the financial sector of this country. It potentially will remove the need for renewal of cards. There are legal aspects to that. But this is also subject to the increase of use of smartphones, because some of these features are only available on smartphones. We are, however, in touch with research to see how we can make some of this verification available via USSD. Innovators in the room, that's an opportunity. We hope to have pre-registration online, and it could promote business with kiosks, booths, and cafes to offer the service with the associated So the digital IT will also give economic benefits like digital signing of documents, digital seals, digital wallets, verifiable person-to-person payments. In essence, the ability to securely know with the assurance of a biometric profile who is who will open the business environment in this country regardless of the sector. I have already mentioned the cross-border and global transactions with confidence. I thought I would give a peek into the process as well. There are 146 districts. There are 10,594 parishes. For the unregistered, there's a pro rata 1,624 per parish. Of course, there will be more plus or minus depending on where you are. Enrollment will begin in June 2023. NERA will deploy registration kits scaled to administration size units. So if a district has 95 parishes, that and the geography and the population will determine the number of kits that district will get. Exercise will be 8 working hours. It will happen at the parish, and every 2 months, we hope that the district will be, every parish will have been accessed. The assumptions hold also for renewal. It's just that the assumption is that there will be 1,491 persons per parish. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much for your time.
round of applause. I'm sure you're among the first audiences to get a sneak peek into this. I want to know from the organizers, do we have a Q&A? Mildred? Any questions? Okay, let me just get somebody to go around, and then I'll ask the panelists to open their notebooks. When you're selected, please say your name and then the question. To whom the question is directed.
Thank you very much, our distinguished speakers, for your very informative presentations. My name is Isabel Tonjere. I'm the legal officer at Labormas, Uganda. My question could be answered by either Honorable Justice Kirabire, Dr. Mugasa, or Madam Kisembo, because it concerns all the initiatives they're taking. It's good to hear that apart from what's happening internationally with Uganda's aims as a government, from your respective and distinguished entities of the government in benchmarking what is international practice. For example, the digitization of national information, the connectivity of all data, government data within government resources and free for all to access, and also, as Honorable Justice Kirabire is talking about, the electronic diversification of the court and all those processes that are involved. My question is one that's based on culture. So yes, the rest of the world is doing this, and somehow the practice is to just get what the hegemony kind of impresses upon us, but there are obvious challenges to our culture. As Justice Kirabire is talking about, even with the introduction of such innovative ICT services to the judiciary since 2000, there's still been a reluctance in taking them up. Same thing with NITA. Many people don't know about your efforts with UG Hub and what it can achieve. And same thing with what Madame Rosemary was saying, the opportunity that is present for so many businesses with the economic benefits that exist. Do we as a culture have the eyes to see them? And for me, as I ask this question, I know even within this symposium, it's premised in the fact that we are still a society in a process of developing our post-colonial hybrid identity. So my question essentially is, even as we introduce all these obviously and prima facie benefits to all these entities, what do you plan to do with the fact that we do exist in a rigid culture? The fact that people will say that, oh yes, this is amazing, but I would like to use my typewriter still. I would like, the benefits of my old national ID. I would like the whole process of getting information. I mean, lawyers do that. Search reports, it's lawyers that do that. So you're taking away their livelihood. How are they going to embrace this? There's a cultural problem. And I just wonder if you have any feedback on that, just so that even in your positions of leadership, you can guide us even as we work with you to embrace these new efficiencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabel, anyone else?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shazada Wali from Stalin Attorneys from Tanzania. I always feel like I think I need to stop coming to these symposiums because I always live with anxiety on how fast moving or developing the technology or the tech discussions are in Uganda. So thank you very much, KTA, for giving me anxiety. My question is actually to Honorable Justice and Madame over there. As you understand that we're heading towards cross-border practices and developing the East African community. Now, whenever I come to Uganda, I always see how the progress is in terms of technology and how you've embraced technology. The question is, do you share these advancements with your East African counterparts? For example, what I heard from Justice on the online registry, what I heard about the identity cards. These things, unfortunately, in countries like Tanzania, we're still dreaming about them. You know, we do have certain developments, but not to this extent. So how do we embrace this as East Africa? And do you share these advancements with the East African counterparts so that we can move together or carry each other together? Thank you.
Any other questions, Mildred?
Thank you, Chair. William Tumine from UNRA Legal. Mine a bit relates to the other two, but at the national level. Now, all the innovations are good and welcome, the efficiencies we understand. But the usual problem which we face even at our entity level is, I don't know whether the correct word is integration. Because you see, you find a directorate has its own tool, it's an innovation, it's very good. Another directorate has another one. Another one also developed its own. And I think even at national level, we have that issue. So the judiciary will do very well, it will do ECMIS, etc. URA will do its own. KCCA is going to do its own. We shall have one in education. Then we shall have NIRA. Of course, we have NITA. But the question is, who is helping all of us to integrate, to get connected, to have a system that speaks to one another? Because at the end of the day, we may invest a lot, but in work in a way that is not harmonized. And I think this is where the main emphasis should be. How do we ensure there is no duplication and at the end of the day, the systems can talk together? Thank you.
I think that question is for Dr. Hatwib. Anyone else? Okay, I don't see anyone else putting up their hands. Oh, Mildred.
Thank you very much. I'm Sekabira Luwalagamatia from Jomolima Education Foundation. My question goes to Mr. Duncan, Commissioner, the Ministry of Education and Sports. You talked about the systems, the teacher management system, and also the integrated inspection system. Now, those systems you've talked about are also in schools that are in remote places. Two, there are some organizations, for example, that I have just come from. Is there any way how we can be incorporated into such a arrangement? Thank you very much.
Okay, I see no other hand. I think let me give an opportunity to the panelists to answer. I'll start with Rosemary, then Honorable Justice, Dr. Hatwib, and finally Reverend Duncan.
Thank you very much, Marcella.
he has a question. The panelist has a question.
It goes to my, hello, it goes to my friends here, especially Justice. We are used to see when people are in court, and as one is giving testimony, somebody is writing or interpreting for the judge. And I have a feeling sometimes it may be a wrong interpretation or one writing. At the end, when you come again, they say you didn't say this. Is there a way that the courts have, I have not been in court. I don't know whether the courts have brought in the digital that now you can give a testimony, and when you come back and they say you didn't say this, they retrieve what you had said, and you really see this is you, and you really know that the fact you are speaking different things at different times. Most probably you are a liar, such that one will never say I am biased, because they will retrieve you and you see yourself saying I did not go there. And then in a second time you say I really was near. The third time you say I did not see anything. Has that one come to our courts, or are there plans to include such that we remove these people being used by the devil to lie every time? Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Okay, so Rosemary, Justice, Hatwib, and Mr. Seboko, in case you feel you can interject, please do.
Thank you very much, Marcella. There were three questions that, to an extent, are related to NERA. One was on culture, two was sharing these advancements with neighbors, and number three was integration. The disadvantages of Uganda's culture are also its strength. I will give you an example. When someone takes a certificate of Buganda for a Kwanjula, the next 5 Kwanjulas, everybody will take certificates. If they take sodas and the next time they take wine, everybody will start taking wine. Now that's the way technology is proliferated. So yes, we do have weaknesses within our culture, but the strengths of our cultures in its ability to replicate itself are also something as innovators that we shall use. 2, government will provide the mechanism, but our role as the private sector and private players is to synergize with government and each one reach one. If one-to-one, Africa has very good one-to-one relationships. I mean, people believe when someone tells them something. So if Marcella is my friend and she tells me that in court now, there are systems, I would believe it far better than if I had it on radio. So today, all of you are ambassadors. So we have an opportunity. I'll go to the question around sharing these advancements with neighbors. And I will use the same approach. Today, Uganda's ID can take you to Kenya and can take you to East African countries. I don't know if the reverse is true, but I guarantee you, because that is being done, we shall soon have a reciprocal arrangement. And as such, I will give a history. I come from URA in my very distant past. When certain innovations began in Uganda Revenue Authority, Kenya Revenue Authority took them up, Tanzania Revenue Authority, and sometimes they began in Tanzania Revenue Authority, and Kenya Revenue Authority and Uganda Revenue Authority took them up. So yes, it's a matter of time, because we've also learned this from somewhere. Some people will begin to use them, and even better still, the East African protocols will proliferate some of these innovations. And the last one is on integration. Integration, Dr. Hatwib will speak extensively on UG Hub, but even as an entity, we connect to 67 institutions. I would put anyone here to strict proof to tell me if they connect to more. In essence, by reason of being at the helm of the National Register, we are required to connect to people. But there's also the other side. There is consent and there is data protection. So yes, within sharing of information, there is an efficiency that comes with responsibility. And that must, the careful balance for the promotion of sharing must keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those questions. Am I being heard? Just to confirm. Yes, so Isabella raises the issue of are we mainstreaming issues to do with culture in our development of IT. And I think that is a very interesting question to debate. I think I know what you're saying, but I don't know if you're saying the right question. You know, I don't know if you're asking the right question, because when you talk about culture and IT, I think you're also going to find yourself going into unpacking culture itself and desegregating those who are part of that culture. One gets the feeling that when you're talking about culture, you're talking about conservativeness, people who have got a conservative mindset. Now, this may be very interesting. When I go to my home village, if I talk to people and ask them something that is fairly academic, something that probably they must have studied about, they'll probably say, I don't know. But they'll tell you that they know that Ronaldo plays for Manchester United. And if you ask my good friend Reverend here, he may not know. He may not know that. He may still think that he's in another league. So right now, what is happening is that I think we have generational issues that are coming up. There are those who are very comfortable with status quo, and there are those who would like to move with what is happening. We are in the fourth industrial revolution. The mobile phone especially has created opportunities that have never been there before. And that is why, for example, for the Ugandan judiciary, we are trying to build, for example, ICMIS in such a way that it can be readily available on a phone, whether it be a smartphone or a non-smartphone. I talked to you about IVR. IVR is available on a phone that is not smart. But we also know that there are now more people who own smartphones than own computers or iPads and things like that. I mean, Reverend Cannon here talked about his son wanting to do research on a phone. Ideally, one would feel that you should do it on a laptop. So you see, now these are the challenges that are out there. So everybody's looking for, at least for Uganda, people are looking for solutions which at the very minimum are available on phone. Because if you even compare the per capita phone ownage in Uganda, it is even higher than some developed countries. So the idea is, how do we leverage on that? So I think the question is more around perceptions rather than culture. There are some people who are happy to be conservative in their ways. The story is told of a man whose daughter kept telling him that everything he could do, or he wanted to do that day, he could do on his phone. He didn't have to go to the bank, he didn't have to go to the shop, he didn't have to go to all these places, and he said, if I did all of that, I'll go nowhere, I would lose who I am. I need to get out of the house. So those are some of the challenges. My brother from Tanzania, Karibu Sana, the issue of knowledge sharing is very important. I'll speak from a legal point of view. I think many of the judiciaries are starting to onboard technology. Case management system is coming up in Tanzania. I know about that. Case management system is available in Rwanda. It is available in Kenya. I think some partner states are still moving a little bit slowly. The East African Court of Justice, where I also used to sit as its vice president, has much of what I've been talking to you about. And so most of the, for example, if you're going to many of the conferences, like the East African Magistrates and Judges Association, this is a big topic. It has been a big topic for many years in a row, so I think people are having the discussion. Implementation is another thing. The East African Court of Justice next week is having a conference here in Uganda, and many legal stakeholders will be there. It is a big topic there. So I think the discussion is taking place. But let me say this. Let it be lawyer-led. What we're seeing a lot of things happening in the legal circles is that it is institutional-led. I think the lawyers should lead this process. And that's why I'm very happy to come to a symposium like this, which is being championed by KTA. Because this is, if we had more lawyers, more law firms doing this kind of thing, then I think change management would be easier. The thing of integration, I think, Doctor, this is important more for you. You'll be able to explain better. But for me, as a person who has been sourcing technology, it's very important that you source technology with the right sort of APIs so that you are able to have systems to talk to each other. You know, you don't have systems that are closed into themselves. You have systems that are able to talk to each other so as to avoid silos. But I think the more technical responses will come from the Executive Director of NITA, you. Reverend Cannon, we are exactly where you want us to be. ICMIS has audio-visual. So what we are very used to is the audio component. But now we are adding video. So now, if you want to watch it like a movie, what happened in court, you can watch it. So if someone said, I didn't do it, because the time when it was handwritten, you know, because of the handwriting record, some people were slow at writing, they may not write everything, the record may not be complete. Now you can play the video, and we know exactly what you did, exactly how you said, and you know what? We also see how you said it. You know, because some of the things, there are people, we call it demeanor. There are some people who can look at you who know you very well and say, the way he's speaking, I know he's telling a lie. So these things where ICMIS has got audio-visual. Thank you very much.
So I will answer the question on integration, but before I answer the question on integration, I wanted to touch on, I think there was a question on the systems that we're bringing on board. We're doing a lot of benchmarking, but we still have the systems running in silo, and they are very expensive, and they have not really improved on efficiency, or they have not solved the question of what we wanted to address. And I think the biggest misconception is, why do we benchmark, or what's the benefit of benchmarking and studying the systems? A benchmark is a comprehensive study. It's not process to let me see, or to select a system. No, you study and learn with the intention of improving on what you have, or coming with that knowledge to improve on what you have. If you didn't really benefit from that study, then you wasted government resources. So there's need for us to understand why we are understudying these systems. We are not understanding them to adopt them, no. We are understanding them to gain knowledge and develop internal capacity. That will help us now build our own systems. We must be able to do that. And I believe with some agencies, we have seen some changes. Most of the systems now, or most of the current systems that have really performed very well, were actually developed in-house by Ugandans, and they have been well adopted. And we are spreading that message to all other agencies that intend to develop or to build systems. First, think about internal capacity. If you don't have that internal capacity, think about the training program. You can bring up the system, but train your staff to take it up and at one point build that system from scratch. Integration cannot be addressed without answering the question of interoperability. We may integrate, but are those two integrating points interoperable? Are they working to achieve the same goal? We have seen some. I one time met with an agency. I don't want to mention the name, but they assured us, NITA, that they have a system and they are ready to integrate and share information. But when we went to their IT department, it was they were given files, box files. That's where the information is. We need to also understand, or first we need to be aware of what a system needs to do. We are putting so much technology into the economy. For what benefit? That's what I think, that's where we need to address that point. We need to train our staff on the right technology, but make them aware, make them cognizant of why these systems need to be in place. We're not taking away jobs. We're not making things more complex. We're saying that we can provide efficiency. We can provide better service delivery for the agency and also for the citizens. But it also improves on, there's some agencies that fear that their jobs are going to go away. No, we are actually creating more channels of revenue for you to generate the non-tax revenue or taxable revenue. We're making life much easier with systems, and we're automating the process. What accounting officer would not want that in their agency? So integration must move hand in hand together with interoperability, and that's why in NITA Uganda we have drafted a framework which we intend to push further. Hopefully we can even have a policy. I know government agencies listen more when you say this is a policy. So you bring the policy and say this is a policy for integration, and they will not resist. And that's when we'll have full integration within government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, members. We realize that many of these things are close-cut, and you find one question that seemed to be for Honorable Justice also applies in education and even applies to NITA. Even in education, we are facing cultural challenges as we go digital. We had the experience of where we were to have Education Service Commission interviews, and we said that the interviews, people should go to a computer lab, and we had people who said for them, in their culture, they don't believe in these things of where you write without seeing and the thing goes inside the machine, and they were almost against the system. But, you know, nature I'm a teacher of physics. We have what we call inertia. When a body is already in motion and you want to change its direction, you must apply a force which is big enough to change its direction. And if that force you can't afford, you slowly apply the force, and at the end of it all, slowly, it will change direction in a curved manner, but the direction will be changed. So we may go slowly, but we'll reach where we want to go. Also, when we are talking about students having phones or students using computers, there are very many. The religious bodies are saying our students are going to see a lot because there are inertia changes and culture, religious cultures and others. Someone talked about integration, my friend from Tanzania. I'm a commissioner of physical education and sports. Yes, we shared. For example, in my department, we now coordinate with Uganda Secondary Schools Sports Association, and we use it to register students for school games. And people were bringing mercenaries. They bring somebody who has played in school games for more than 8 years, and they are saying this person is in secondary. So what we have developed here in Uganda, we developed a system where students register. And if you register that you are in senior one in 2022, we are very sure the system will eliminate you that you are no longer qualifying for secondary games after you are senior 6 because we don't allow repetition. What we did because of East African community and East African games, we went to Tanzania and told them that this is a method that is going to help us, Kenya, Rwanda, and this year, all the sports persons in schools were registered, and I'm assuring you, all the countries registered in their homes, and we are going to use the same system. I think we are going to, as brothers and sisters in different countries, it is possible since education has tried it. Systems that the ministry is developing, there are places, schools that are in remote places. What are we doing? Yes, among the challenges I mentioned in the presentation is the connectivity and how expensive it is to connect. But you know, we go slowly. For example, when we told the teachers to register, the teachers were capable to move to centers where they can go to internet cafes and register. We again said, no, now UNEB registration should go digital. Head teachers should not carry big files and they reach here and they are told names. You use it to see head teachers in Ntinda sleeping the whole week they are collecting. We no longer have that. And those schools that could not reach internet, at least they would reach in their nearby centers. Still, you see it is more advantageous. Even when the network can't reach there or they don't have cafes, you see also if you are in Kabale and instead of, you can't register on top of a hill, but you can go in Kabale seated and you register, it's better than coming to Kampala to Ntinda at UNEB. So there is a harvest already, a big deal is there. But with learners, we are saying, should learners go to those cities looking for internet to study? Now, we were being, in our senior management, we were looking at a system that can connect with others like MTN. For example, if I'm in the hills of Kabale and I want to make a phone call, I may not need to go to Kabale City. So we are saying, can we have even a digital system where we can have learners access by just having network? If you can access MTN network as you make a phone call, or as MTN can send you a happy birthday message or Stanbic Bank through your smartphone, which is not a smartphone. We are saying we can also use that. That's where we are going now, and I think we are already, the project was presented to us, where we can have learners have learning activities on their smartphones, the so-called katoches, chipesha. So you can read a message and answer questions, and then the system on that smartphone gives you marks a student and even takes a record, and the parent can come and say, did you do your work? And then you say yes, and goes to your messages and looks at the work the child has done. But we believe that we are moving on to get more connected. So that's how the steps we are taking to address this system of where network may not be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our panelists. A round of applause. I'd like to hand over to KTA.
A big round of applause to Marcela Kareche, who has ably handled this. It was quite technical with a number of presentations that were very interesting, and I agree with her that it was worth extending the time beyond what we had prepared. And a big round of applause, ladies, to all the panelists. I hope none of us here is part of the 17.2 million who are unregistered, who we don't know whether you exist or do. And to our online audience that has kept with us, thank you so much. Marcela, I would kindly request that you lead your panel just to the front there and take a group photo so we can keep, we can remember that this day happened and this discussions happened as well. You can use, there is another stair that side, and I will request that our camera team will go on. Ladies, as we go out, please remember to continuously scan the QR code that's right on your table, and you will be able to get the Symposium magazine and a lot more information. And there is tea outside as you get out. I am just doing these announcements as the pictures, as the photo moment takes place. There is tea outside, so please feel free to indulge with a tea. Please also remember to move with your tags tomorrow as you're coming for the event. Remember, we are starting at 8:30 prompt as well. Tomorrow, we will be starting, so remember to carry your tags. The stalls are still open, so please hurry by and pay attention. Madame Rosemary, we are waiting for you to join that picture. So please pass by the stalls and remember to be a part of whatever information is shared there, and we will be good to go. So tomorrow, we will be looking now at the private sector, remembering that today, like we said, we were paying attention to the policy makers, right? What policy issues are there? What are the challenges? What needs to be done? What do we need to do more to involve intellectual property, for example, at the forefront of policy? That's been the discussion mainly today. And tomorrow, we now want to engage the private sector and have those in-depth discussions as we continue to see Uganda as a private sector-led economy. I love that the ladies have decided to sit at the front and the men at the back. That was very brilliant, an idea that Madame Rosemary came up with. So ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be the discussion tomorrow. It won't be very, very long. We will also be ending it off early, so you can go and enjoy your weekend because it's going to be a Friday. But I want to say a special thank you to all our platinum sponsors, NBS Television, Uganda Law Society, and of course the East Africa Law School. Thank you, East Africa Law Society, thank you so much. UNCDF, NSSF, Safe Border, Young Africa Works, and to, of course, the organizers who made sure that we have this beautiful light. Our pictures, I was looking at myself here and imagining whether that's my sister or not. Kudos to Fenon Events, thank you so much. Catherine, my co-host, who has allowed us to take on this. Ladies, I officially let you go, but as we go, the cultural troupe is going to come and give us some entertainment as we exchange numbers and get to know each other before we walk out. God bless you all until we meet again tomorrow. Let's have the cultural troupe do their thing.
So